Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku's Gala invitation turned everything upside down. Here is short summary. Suspicious villain attacks, confusing formal invitations, their debuts lurking along the horizon. Class 3A built their reputation from the ground up as they've fought tooth and nail to win as much as they have. But now, stakes are rising, and with life becoming more dangerous, only one question haunts every student's mind: who should they ask to the gala? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Here you are, mistress. Chaotix jittering claws deposited the case in the middle of the coffee table. The polished leather gleamed in what little light the moon offered through the window, reflecting off of the pristine silver buckles locking the merchandise shut. Mirror sat forward slightly, watching it closely. It didn't seem to be a decoy or any sort of trick. Nonetheless, she remained apprehensive. You're sure this is all of them? Mirror raised a dark eyebrow. Chaotic plopped down beside her on the bench, twitching with anticipation. Exactly as requested. Across from her, the blonde settled back into the plush green sofa, taking a cigarette drag. Of course, these things take time to develop. Can't just throw them together willy-nilly. In the case, a bed of purple velvet housed 3 evenly sized, molded to fit pink tubes. Beside each one lay injectable pink glass bullets, tailored exactly to Mirror's customizations. She stared down at the bullets with a sharp-toothed, menacing grin. This will do absolutely nicely. She held one of the glass tubes to her face, her charcoal eyes gleaming in astonishment. Outstanding work, Miss Electra. However did you obtain such craftsmanship? Not easily. Electra's eyes narrowed in a glare. I hope you don't expect me to replicate this anytime soon. Nearly got dragged through the mud getting the boys to make these. Oh, don't you worry about that. Mirror waved her hand dismissively. Once we succeed, we'll have no need for any of those meatheads at the lab. I should hope not. The annoyed expression remained hardened on Electra's otherwise pretty face. Come now. Mirror tossed her black braid over her shoulder. I called you because I was told you're the best. Don't disappoint me. So far, I like you. Electra kept her mouth shut, hiding behind another drag. In this business, if Mirror liked you, you zipped your lips and kept it that way. Beside her, Chaotic giggled, practically foaming at the mouth. Her snake tongue poked out a bit, causing Electra to subtly sit back. From the deep green scales covering her body to the twitching and grunting, she couldn't help but be just a tad wary of Miss Chaotic. When do we get to test it, mistress? Chaotic half hissed, one of her eyes lolling closed. Soon, my darling. Mirror patted Chaotic's lime green hair affectionately. We must be patient. If this is going to work, everything needs to be timed just right. Electra. Closing the case, Mirror sat forward, crossing her ankles beneath her seat. This is impressive, but I'm not fully convinced. She clasps her hands together pensively. Tell me, what are the chances you'd be willing to return to the field? Electra's red lips slowly cracked a wicked grin. Hey, are you okay? Deku yawned for the 5th time that morning. Oh, sorry, Ochako. Were you saying something? Giggling, Uraraka squeezed his hand. No, just wanted to make sure you were awake. Can't have you falling asleep in class after last time. 100 extra push-ups a day for an entire week seemed excessive for dozing off one time, but Deku didn't question Aizawa and his unconventional teaching methods. Rather, he shuddered at the prospect of enduring that once again and squeezed his girlfriend's hand back to thank her for reminding him. You're the best. He smiled contently. Training last night wiped me out, I think. You also went back this morning, too, right? Uraraka confirmed, sounding concerned. Deku chuckled sheepishly. Yeah, All Might's got me on a new regiment starting this week, so I might be training in overtime. As that, safe? She tread slowly, hoping to get a real answer out of him and not some nonsense about how fine he was. Sensing her discontent, Deku pulled his hand from hers to drape his arm across her shoulders. I'll be fine. He pecked her temple. Don't worry about me. He didn't know he'd answered in the worst way possible. Breathing deeply, she forced herself to accept this. Granted, she didn't have much of a choice, seeing how there wasn't anything she could do about it either way. She'd always known how in-depth training got for Deku, but it wasn't until they started dating that she saw the true ramifications of his rigorous schedule. Knowing he'd gotten worn out and actually seeing him stumble into bed half-broken were two entirely different things. Yet every time she voiced her concern, he met her with a sweet smile and reassurances that she had nothing to worry about. Maybe she didn't, to be fair. He always managed to get up every day. She'd gladly overreact if it meant he didn't end up broken beyond repair, though. Do we have anything important going on today? He shifted the subject gently. Uraraka's gaze shifted upwards in thought. I don't think so. I know that tomorrow there's a test in ectoplasms. Oh my god, you guys. Out of nowhere, Mina burst from the classroom door, waving her phone in their faces. Deku jumped back, horrified. Hey Mina, Uraraka waved awkwardly. What? Tell me you guys have heard. The pink-haired girl bounced on her toes giddily, allowing the couple to step into the classroom, which was abuzz with chatter. Deku frowned. Heard what? Oh my god, how long do we have? A month. Hagakure stood beside Ojiro, dancing from one foot to the other. That's crazy. Holy crap, they're not gonna expect us to dance, are they? Sato looked from Shoji to Kota. I've got 2 left feet on a good day. Mineta stood on his chair, striking a dramatic pose. Do you think the tux rental shop you found specializes in leather? I've got some sweet suit ideas. Beside him, Zero blinked. No idea. Mineta, no standing on your chair. Come down at once, Iida ordered from across the room. Deku and Uraraka exchanged concerned glances. What's going on? Uraraka asked hesitantly. Check your student emails, dude. Kaminari popped up next to Mina. We're going to a freakin' gala. What? Uraraka glanced at Deku, who shrugged. 1 app check later, Uraraka's inbox blinked with a message that Deku craned over her shoulder to read. Subject: Heroes Gala. Dear students of Class 3A and 3B. We are delighted to extend a formal invitation to all of you for the prestigious yearly Heroes Gala, a celebration of heroism, courage, and the unwavering spirit of our beloved heroes. Event details. Date: Saturday, June 15th. Time: 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Venue: Hanada Grand Hotel, Main Ballroom. Dress code: formal attire. This esteemed event is an opportunity for you to mingle with renowned heroes, prominent figures from various industries, and fellow students. It is a night dedicated to honoring the achievements and contributions of heroes while fostering a sense of unity and camaraderie within the hero community. The evening will include a formal dinner with a gourmet menu, keynote speeches from top heroes, live entertainment, an awards ceremony recognizing outstanding heroism. Please RSVP by replying to this email by June 1st to confirm your attendance. If you have any dietary restrictions or special requests, kindly include them in your response. We look forward to seeing you all at the gala and celebrating the incredible potential each of you holds as the next generation of heroes. Best regards, Nezu, Principal, UA, High School. Oh, wow, no way. Deku perked up. Is this real? You bet it is. Hiroshima slung his arm around Deku's neck in an affectionate headlock. 1 month from now, we'll be chatting it up with the big leagues. Hagakure squeezed Uraraka's arm and squealed. Can you imagine all the pretty dresses? Yeah, but, the brunette bit her lip awkwardly. Why, how did we get this kind of invitation? We're barely about to graduate high school. Isn't the gala exclusive to the top pros of Japan? Historically, the event broadcast across their televisions every year screamed, elite. The attendees often scoped a small range of top pros, especially ones who had made significant contributions to society throughout the year. Seasoned sidekicks, agents and agency sponsors, people who possessed more money than they knew what to do with, and maybe pros' spouses or families. Somehow, the ballrooms hosting the event always ended up jam-packed despite the exclusivity, making Uraraka realize that rich people made up a bigger number of the population than she anticipated. Nonetheless, It didn't compute to her why a bunch of 18-year-olds who hadn't yet obtained professional hero licenses received the opportunity to attend something so prestigious. Somehow, it made her nervous. Who cares? Let's just enjoy it. Mina pumped her fist in the air. That's the attitude. Hiroshima wrapped an arm around her waist with a huge smile. The bell blared through the room, cutting off their conversation. Immediately, the students scrambled to their seats, fearful of Aizawa's wrath should he find them out of place. 2 years of working under him had taught them that his rules were to be obeyed. Period. Right. As soon as the bell finished ringing, the door snapped open to reveal their teacher glaring them down. Everyone in the entire room stared back at him, shoulders squared, eyes forward, not even blinking. Aizawa faltered, having no one to order back to their seat, and finished off with a grunt as he shuffled to his desk. Before we begin, let's get something out of the way. He paused, taking a deep breath. By now, I'm sure you've all read your student emails. Does anybody have any questions? He'd never regretted opening the floor more. Mr. Aizawa, what exactly does formal mean? Like floor length, or can we take creative liberties? Do we know the pro guest list yet? Can we ask people if one at a time if you value your enrollment at this school? His eyes narrowed menacingly. Immediately, the room fell silent. Timidly, Mina extended her hand. Miss Ashido, formal means formal. Think floor-length dresses and black tuxedos. If I catch a single one of you in sneakers, you're in for a world of hurt. Understood. That means I need to go shopping. Uraraka gulped internally. The guest list is a secret until the event. I can promise there will be a wide range of heroes, sidekicks, and sponsors in attendance. Probably too many to count. Zero sat back, his question answered before raising his hand even crossed his mind. Before someone else thought of another one, Deku's hand shot up. So then, why are a bunch of hero course students attending? At that, Aizawa sighed. That would be the core of this entire discussion. He settled into his desk chair. With pros stepping down left and right, the public's faith in heroes is wavering. Frankly, I don't blame them. No symbol of peace, crime running rampant, barely anyone left to counter the crisis. It's grim out there, even if not outrightly so. The citizens are looking for even a glimmer of hope in all this struggle. That's where you and Class B come in. The class sat forward, all paying close attention. One of the newest segments added to this gala is the introduction of the top graduating hero course students into society. Faces to names, formal instatement of new sidekicks, if you've been offered such a position, and a small demonstration of your abilities. Think of this as your debut, in a way. Gasps and beams of excitement swept through the room. No way, demonstrating our powers in front of all those agencies. Hiroshima held up his clenched fist. That sounds so badass. It's an incredible opportunity for you young heroes. Aizawa's expression darkened. And every one of you deserves it, so don't you dare screw this up. If a single one of you acts out of line over the next month, this invitation will be revoked without a second thought. Have I made myself clear? His death stare pierced each and every one of their souls. A resounding yes echoed from their mouths almost involuntarily. Now then, he settled back. If there aren't any more questions, let's begin with. Wait, I have one. Kaminari practically jumped from his chair, waving his fully extended arm around. Groaning internally, Aizawa nodded at him. What is it? An excited smile broke across Kaminari's face. Can we bring dates? Aizawa frowned. Can you bring whom? You know. Kaminari's grin broadened. Can we, ask people to match colors and dance with us and accompany us back to our dorms once the evening has ended? Mineta wiggled his eyebrows. From the desks next to him, Shiro and Tokiyami side-eyed him. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. This isn't prom, gentlemen. You're expected to step into hero society at this event. If you treat this like some kind of school dance, what kind of statement does that make? Kaminari's shoulders slumped, and though no one outright said it, an air of slight disappointment fell over the students. But, Aizawa sighed, as far as matching and dancing and whatever else, there's technically nothing stopping you from doing so, if that's what you're asking. His gaze turned on Mineta, who snickered devilishly amongst the further excited chatter. Dorms are indisputably off limits, however. Do I make myself clear? Once again, fear struck the room, though this time only Mineta was targeted. Shrinking back, he stuttered a terrified, yes. All right, their teacher exhaled. Let's start for today, then. Oh, my gosh, okay, we only have a month so we need to decide colors now. Mina clapped her hands together purposefully. Yaoyorozu sat on the edge of the couch beside Mina and Kirishima, laptop open in planning mode. She'd already picked out a dress shopping day for just the girls, a tie shopping day for boys and girls in case anyone wanted to match, and pinned several hair and makeup tutorial links to the Class A group chat. Considering they'd found out about the gala only 8 hours before, she'd done some impressive work. Tokiyami briefly wondered how she'd acquired such sharp planning skills. Perhaps it evolved from her pristine organizational habits. I've got a spreadsheet set up to list out everyone's color choices so no one clashes. She explained diplomatically. This way, if there needs to be a change, the right person can be consulted. Wow, Yaomomo, that took you no time to create. Tokiyami's eyes widened. Well, creation is her specialty. Ojiro pointed out with a smile. But this is such a great idea. What's everyone planning on wearing? Red for us. Right, babe. Kirishima looked to Mina. Her jaw dropped. What? No way. Red looks awful on me. She shook her head vigorously. How about something teal, or light blue? The right shade of teal would look good with your red, Kirishima. Uraraka volunteered, sending Mina a wink. The gears spun in Kirishima's head for a moment before his face lit up. Hey, yeah, you're right. Okay, Yaoyorozu, we're doing teal, then. Deku raised his eyebrows. He really never needs much convincing. Woo-woo. Mina mouthed a quick, thank you, to Uraraka as she cuddled Kirishima's arm. Mina and Kirishima, teal, Yaoyorozu murmured as she typed. Okay, great, teal is off limits. Anyone else? I want to go in something shimmery, like a silver or gold. Hagakure squealed from behind the opposite couch. Mina gasped. Oh, my god, that sounds gorgeous. Right. Hagakure dropped onto the couch next to Ojiro with a dreamy sigh. Ooh, and if I get to use my quirk right, I could reflect like a disco ball or something. Yaoyorozu stroked her chin, staring at her laptop. I suppose I could put you down as a kaleidoscope color. That works, Hagakure chirped. Wait, how am I supposed to match you, then? Ojiro raised an eyebrow. She looped her arms around his neck with a giggle. With a glitter tie, silly. Ojiro, the muted martial arts guy sporting something adorned with glitter sounded nothing short of absurd to Tokiyami. However, the loving grin lighting up Ojiro's face as he settled his arm around Hagakure communicated everything. For her, he'd wear an entire suit made of glitter. Their bond truly was something to behold, he pondered. Light-hearted, good-natured, and oh so adoring of each other. They were, as one of the girls would say, a cute couple. What are we talking about? Tsuyu returned to the discussion from the bathroom, curiosity piqued. Dress colors for the gala. Uraraka filled her in enthusiastically. Yaomomo's listing them out so nobody ends up clashing or wearing the same color or something. Oh, I see. Tsuyu settled down beside Uraraka's legs. I'll take green, if nobody else wants it. Wait, you can't call a color before someone asks you to be their date. Mina held up a disapproving finger. Tsuyu tilted her head. Why? Because what if the color you pick doesn't match them? Uraraka put in. Yeah, Mineta, who likely had been listening to this entire discussion from the shadows, emerged from behind the couch and ran a hand over his head, striking a pose. Green's definitely not gonna look good with my balls. Good grief. Tokiyami withheld a cringe. Who said you have to wear it? Tsuyu didn't miss a beat. Smirking, Mineta held out his hand, prompting her to take it, which she didn't. Tokiyami raised his eyebrows. While he didn't expect much from his purple-headed classmate, this move was bold even for him. Tsuyu Asui, would you do me the honor of? I'm gonna go make some tea. Without sparing him a second glance, Tsuyu sprang and bounded into the kitchen on all fours. Bad time, Mineta called after her, then let out a nervous laugh. Okay, this was a bad time, I'll ask later. Not at all. Tokiyami withheld a glare. Over the years, Mineta's inability to process the word no somehow worsened, wearing down most people's patience for him, Tokiyami especially. The constant lamenting about being a third year who'd never gotten laid in the dorms grew practically unbearable by the time they'd reached this third month of school, so much so that even Dark Shadow contemplated strangling their vertically challenged classmate. Tokiyami never engaged in Dark Shadow's antics, but also didn't discourage him from these thoughts. Mineta, don't bother. Mina echoed Tokiyami's thoughts. Yeah, your horoscope totally says you should focus on yourself this season. Hagakure scrolled through Instagram, holding out her screen to show Mineta. What? Mineta squinted at the page she'd pulled up, skimming the post before scoffing. No way, that's just some dumb girl magic you made up to make guys feel like shit. Magic? Tokiyami rolled his eyes. Hey, man, astrology's actually fairly reliable. Ojiro pulled Hagakure closer to him. After all, Toru asked me out once she learned our signs were a perfect match. And now, look at us. Yaoyorozu raised an eyebrow. I thought you guys were the same sign. Geminis belong with other Geminis. Hagakure clarified. Our internal energies match each other to the point that we balance out. Uraraka and Mina frowned at one another. Hagakure, I don't think that's right. Mina looked back at her and Ojiro. In fact, you might be scary wrong. Uraraka agreed. What do you mean? Hagakure's grip on Ojiro's arm seemed to tighten. The energy between two Geminis can often be chaotic at best and destructive more often than not. Yaoyorozu typed as she spoke. Have you gotten your moon and risings matched? That might shed some more light on your compatibility. Hiroshima furrowed his brow in confusion. Wait, how do you guys know all that? Yeah, that was a fast deduction. Deku's eyes widened a bit. Because it's spooky girl nonsense, Midoriya. Mineta jumped to his feet, his fists balled. When are you gonna learn that all girls are secretly witches casting weird TikTok spells on us guys to get what they want? How else do you think Ojiro and Hagakure's zodiac bullshit works so well, huh? It's because Hagakure's got him hexed or something. Open your eyes. Or, Tokiyami cut in dryly. Their hearts could feel drawn to each other with no explanation. No magical bounds can withstand the weight of a genuine soul connection. Try contemplating that instead of calling young women witches. The room fell silent. So, Tokiyami. Mina shifted slightly. Do me a favor and pick a girl. Go use a line like that on her, and thank me after you f*******. Okay. Tokiyami frowned incredulously. Refrain from such graphics, please. Yeah, the last thing I need is the bird getting laid before me. Mineta mumbled, plopping back down on the couch. But seriously, I'm stealing that line. It wasn't even a line. Tokiyami did not care less. Hey, guys, Tsuyu reappeared carrying a large tray. Tea's ready, if anyone wants it. Ooh, thank you, Tsu. Hagakure dropped in front of the coffee table, where Tsuyu placed the tray. Any sugar for you, babe. Tsu. While everyone descended on the tea, Mineta bounded over and snatched her hand, making her jump. Our heart connection isn't drawn. No, wait, the magical bounds of a soul connection. Asui. Carefully, Tokiyami pulled her hand from Mineta's, replacing it with the pastel green teacup he'd already poured for her. For you. Oh, she looked from the teacup to him, a little confused. Thank you, but I can wait until everyone else is done. Generous. He pressed his hand over hers on the cup. You should enjoy the fruits of your labor before others sometimes, though. One cannot pour from an empty cup. Tsuyu's fingers relaxed as she gratefully accepted the cup, ignoring Mineta's sputtering protests. Thank you, Tokiyami. Her eyes sparkled up at him. How did you know this cup was my favorite? Lucky guess. He offered a half shrug. Because it reminded him of her. Delicate, muted, and the undisputed prettiest among the cups. Dark Shadow added that last part. Not him. Yaomomo. Uraraka poked her head out from Yaoyorozu's closet. I don't think this dress is gonna fit. Everyone's attention shifted to the pale yellow satin gown draped across Uraraka's chest. Right now, it hung down extremely loosely on her chest to the point that she needed to manually hold it up. On top of that, the length of the dress fell far too long on her petite frame, causing the fabric to pool around her ankles on the floor. Ooh, it's a little big, but that's really pretty. Hagakure gushed. I don't know about the color. Tsuyu countered thoughtfully. It kind of washes you out, Ochako. I agree. Yaoyorozu looked Uraraka up and down. That's not a bad style for you, though. The sweetheart neckline would be quite flattering if it were tailored to your body. Here, I can make some dress clips, hang on. Within seconds, 4 large, metal clips descended from her shoulder to the floor. Whoa, Uraraka raised her eyebrows. You've gotten a lot faster at creation. I didn't even blink and you had those ready. It comes with training. Yaoyorozu reached down to pick up the clips. I've got a lot more stamina now than I did our first year. Here, Mina, can you take over Jiro's nails? Oh, I've got the dress, Yaomomo. Tsuyu stooped to gather up the clips. I'm closer to Ochako's height, anyway. Thank you, Tsu. Yaoyorozu handed the clip she'd already picked up over and returned to Jiro's nails. Ochako, hold your arms out. Tsuyu pulled the fabric tight around Uraraka's waist, eliciting a grunt from the brunette. OHP. That's a little tight. Uraraka winced. That's good, though. Mina eyed them from across the room. It shows off your figure. Jiro craned around Yaoyorozu's head to take a better look. Yeah, actually, something tight would work really well for you, Uraraka. A different color, too, of course. So wait, what are everyone's colors gonna be again? Hagakure asked excitedly. Jiro and I agreed on teal, I just need to figure out what shade. Mina held her chin in thought. What do you guys think, darker or lighter? Something darker would match both of you. Uraraka rested her hands on top of her head while Tsuyu kept working on her dress. Anything too light would clash with Kirishima's hair. Mina chewed her lip. Yeah, that makes sense. My family's signature colors are red and gold, so I'll likely be choosing between those two depending on what everyone else goes with. Yaoyorozu put in, not looking up from Jiro's nails. Of course, stylistically, I think red would make more sense. It matches my skin tone and my hero costume. Your family has colors. Uraraka blinked in disbelief. For me, it's not so much about the colors as it is the style. Jiro bounced off of what Yaoyorozu said. Aizawa made it pretty clear this isn't a school dance. I don't know, that makes me feel like our dresses should look more adult. Does that make sense? Adult as in, Hagakure pulled her tank top straps down. Scandalous. What? Jiro jumped. Hagakure. No, Jesus, no, she just means maturity. Tsuyu supplied from behind Uraraka. Dressing like adults versus dressing like a bunch of teenagers going to prom. Pulling her straps back up, Hagakure shrugged. The more you use nudity, the less you start to care. Oh, I'll bet you and Ojiro are spending a lot of time using nudity these days. Mina plopped onto her back and wiggled her eyebrows. Hagakure gave her a small shove. Don't be a creep, Pinky. This dress isn't working. Tsuyu stepped back in defeat. There's just no end to this fabric. It's all right, Tsu. Uraraka rested a hand on her friend's shoulder with a smile. It's sweet that you tried. I appreciate it. What's the try-on for, anyway? Mina sat back up. To see if Yaomomo had any options that might work for me. Uraraka appeared a second later, donning her pink pajamas. The only nice dress I own is from my 8th grade graduation. Mina winced. The one with the lace trim. The one you thought was a little Bo Peep costume. Uraraka clarified grimly. A moment of shuddering silence fell over the room. Hey, my closet isn't exactly chock full of options either. Jiro chimed in, hoping to make Uraraka feel better. I own, like, 2 skirts. Forget about dresses. I'm happy to take you all shopping, if need be. Yaoyorozu turned to give her friends an encouraging smile. After all, we've got to look out for each other and ensure we present ourselves with as much dignity as possible. Tsuyu's eyebrows raised. Yaomomo, there's no way we could ask that of you. Who's asking? I'm offering. Yaoyorozu held her hand out. I'll even create dresses if you're worried about money. Somehow, that felt even worse to Uraraka. Guilt washed through her as she glanced over the mirror reflection of her shine pajama set. Her parents splurged on it for Christmas and she wore it every night to thank them. Accepting something as extravagant as a gala dress, much less one that her friend had the ability to construct with her quirk, made her feel thrust into a whole new level of unworthiness. Heroes came from all walks of life. True, some were brought up in well-off, established families like Todoroki or Iida. Hawks never had a penny to his name until he'd been recruited by the Public Safety Commission, though, and nobody looked down on him. Why? Because his power and skill spoke for itself. At the end of the day, the pros are on the hunt for successors, not students. Not handicaps. Not tiny, poor, levitating girls in little bo-peep dresses. Something wrong, Ochako. Tsuyu's hand rested on Uraraka's arm. Uraraka shook herself. Oh, no, not at all. I'm just thinking. Mina sat forward, a mischievous glint in her eye. Ooh, about Midoriya. At that, Uraraka chuckled. I wish. What's on your mind? Tsuyu pressed. Oh, just. She almost bit her tongue, but the words fell out before she stopped them. I'm still impressed with Yaomomo's creation speed. I guess I didn't realize how hard we'd all been working. It's kind of silly, but I almost can't stop thinking of myself as an amateur. I don't know, does anyone else feel not ready for this? The girls took a moment to digest what she said. Admittedly, things did feel like they moved at warp speed between the gala email and right now. A month wasn't a long time in the grand scheme of things. If they weren't ready now, they didn't have much room to change that. Maybe a little, Tsuyu conceded after a moment. I mean, I'm excited, but it does feel a tad soon to be putting us out there like this. To me, it doesn't feel too soon so much as it feels unexpected. Jiro flexed her still drying nails. We knew we were gonna be faced with our debut in the next year or two, but actually having a time and place is throwing me off a bit. It's been such a long road. Mina leaned back and hugged her knees. I don't even know how to feel, honestly. Grateful is one word. Yaoyorozu swept her feet back, leaning on her elbow. Remember, we've been given an opportunity every hero student this side of the country would die for. It's best we don't squander what we've been given and make the most of this. Even if we don't deserve it. Uraraka let the words die on her lips. She'd brought the mood down enough already. Okay, enough seriousness. Seemingly reading Uraraka's mind, Hagakure reached out and snatched Yaoyorozu's phone. Come on, get in here. We're taking a Class 3A girl power selfie. At this point, Yaoyorozu didn't question Hagakure's use of her phone for the high-quality front camera. She only asked for it when she wanted amazing pictures, and Yaoyorozu was happy to oblige. Jiro cocked an eyebrow. Hagakure, we do this at least once a week. No discussions. The invisible girl scooted towards the middle of their little circle. Warp refraction, say cheese. And though their spirits carried some nerve-wracking weights, every one of the girls sat up with bright, enthusiastic expressions on their faces. Having a light quirk gave Hagakure an amazing eye for pictures. Angles, shading, and filters played a huge role in everyone's selfies thanks to her. And her camera work was no joke. In another life, she'd have made a fantastic photographer. Just us gallivanting, she giggled as she captioned the photo. If you know, you know. Is that a little too on the nose? Jiro's expression shifted from cheerful to worried. Who cares, we look hot. Mina squealed. It's only on Yaomomo's close friend's story, don't worry. Hagakure assured Jiro. Long enough for the boys to see how cute we look and chuckle at the reference. Ooh, can you send that to me, too? Mina squeezed Hagakure's arm. I forgot, this pajama set is one of Jiro's favorites. Jiro rolled her eyes. We're never gonna pass the Bechdel test with you two around. Ah, look, Kirishima, who lay sprawled out on the floor beside the coffee table, held his phone up to Ojiro. Are girls being cute? Ojiro craned his neck to see, his face brightening once he registered the picture. Hagakure's handiwork, no doubt. Oh, man, can you believe our luck here? Kaminari interrupted their side conversation, lounging against the back of the couch. Ojiro nodded. It's a pretty huge honor to debut at an event like this. Not to mention the job opportunities. With that many agencies around, we could get signed by the end of the night. Zero pumped his fists excitedly. Kaminari huffed. Yeah, but guys. Didn't you hear what Aizawa said? This is our chance to finally ask a girl out. Every other week, the Class A girls held an exclusive, no boys allowed, sleepover in Yaoyorozu's room. This created a space for the guys to get together and chill in the common area until the wee hours of the morning, usually playing video games, sometimes doing stupid challenges or dares, whatever struck their fancy. Tonight they'd opted for a laid-back night, with TV playing in the background of them just sitting and talking. And since the girls weren't around, they had the liberty to talk freely. Is that really your most pressing concern? Shinso raised an eyebrow, not looking up from his phone. Heck yeah, Kaminari practically screamed. How is it not yours? Shinso shrugged apathetically. It just doesn't feel like the most important part of all this, ultimately. Not the most important part. There's only 3 single girls in our class. Mineta, who sat beside Kaminari, rubbed his hands together. That's a slim pool to pick from, guys. We should stake our claims now before this gets ugly. Stake their claims. What did that even mean? Shinso looked down at his hands, unsure how to respond. It's not like he had much to contribute to the subject of securing a date, anyway. Mina's mine. Hiroshima popped into a sitting position. I don't think calling your own girlfriend counts as staking your claim, dude. Mineta sneered. You already claimed her when you started dating her. Oh, Hiroshima mulled this over. So she's just, like, automatically mine without me even saying anything. Mineta rolled his eyes. I mean, obviously, you can't call the girls who have boyfriends. We're talking specifically about Tsuyu and Yaoyorozu. And Jiro, Kaminari added quickly. Don't forget Jiro. Oh, yeah, Jiro. Mineta added absent-mindedly. Are those our only options? Zero sat back, a tad disappointed. I think I'd rather go solo, to be honest. Mineta snorted. You'd rather be alone than take the one chance you have to call Yaoyorozu's knockers for yourself. Hey, now, Shoji straightened up a bit. Between the claims and Mineta's obscenities, he felt more than ready to put a stop to this conversation. Before he could, Iida, who sat with his shoulders squared in the armchair, held up a robotic arm. Now, gentlemen, I implore you to speak about our female classmates with more respect. They're living human beings, not objects you can lay imaginary claims to. Well, the claims aren't imaginary. I mean, if you actually land the date, then it's like, super real. Right. Kaminari looked back and forth amongst his peers, hoping someone would corroborate whatever he'd just said. Wait, I'm confused. Why would the date be imaginary? Hiroshima frowned. I think he means the claim is imaginary because it isn't something you can physically see, but the date is still real outside of that. Zero tapped his temple with his finger as if he'd just had a big brain moment. So do the claims even mean anything, then? Sato looked to the ceiling contemplatively. Dude, asking someone out sounds too complicated now. Kaminari flattened himself into the couch. Well, it's not a requirement. Shoji reminded them. And with everything else that's going to be happening at the gala, I'd wager it's probably less hassle to worry about a date on top of it all. Mineta grumbled. You guys seriously don't get it, do you? Don't get what? Todoroki tilted his head. That this is the best chance we have all school year. Mineta finally exploded. Those girls are getting hyped up on pretty dresses and makeovers, it's taking over their brains. Underneath that perfume reeks the scent of desperation to drag some guy along with them who'll tell them how beautiful they are all night. The more they hear it, the more they'll want to take their clothes off at the end of the party. You can't tell me none of you guys are thinking about this. Nobody wanted to admit it, but they weren't not thinking about it, at least to some degree. Call it status, or loneliness, or some teenage mixture of the two, it didn't matter. Since the moment they'd established that dates were on the table, every guy without a girlfriend felt a spark of hope. Asking a girl out on a date meant easy, crushing, humiliating rejection. Inviting her to dance at a gala that all of them were already attending, however, took a lot of pressure off the inherent confession that came with such an invitation. It could lead to the possible setup that this was, in fact, a date, or could be something easily played off as, just as friends, if she didn't turn out to be interested. A significantly game-changing safety net that none of them ever thought would get thrown their way. Obviously, the process remained intimidating, but the overwhelming embarrassment subsided in scenarios like this, especially when all the other guys rose up and made the same gamble. Chances like this didn't come often for the hero course students. Mineta may have a few screws loose, but he nailed the hammer on the head here. Taking that chance appealed to every single guy in the room. Except, apparently, one of them. You're all a bunch of idiots. From the floor beside Kirishima, Bakugo growled, shooting a menacing glare around the entire room. Hey, chill out, man. Kirishima hesitantly patted his shoulder. You're all doing way too much chilling, shitty hair. Bakugo snapped hard enough to scare Kirishima into retracting his hand. Deku turned to him, confused. What do you mean, Kachan? Look at yourselves. The blonde leapt to his feet. Sitting around whining about girls or whatever when the chance to show off our powers is right in front of us. We should be training our asses off, day and night for this. Not moping around talking about which girl is the prettiest. Ah, Kachan, that's just the lonely talking dude. Kaminari waved him off. Lighten up. Take this chance and do some normal teenage stuff for once. Well, Todoroki adjusted himself in his seat by Ida's chair. Bakugo does have a bit of a point. Dates are fun and all, but we really should take this more seriously as our debut. Yeah, who knows, this could even end up televised or something. Deku agreed. I don't need you agreeing with me, nerd. Bakugo whirled on Deku, who reflexively flinched. Indeed, for once, Bakugo makes the most compelling argument. Ida's terse tone cut through the intensity. The most important part of all of this is focusing on our launch into hero society. Bakugo eyed Ida glaringly. What do you mean, for once? You make a good point, but I think Kaminari and Mineta might be onto something here, too. Sato ignored Bakugo. We should try our best and keep training, harder even, but if we get lost in the seriousness of it all, we'll miss out on the fun. Exactly. Kaminari slung an arm around Bakugo's neck. Come on, think of the girls, the dancing, the champagne. Oh man, can you imagine drinking out of those fancy little tube glasses? There will be no underage drinking at this event, Kaminari. Iida declared in the background. Ah, Bakugo shrugged Kaminari off. What happened to personal space, you moron? Geez, Iida, who made you the fun police? Sato crossed his arms. It's my job as class representative to ensure that all students of Class A uphold UA's image to the fullest. Iida sat straighter, as if making an announcement, which he sort of was. Our inclusion in this event is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to make an impression. We can't ruin this for ourselves or future generations of heroes. Todoroki watched Ida's smile falter ever so slightly. Enforcing the rules wasn't out of character for him, but he knew his friend well enough to notice he'd been wound tighter than usual throughout this conversation. He exchanged a glance with Deku, who met his eye with a small nod, indicating he saw it, too. Hey, Iida, BZZT, BZZT. Frowning, Todoroki cut himself off to check his phone. A scowl crossed his face as he switched it to silent, slipping it back in his pocket. Everything all right, Todoroki? Iida softened a bit. My old man, Todoroki explained, staring straight ahead. Other conversations popped up around the room, giving them a bit of freedom to talk amongst themselves. Todoroki's disdain for his father was no secret by any means, but he also didn't like to be open about their strained relationship. What do you think he wants? Deku asked quietly. Don't care. Todoroki took a sip from his soda. Maybe he knows about the gala. Sensing that he didn't want to talk about it, Deku shifted his gaze to Iida, who still sat stiffly. How about you, Iida? Are you okay? Almost robotically, Iida tilted down to look at him and smiled. Of course, never better. Great, so both of them weren't talking. Deku didn't concern himself too much, though. Clearly, they needed time to process whatever was bothering them. Once they did, they'd likely come around and discuss it with him. Exhaling, Deku returned his attention to the conversation between Bakugo and Kaminari, who tried his best to convince Bakugo to loosen up and practice his dance moves for the gala. Deku winced. If Kaminari didn't watch himself, he'd find himself exploded into next Tuesday. Get off me before I blast your ass to pieces, Pikachu. Yeah, that sounds about right. Looking around, Deku took in the sight of his fellow classmates buzzing with chatter. Some of them talked about girls, some about their powers, all of them centered around one constant, the Hero Gala. Their debut. They'd made quite the name for themselves as UA students, but this was the real deal. All the work they'd put in over the past 2.5 years, about to pay off in a single night. Nervousness and excitement swirled through his chest, mixed with a dash of pride in himself and his friends. They'd made it. They were on their way to becoming pros, and now, they'd practically reached the finish line. After the gala, they'd cross it. That feeling was nothing short of indescribable. Scaly hands gripped the smartphone hard enough to shake. Long claws fumbled with the touch screen, barely managing to dial out on the harshly cracked glass. "Oh, mistress." A sly, devilish voice cut through the warehouse, interspersed with maniacal giggling. "I have some intel. Our next move is going to be very interesting." Jiro adjusted her headphones with a sigh. After being ordered to change into their costumes, the entirety of Class A found themselves crowded together in the training building. Today marked the first day of preparation for the gala. Or, in more honest terms, the send-off of their lives. Since the gala's announcement, her class chattered non-stop, enlivened with different exciting opinions about it. Mostly centered around obtaining a date, but the undercurrent conversations swept up the scarier aspects of it all, their debut. Showing what they could do in front of the pros. Trying to convince everyone that they were heroes, not just a group of wannabe teenagers riding on All Might and Endeavor's coattails. Last night, Uraraka made a lot of good points. Her asking about not being ready for this put the feeling into words, manifesting Jiro's internal fears into actuality. For Jiro, the part that made her stomach churn was all the people who'd gotten her this far keeping an eye on her. All her teachers, mentors, and classmates would be present, watching her make her very first statement as a debut hero. What if she messed it all up? What would her future look like if she did? Panic. Stop panicking. Everything will be okay. Hey, earphone jack, what's with the face? The slight spark radiating through her arm told her exactly who had just nudged her. Kaminari's wide, dorky grin greeted her as she looked up. Blipping back to reality, she offered a noncommittal shrug. "I'm just thinking." "About what?" He tilted his head. "All right, everyone." Aizawa cut their conversation off. "Let's gather up." Kaminari squeezed her arm, indicating that they'd talk later. Despite her anxiety, she smiled at him. "Today, your training's going to be a little bit different," Aizawa continued. "Rather than breaking off and focusing on yourselves, we're going to start choreographing your quirk demonstration for the gala." Huh, Kirishima blinked. "Choreographing? Aren't we just gonna get up there and do it?" "Not exactly." Aizawa shook his head. "Every one of you will be given the chance to showcase your quirk, but rather than send you in front of the crowd one by one, we thought it would make more sense to construct a combined performance that interweaves each individual power." Kaminari's face lit up. "Oh, yeah, like when we perform in the band at the school festival or something." Weirdly enough, Jiro almost wished their show-off at the gala consisted of an A-band performance. Music came easily to her. She didn't need to be afraid when she picked up a guitar. It didn't give her the same rush that succeeding in a training match did, though. And as much as she loved to sing, it never, ever would. Maybe that's why it ultimately felt less intimidating. It's not what she staked her livelihood on. Somewhat. Their teacher nodded. "However, there is one twist." "Well, if it isn't yet another Class A and B face-off." Everyone froze. First, Monoma emerged, followed by Kendo, Tokage, Bondo, and Shishida. By the time the doors opened all the way, everyone already knew what was coming. Or rather, who. Once the doors closed, Class B stood before them, fully costumed in all their glory. As Monoma stated, It appeared their teachers planned for them to duke it out once more. Vlad brought up the rear, facing Aizawa dead-on with a bleak expression. Quiet, Monoma, he strolled by the laughing blonde, who'd taken it upon himself to mock every aspect of Class A's costumes despite no one listening. Class B will be joining us, Aizawa explained flatly. Now, they had barely a month to prepare, and their teachers really wanted to spend any amount of it pitting the students against each other for at least the 5th time. Jiro cringed at the thought. Is now really the best time for a training battle? Yaoyorozu echoed everyone's concerns. Shouldn't we be focused on honing our skills? Who said anything about a training battle? Vlad looked to Aizawa. Is that what you told them? No, Aizawa eyed his students sternly. But based on our previous interactions, I don't think it's an illogical assumption for them to make. The two classes faced each other somewhat neutrally. A few people exchanged smiles and waves, though for the most part, everyone stuck to their own class. In their 2nd and 3rd years, the two groups hadn't interacted much, since a lot of focus got placed on their individual quirk development, mock battles interspersed here and there. Now that they'd entered their final quarter, the intensity only increased. When they didn't have specified exercises, the two classes often faced off, completed the fight, and then reported back to their respective teachers, giving the students little time to capitalize on any promising inter-class friendships sparked in their first year. Another one of these, huh? Kendo rested a hand on her hip. Well, it's never too late to beat you guys once and for all, I guess. Behind her, Tetsu pumped his fist in the air. Yeah, you tell him, babe. Oh, please. Bakugo flashed them a wicked grin. You extras are gonna get creamed again, just like last time and the time before that. Right. Clearing his throat, Vlad squared his shoulders. Well, kids, I know you're probably expecting a brawl out of today's session. Oh yeah, Class A's going down. Monoma threw his hands up with laughter. But that's not the case. Vlad glared, silencing him. Instead, we're going to try teaming up. As one. Both classes stared at their teachers. For what? Shota blinked. For the gala. Aizawa stepped forward. A combined showcase of each and every one of your quirks, working in tandem to create a performance worth remembering. To them, there is no Class A or Class B. They see each and every one of you as a prospective young hero, so we'll draw no distinction between you, either. The students exchanged curious and cautious glances. Aizawa continued, this performance will not only showcase your individual abilities but also demonstrate your ability to work as a team, despite your differences. It's an important opportunity to show how future heroes can collaborate effectively. Vlad took over, his enthusiasm more apparent. We're working on designing something that highlights each of your quirks while working together in harmony. It's going to be crucial that everyone participates and gives their best effort. This is a chance to impress pro heroes and the public alike. Monoma's hand shot up immediately, smoke practically spewing from his ears. Wait. Why should Class B have to share a performance with Class A? We're clearly more talented and interesting to watch than they are. If anything, you're doing them a disservice by putting us next to each other. Monoma, for the love of God, Awase pinched the bridge of his nose while the rest of his class sighed in embarrassment. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, Vlad raised a calming hand. Monoma, this isn't about competition. It's about cooperation and showcasing the unity among future heroes. You will all have your moments to shine, but only if you work together. Monoma huffed, crossing his arms, but didn't comment further. The glare he shot Class A, though, was nothing short of deadly. We've broken you guys into groups based on quirk similarities and performance value. Aizawa gestured toward the screen on the wall behind him and Vlad, which began listing out names. Additionally, each group has been appointed a captain in charge of scheduling team practices and overseeing choreography. Take a moment to find your teammates and gather behind your captains. Jiro hung back a bit as other students closed in on the board. Typically, in a battle drill session, she found herself grouped in a recon or stealth setting. She imagined the breakdown for this performance was similar, so she didn't feel any particular haste to see where they'd placed her. Let other people have a chance to look first, right? Whoa, Nice going, Jiro. Kaminari bounded up to her, beaming with excitement. Nice going. What does that mean? She raised an eyebrow at him. Didn't you see? He waved his finger towards the board. You're a captain. Huh, I'm a what? She physically couldn't stop her feet from scrambling to the front of the crowd, breaking through between Kendo and Tokiyami. Quickly, her eyes scanned the list, her heart dropping when she read the first team comp. They'd put her in charge. Why, hey, look at that. Kendo pointed to Jiro's name and patted her shoulder. Loving all the female captains we've got going on. You excited? Sure, yeah, that sounded convincing. How did this happen? She'd never once, in her entire time at UA, taken on a leadership role with anything other than the band. And that, frankly, was purely out of necessity. What did Aizawa see in her that made him assign her the role of captain? Hey, in the background, Bakugo grinned around at his team. Looks like we're the strongest of the bunch. We're gonna take all you weakling nerds down. What nerds? Todoroki sounded genuinely confused. This is for a show, not a fight, bro. Kirishima rested a hand on Bakugo's shoulder. Be cool, okay. Be cool. How are we gonna show off our skills if we don't fight each other? Bakugo snapped, jerking his arm away. Come on, I'll take on all you Class B losers. Monoma scoffed and fluffed his hair. How typical. Class A can't stand to share the attention and sends their whiny Pomeranian after us to kick and scream about it. I expected nothing less from you, Bakugo. Growling, Bakugo lunged toward him, held back by Sato and Shoji. Wipe that smirk away before I blow your face off, you plot device. Bakugo, that's enough. Aizawa sounded worn out. Vlad made a note to buy the poor guy a drink later. Wrangling Bakugo all the time can't possibly be easy. Let's have some respect for each other. Vlad took over. We're here to work together, not to fight. If we can't get along, then this whole thing will come crashing down. Despite his obvious contempt, Bakugo settled down. Jiro suspected he didn't need another trip to the faculty office on his record. It probably didn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but Bakugo cared more about his transcripts than one would think. Something she learned through playing in a band with him, she thought smugly. Captains, attention please. Aizawa quieted the room down by waving his hand. The order your groups are listed in is the order in which you're going to perform. We have a couple specific ideas in mind, so listen up. Jiro. She straightened her shoulders. Yeah, stealth will be the opener for the whole thing. That means you're going to be starting off the performance, so be sure to come in swinging. We need to grab our audience's attention. Think you can handle that? What was she supposed to say? Yes, I absolutely can handle this insane responsibility you just dumped on me out of nowhere. Oh, you already know she will, teach. Kaminari, seeing Jiro's disdain, slapped an arm around her shoulders. RA band frontwoman's gonna rock this thing. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Don't call me, teach. Jiro barely had time to process being appointed team captain before Aizawa added the pressure of constructing a good opening. The color drained from her face as her team assembled around her. Great, a whole group of people counting on her to pull off something amazing on top of Aizawa's expectations. Her stomach dropped at the realization, she couldn't do this. What was Aizawa thinking? What are you saying? I can't rock this, she hissed to Kaminari. He returned his attention to her. What do you mean? Of course you can. Look at how cool our band is because of you. That's different, man. Her eyes widened. How did he not understand? This is like real life. Our debut. How am I supposed to? Kaminari. Aizawa stared him down threateningly. Please stand with your group and stop interrupting me. Gulping, Kaminari gave Jiro a feeble wave before shuffling off to stand behind Rin. Watching him walk away somehow heightened her anxiety. Her group seemed all fine and good, but Kaminari, him being around just helped. She didn't know how to explain it. Now that groups have been sorted and specifics have been assigned, Jiro perked up at the sound of Aizawa's voice. We're going to give you guys this class block to talk over your quirks and figure out moves or combos you can execute as a group or in duos. After that, you're expected to work out your routines and present what you have in a week's time. Captains, don't let your teams down. The classic yellow sleeping bag already cocooned their teacher's entire body by the time he finished speaking. Jiro held back a sneer. Something told her he wanted as little to do with this as possible. It made sense. Eraserhead had never been one for showmanship. Or getting enough sleep at appropriate times, apparently. So, what's the plan, Jiro? Hagakure gripped her arm excitedly. For the first time since the list went up, Jiro took a good look at her group. All of them certainly fit the stealth bill flawlessly. Not to mention the majority of the group comprised people she already felt close to. People who definitely wouldn't judge her if she made a wrong move. Just relax, she urged herself. She could do this. Don't know yet. Any ideas? Jiro tried to keep her voice steady. Presenting herself as cool, calm, and collected might instill the confidence in her team that, admittedly, this group somewhat lacked. We could, maybe, get some animals to help. Kota suggested hesitantly, holding up his fluffy pet rabbit. When did he get there? It twitched its nose at him, as if offering its silent support. Well, no one hated cute little bunnies. Solid opener. No. Attention-grabbing. Potentially. Animals. In a stealth performance. Kuwaro scoffed, his voice oozing skepticism. That's more of a distraction than a strategy. Damn it, that's a good point. Perhaps we could use darkness to our advantage, Tokiyami offered. I could merge with Dark Shadow and Kuwaro could manipulate the shadows. It needs more to it, of course. Like lights, maybe. Hagakure chimed in. Her suggestion hung awkwardly in the air, prompting her to continue. You know, to highlight the stealthy moves, or something. Jiro bit her lip, her mind racing but coming up blank. Something with darkness and light, maybe. No, wait, start with the animals, that'd be eye-catching, right? Each idea seemed to slip away before she could grasp it, leaving her feeling more and more inadequate. What made this worse was that all the attention stayed glued to her. Her teammates bounced ideas then waited, their expectant eyes on her, except maybe Hagakure's. There was no way to tell if where she looked. The pressure to say something, anything, mounted. Jiro's hands tightened into fists. Come on, think. Why did all this pressure break her down like this? It's just some stupid performance. Stupid and life-changing and career-starting, no biggie, right? She fought herself, knowing she needed to say something. If only her mouth didn't run dry at exactly this moment. Tokiyami seemed to notice her tension. He stepped closer, his deep voice softening just a bit. Jiro, what do you think? You're the one who understands rhythm and flow. Maybe we could build something around that. A good suggestion. Take it and run with it. Stop piddling around. Maybe we can. Jiro's voice wavered, trailing off into an uncertain whisper. The room seemed to grow darker, the shadows deeper, as her confidence slipped further away. Jiro, Iida. Both captains turned to see Vlad beckoning to them. Relief pricked Jiro's chest. An excuse to not be here, not do this, and not have to lead. Maybe Vlad saw her struggling and decided to pull the plug on this before she flopped. Totally fine by her, she thought as she turned back to her teammates. Keep, brainstorming. She stammered, already being carried away by her feet. Before you start working your routines, I have a transition in mind that I'd love for you to work into the fold. Vlad smiled down at them, obviously thrilled to give them this idea. A transition between our sections of the performance. Iida clarified. Vlad snapped his fingers. Precisely. Since speed performs after stealth, you'll need to come up with some sort of segue between your two sets anyway, so it's one seamless performance. It's an ending for the stealth team and an entrance for speed. What do you two think? That sounds great. Less work for her. Jiro mentally high-fived herself. Maybe this ending would even create a foundation she'd have an easy time structuring a routine around. What did you have in mind? Excellent. Vlad turned and surveyed the training gym. I'll just need a couple specific people. Flip. Tokiyami raised an eyebrow at Jiro, who nodded uncertainly. Once Vlad explained the barebone basics of his vision, Jiro's enthusiasm depleted. When he proposed an ending, she thought he meant some sort of ending pose or visual created by their quirks. Something cute and within the realm of their skill set. The feat of athletics Vlad expected from them, however, was not on Jiro's performance bingo card. So why did she tell him yes? Because it meant less work for her. The intimidation of an authority figure barely giving her the option to say no. Because, despite her reservations, the overall effect of the stunt actually did sound kind of cool. Probably all three, realistically. Which is what gave her enough confidence to approach Tokiyami to ask him if he accepted Vlad's handpicking of him. Tokiyami didn't shy away from taking risks as long as he had total control over a situation. It's why he threw himself head-on into moves like Ragnarok or Dark Fallen Angel. The gamble was his and his alone to make in those scenarios. The moment someone else got involved, however, he became harder to convince. Typically, Jiro admired her friend for his selflessness. Right now, however, she needed him on her side. Yeah, her earphone jacks clinked together bashfully. It was Vlad's idea. He thinks it'd be a great transition between our group and Ida's. And he wants me to perform the lift. Tokiyami confirmed, sounding hesitant. That's sort of what he said. He did say Tokiyami would be lifting, though she didn't inquire about details. He thinks you've got the upper body strength and enough control of Dark Shadow that you can pull it off. What do you say? Please say yes. Tokiyami's posture shifted. Who does he expect me to perform this stunt with? Sue. Jiro pointed to their froggy classmate, who stood a few yards away. Iida seemed to be briefing her on the proposed stunt as well, though her face gave no indication as to how she felt. She's the one I'll be throwing into the air. Now Tokiyami seemed startled. Shoot. Jiro couldn't afford to lose his cooperation. She'd already agreed to this. Well, you won't be throwing her. Jiro bit her lip, perplexed. Why don't you both come talk to Vlad and let him explain his vision? We can totally work it out from there, okay. Tokiyami didn't reply, but followed Jiro when she turned. Okay. That's a good sign, at least. He's not completely opposed to it. For now, anyway. Tokiyami. Vlad gave him a broad smile. You and Asui are gonna make this transition work, then. I'll require some briefing on what this stunt entails. Jiro detected the terseness in his tone. But I am willing to participate provided that Asui consents. It sounds like the majority of this hinges on her and she shouldn't be forced to put herself in danger. Vlad scoffed. Oh, there won't be any danger at all. Not if this goes according to plan, anyway. So what is the plan? Suyu came forward to stand beside Tokiyami. Okay, so here's the vision. Vlad outstretched his hands, gesturing to the gym stage. At the back of the stage, we're going to set up a platform. Think of it similarly to a diving board, if you will. At the end of the stealth segment, Asui bounds up to the top in kind of a swirling pattern. While she does that, Dark Shadow will loop around her, sort of in a zigzag fashion. Already sounds complicated, Jiro worried. Her eyes flitted between Tokiyami and Suyu, who, to their credit, appeared to be at least considering Vlad's idea so far. Then, the hard part. Asui, you're going to somersault across the let's call it a diving board for now and power flip off the end. Tokiyami, I want you to engage Dark Fallen Angel and catch her in midair. We can even work in some extra aerial flips if it goes well enough. Vlad's gesture turned into jazz hands above his head, a hopeful gleam in his eye. What do you two think? What? Jiro's jaw practically dropped to the floor. A somersault off a diving board while Tokiyami flies around and, how? Suyu would never agree to that, nor should she have to. Having an ending in mind felt ideal initially, but now that Jiro saw what was at stake, she needed to pull the plug on this before her friends got hurt. Hold on, are they gonna have some sort of safety net? She spoke before thinking. Of course, they'll have Dark Shadow. Vlad's eyes gleamed. Now, it's not going to be easy, of course. The two of you are gonna have to work to perfect this thing. But all that practicing will pay off if you let it. The more he talked, the less convinced Jiro became that he'd thought any of this through. Mr. Vlad, I don't know that this is a suitable use of our classmates' abilities. Iida backed her up. I understand showmanship, but I think we can do it. Suyu cut him off, keeping her tone level. Tokiyami looked to her, his expression unreadable. You really think so, Asui? Well, we'd have to practice it. Suyu conceded. If that's not something you're up for, we can. Oh, no, that's no trouble at all. Tokiyami met her eye. I just worry for your safety in this scenario. Suyu offered him a gentle smile. Don't worry about me, Tokiyami. I'll be fine. We can do this. Are you too sure about this? Iida looked back and forth between them. You don't have to endanger yourselves if you don't want to. Your safety is top priority. Suyu patted Iida's shoulder. I appreciate the concern, Iida. But I feel perfectly safe with Tokiyami and Dark Shadow behind me. There's no need to worry. Right, Tokiyami. After a moment of consideration, Jiro saw Tokiyami's muscles relax. Right, he turned to Vlad. Then it appears we're in agreement. Fantastic. Vlad clapped his hands, beckoning them over to the stage. Let's get you both started on this, then. Captains, report back to your teams and create your demonstrations with these two in mind. Thanks for all your help. Right. Iida practically saluted Vlad before turning and marching back to his group. Sure thing. Jiro, much more casual in approach, spun on her heel over to Hagakure and Kuwaro. Jiro. Hagakure bounded up to her excitedly. Oh my gosh, I just had the best idea and I think we've got it all figured out. Want to hear it? How? Jiro only left them alone for 5 minutes. Sure. Jiro's gaze slid past them, realizing she was down a team member. Wait, where's Kota? Okay, so hear me out. Hagakure pointedly ignored the question, immediately raising Jiro's concern. What if Kota gets a flock of birds to fly us around the ballroom for our opener? Oh, no more aerial stunts. My suggestion is more along the lines of an exotic cat. Kuwaro's devilish grin grew wider as he watched Jiro, obviously gauging her reaction. Preferably a jaguar. Thoughts? Bring back the aerials. XX. Mina curled up her knees to rest her feet on the couch cushion. Hiroshima sat underneath her, his fingers absent-mindedly draped across her hip. Beside them, Ciro stared at the TV while Kaminari parked himself on the floor next to Mineta, both of them watching TikToks on Mineta's phone. Shoji and Jiro occupied the other couch, an earbud hanging from one of Shoji's ears while Jiro scrolled through her phone. Grinning, Mina nuzzled Kirishima's neck. After a long day of training, it felt heavenly to kick back and cuddle up next to her favorite person. He obliged in her antics, leaning over and giving her forehead a small kiss. She giggled, a little flustered, and his heart melted at the sound. God, you're the cutest. He gushed, absent-mindedly pressing a few kisses across her face. Ew. Ciro threw a chip at them. Stop being gross. Mina grabbed the chip and tossed it back, sticking out her tongue. Stop being jealous. Yeah, Hiroshima mirrored her reaction with his tongue. Leave them alone, Ciro. Mineta didn't pull his eyes from his phone. After this whole Gala shebang passes, all of us will have landed cuties of our own. How do you figure that? Ciro's curiosity piqued. Easy. Mineta finally set down his phone and turned to face them, a sudden determination shifting his demeanor. This merger with Class B. Our class only has 3 options, but Class B has a ton more, and only Kendo's taken over there. It took a moment, but once he pieced together Mineta's plan, Kaminari's face brightened. Hey, wait, he's actually got a point. I never thought of it like that. Impressed. Ciro stroked his chin. You think we actually stand a chance, though? Mineta snorted. You're joking, right? Our competition is like Monoma and that one guy who spits glue. I think I like my odds. Obviously, Mineta didn't account for the entire scope of Class B. That being said, his realization that their pool of available prospects had more than doubled washed a wave of relief over Kaminari. Suddenly, the crazy urgency he'd been feeling mellowed out. They no longer had to focus on the same 3 girls, Mineta's attention could be directed elsewhere. Somehow, that comforted him. You said it, man. Kaminari excitedly agreed. Okay, so who's going for who? Mineta pulled up the notes app on his phone. I'm calling Tsunotori, just so we're clear. Tsunotori. Ciro frowned. I've never even seen you talk to her. Yeah, But she's easy. Mineta grinned deviously. Word on the street is she's been passed around by 3 different guys in Class B and 4 in the support course. With a track record like that, I could have her bagged by lunch tomorrow. Kaminari's eyebrows shot up. Damn, 7 guys. She going for some kind of record? If she is, I'll help her make it. Mineta drooled, likely involuntarily. Across the room, Mina and Jiro exchanged uncomfortable glances. Shoji noticed and rested a hand on Jiro's shoulder, silently asking if she wanted him to intervene. Once she understood, she acknowledged him with a shake of her head. Whatever Mineta said, the argument usually didn't end up being worth it. I'm stuck between Shiozaki and Kodai. Kaminari mused with a smile. I mean, Shiozaki's gorgeous, but Kodai's got that mysterious thing going on. Can't figure out what I'm in the mood for, I guess. In the mood for? Anger burned through Mina all of a sudden. Why are you talking about these girls like they're candy bars or something? Whoa, relax, Mina. Shiro held up a hand, sensing the heat behind her words. We just gotta weigh our options, is all. Now that we have a bigger pool of girls, we need to make sure we call dibs on the right one. Dude, Jiro crossed her arms. You call dibs on a car seat, not on women. Mineta rolled his eyes. See, this is why we wait and have these conversations when there's no girls around. They just don't get it. Right, Kirishima. The redhead jumped. His eyes darted between Mineta and Mina, both of whom watched him expectantly. Oh, yeah, totally. Mina raised an eyebrow at him. But also, he sputtered quickly. Girls are really smart and should always be allowed to add to the conversation. Right, babe. Shaking her head, Mina kissed his temple. Close enough, sweetie. Whipped, Mineta muttered, earning him a glare from Mina. Jiro wanted to argue that no, Kirishima didn't get close to any kind of actual argument, but she let it go. Any point she ended up making would fall on deaf ears. At least, as long as Mineta was involved. Best to just leave these guys to their nonsense. Hey, Shoji held out an earbud. In case you need something else to listen to. Gratefully, Jiro accepted. Moments later, the helicopters blasted in her left ear. Shoji nodded along to the beat through the other side, prompting Jiro to start drumming on her knees. Which song is this? She leaned over to peep at Shoji's phone. Hopeless Case. He held up the screen showing the full song title. How do you like it? It reminds me of the other one you showed me. She kept drumming as she talked. I'm digging their style. Yeah, I've been a fan since I was a kid. He tapped his foot. You can pick the next song, if you want. At that, Jiro perked up. Really? There's one I've been dying to show you guys. I just found it last night and I've got it on loop. Of course. He passed her the phone. Have at it. From the other couch, Kaminari eyed the pair warily. Jiro never got that excited when he showed her new music. Did Shoji have better taste than him? What were they listening to, anyway? After a minute, he caught himself, redirecting his gaze to Mineta's phone. He didn't want to draw any attention to either the two of them nor his staring at them. Shiro, however, had no qualms about noticing them and quickly picked up on the energy. Whoa, he nudged Mineta with his foot. So like, the two of them. Mineta barely glanced at Shoji and Jiro before returning to his phone. They can have each other. It's not like anybody else wants them. Dude, harsh. Kaminari's eyes widened. Harsh, but true. Mineta didn't miss a beat, continuing his phone list. So Kaminari, Shiozaki or Kodai. Something totally sapped Kaminari's energy the second he faced the decision. However, he knew that if he didn't play along, he could end up dateless at the gala. Somehow, that stressed him out more than debuting. Shiozaki. He finalized at random. I figured. Mineta marked it down on his list. Good luck getting laid with that one, dude. Forget about that. How do you even plan to score a date with her? Shiro cocked an eyebrow doubtfully. Kaminari leaned back, using his arms as a pillow. With hard work, my man. He affirmed toward the ceiling. XX. How to put this together, Laptop open, tea brewed, pastry heated. Throughout the common area, different sets of people chatted, lounged, or studied, generally winding down before lights out. Yaoyorozu secluded herself to a couch off to the side, not wanting to disturb anyone with her brainstorming. Currently, she stared at the blank screen before her, biting her lip in thought. A lot of ideas popped into her mind. Fortunately, the difficulty lay in narrowing down which ones actually stood a chance of success. So far, she'd noted that all of their powers lent themselves well to each other. If Todoroki unleashed an ice wall, or a sheet of ice across the floor, they could build a routine around it. Great idea, in theory, but what kind of cleanup would that require? They needed to account for everyone else in their group, not to mention the remainder of their classmates coming after their segment. Covering the stage in ice and forcing everyone else to navigate it didn't sound particularly fair. A pop-up news notification distracted her. Most people scrolled past. Breaking news, headlines if it didn't pertain to some sort of celebrity, but Yaoyorozu liked to remain in the loop about everything happening in the current world. Breaking. Watanabe Agency heir reported missing. Musudafu, Japan, in a chilling and perplexing incident that has left authorities baffled, the Watanabe Agency, well known for signing pro-hero Thunderstrike, has reported the disappearance of its heir, Ryo Watanabe, the 21-year-old son of the aforementioned hero and his wife, pro-hero Eclipse. Ryo Watanabe, who had been training to follow in his father's heroic footsteps, was last seen at his family's private training gym late Tuesday evening. Sources close to the family confirmed that Ryo was alone at the facility, located in the basement of Thunderstrike's agency headquarters, when he seemingly vanished without a trace. "We are devastated and extremely worried," comments Umi Kamatsu, the head of publicity at the Watanabe Agency. Ryo is a promising young man with a bright future ahead of him, and his sudden disappearance has left us all in a state of shock. Security footage from the gym reportedly shows Ryo engaged in a rigorous training session late into the night. However, the video cuts off abruptly around 11:45 p.m., leaving a crucial gap in the timeline. "How are you doing?" Todoroki woke her from her reading. Immediately, she changed tabs, returning to her planning document. The homework she was supposed to be completing, rather than letting herself get sidetracked by news articles. Honestly, where did she let her mind go? Oh, she gave a small smile. "I'm all right, just trying to piece together everyone's quirks. I know we talked about a few things today during class, but I'm not sure we got a lot done." Todoroki recalled their brainstorming session from earlier. In truth, he thought their class to be quite productive in the sense that he learned a lot about their group's quirks. Knowing everyone's powers was one thing, though. Fitting them together in a performance setting might be more challenging. He tilted his head. "May I see what you have so far?" Nodding, she angled her laptop towards him. Settling beside her, he craned his neck to view her screen. "It's not much, I only just started workshopping things." She tucked her hair behind her ear, slightly embarrassed at the lack of words in the document. "No, I think what you have is great." Todoroki skimmed it over again. "I don't see anyone else doing any planning." "Well, I don't necessarily blame them." Yaoyorozu sighed. "I'm having a lot of trouble, to be honest." "You always say that." He let out a small chuckle. I know." She grinned and pressed her fingers to her temples. "I just have to make sure I think things through. I don't want to risk failure at anything." "I've yet to see you truly fail at something, Yaomomo." Instinctively, she bit her lip. Really?" He nodded. "Who are you stuck on? Maybe I can help." "Honestly." She shifted slightly. I know your ice wall is your signature move, and I want to use that. I can use fire, too." Todoroki assured her. "You don't have to push for that, if it's too difficult." Oh, she pondered this. Truthfully, it didn't sound like fire would fare any better if they left it uncontained. Wait, contained. All at once, an idea clicked in her head. That's a good way to work in Saburaba's quirk. She realized as she said it. "Todoroki, you're a genius." Todoroki blinked. "My intelligence tests are only a little above average. No, I mean, you gave me a great idea, is all." Todoroki had never been one for idioms, which amused Yaoyorozu. "Oh, at that," he smiled. "Well, you're a million times smarter than I am." I'm sure you would have come up with something just as good, if not better. She wanted to respond, but she'd already become too focused on plunking out a plan. That could work. Her fingers suddenly began flying across the keyboard. If Saburaba could contain the flames, maybe we could create some sort of, I don't know, display, maybe. What if? Fireworks. Yaoyorozu stared at him. What do you mean? It starts with you. He sat facing toward her. You create fireworks out of nothing. I light them up and Saburaba traps them. That way, the fire's contained. Immediately, she returned to her screen, ferociously continuing her typing. That's a great start, but what about the rest of the team? We've got to work Awase and Kodai in, too. Todoroki skimmed over what Yaoyorozu had so far while he thought. I think I might have some solutions. Sorry, are you okay with me helping out here? I don't want to overstep, you're the captain. Bashfully, she adjusted her laptop so both of them could look at it more comfortably. Could I actually trouble you for your thoughts? I haven't gotten anywhere with this until you sat down. That wouldn't be any trouble at all. Todoroki scooted toward her, unaware of how close he had to get to see the screen until his shoulder brushed against hers. He didn't want to jerk away from her somehow. That felt rude, but the proximity did make him feel warm, even on his left side. Clearing his throat, he pushed the sensation aside, focusing solely on the task at hand. He didn't notice the blush creeping up her neck, too. XX. Okay. Yaoyorozu sighed, typing out Saburaba's name with drooping eyelids. That took way longer than anticipated. 2.5 hours, to be exact. She'd had absolutely no intention of keeping Todoroki that long. Throughout the session, she apologized several times, offering to finish everything off by herself if he got too tired. He never took her up on that, though. In fact, he seemed a tad more enthusiastic than she was by the end. Well, there were a lot of logistics to work through. Todoroki replied, seemingly unfazed. That's true. She reached over and squeezed his hand. I can't thank you enough for helping me. Honestly, I don't think I ever would have accomplished anything without your assistance. Every time he helped her, she insisted things never got done without him. And every single time, she got it wrong. His input didn't matter more than anyone else's. In fact, he could name several people in their class she'd get significantly smarter insight from. Yet without fail, the praise always made his heart skip a beat. Don't sell yourself short. He turned to face her. You did the bulk of the work. I just helped with a few things, is all. Still couldn't have done it without you. She met his eye. Thank you, Todoroki. You're amazing. Her hand stayed resting in his palm for a second. Between that and the way her face lit up when the work got finished, Todoroki stiffened, suddenly short-circuiting. The conversation from the previous night about calling dibs on girls flashed through his mind. Ridiculous as that sounded, Mineta had a point about options being limited for the guys. That meant a beauty like Yaoyorozu would definitely land a date in a week, tops. Should he just go for it, then? How? What was he supposed to say? Yaoyorozu, he swallowed the weird lump in his throat. Her eyes gleamed up at him. Yes, Todoroki. About the, Gala. BZZT. BZZT. Yaoyorozu's eyes shifted to the coffee table where both of their phones rested. Todoroki's buzzed brightly, Endeavor's hero name displayed across the caller ID. Oh, it's your, Todoroki's face soured. It's him, isn't it? Quote. You mean your dad? Yeah, it is. Clenching his jaw, he pulled his hand away from hers and rejected the call without even looking at his screen. His phone stayed grasped tightly in his hand, so much so that Yaoyorozu briefly worried about it breaking. Is everything okay? It's fine. He cut her off bluntly. I'm, gonna head out, if we're all done here. Of course. Yaoyorozu shut her laptop. Yeah, no worries. Thanks again, Todoroki. No problem. Without a final look or any sort of acknowledgement, he strode away. Yaoyorozu felt slightly stung watching him go, even though she wasn't particularly surprised. Todoroki had always been brooding, especially when it came to his dad. Part of her wanted to ask what exactly the issue was there. Her logical side knew better than to do that, though. If Todoroki felt like opening up to her, she'd hear him. Otherwise, she respected his privacy. More than anything, she just wanted to make sure that he was okay. Such a drastic, sudden mood shift, rejecting a call, and shutting her out all indicated that he might not be. She refocused on her belongings. Whatever Todoroki dealt with in his personal life wasn't any of her business. He'd helped her create some sort of rough draft, at least. Now they had something to present their teachers for the gala performance. That was most important, not internal feelings or family struggles. Or the nagging desire to be asked to the gala. Call her crazy, but it did feel like Todoroki had been about to. Right, maybe she just imagined that. She shook herself into believing. Someone strong and capable like him could get absolutely any girl he wanted. What business did he have asking her out? XX. Todoroki nearly melted his phone. He gripped it so harshly. Why did that bastard keep calling him? What could he possibly want now? Would Fuyumi or Natsuo have some idea, or was this one of Endeavor's attempts at bonding with him specifically? Questions swirled through his mind every step of his storm down the hall to his room. A vibration sounded in his hand once he stepped through his bedroom door. He paused, knowing what waited for him in his messages. The answer to all these buzzing inquiries. Some sort of snapshot as to why his old man suddenly wanted his attention again. Part of him didn't want to know. However, he figured a response might keep his father at bay, if only for a little while. Irritated, he closed his door behind him and took a deep breath before opening up his inbox. Endeavor. Shoto, I'd like to discuss logistics for the Heroes Gala. Call me back when you get a chance. Of course, no doubt this had to do with his father's glorious reputation. Mingle with this person, converse about this, uphold the family name. Not that Endeavor needed to worry too much about impressing anybody. To this day, he clutched the title of the #1 hero across all the charts. He didn't need anyone else to get ahead. But the better his children behaved, the better he looked as a father. Since everything with Dabi had been revealed, the #1 hero spent years attempting to recover. Salvaging his reputation pushed him to work overtime, saving every single solitary person possible. This not only left little time for him to reconcile with his children, it put a strain on Todoroki's perspective of him. His actions were heroic, sure, but only for show. The few times he managed to be at home, he remained distant. Maybe that was an improvement over his hair-trigger temper. Absolutely not enough to prove himself as a father, though. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Not to him or any of his siblings. That's where Endeavor's concern lies, in truth. His precious heroic image being preserved by his up-and-coming hero graduate son. Showing everyone how much he'd changed, and put effort into parenting. Look, he'd done such a great job, his own son wanted to become a hero like him. Whatever Todoroki did outside of that, Endeavor didn't seem to care less. The quirk performance he'd actually grown a little excited about wouldn't even be on his radar aside from seeing it as a chance for Todoroki to show off his perfect quirk. Not to mention the fact that Todoroki had been a breath away from asking Yaoyorozu to be his date. Yaoyorozu. He'd left things on such a rude note, he realized with a jolt. His anger at his father clouded the moment he'd been in the middle of with her, ruining it entirely. Cursing himself, he flung his phone onto his bed. Why did his dad have to mess everything up, even without trying? Then again, maybe it was for the best. Yaoyorozu deserved a night of fun and dancing, be it with her friends or a good guy, which she'd no doubt find. If she wound up stuck with him, she'd be forced to endure Endeavor breathing down both their necks all night, spoiling any date Todoroki tried to engage with. Not being able to ask her turned out to be a blessing in disguise, in some sick way. Still, it stung him. He'd try and apologize at training tomorrow, he decided. Or maybe send her a text. That'd make his apology immediate, at least. Wait, what time was it? He didn't want to wake her up with a notification. She had such a busy schedule, she needed as much rest as possible. Apologizing in person meant more to people, anyway. Something about being face-to-face made things more heartfelt. Not that this needed to be an overly heartfelt apology, just Why was he thinking this much? XX. And I feel so. Kaminari paused. His hand hovered above the door, poised to knock. Jiro's voice floated through the walls, blessing his ears with the echoes of her singing. An involuntary smile curved his lips. She'd shut him down if he tried to tell her, but he absolutely loved her voice. You on my mind. I hate this. No, it's good. Without a single thought, Kaminari grabbed the doorknob and burst into the room. Jiro shrieked, scrambling to compile the clutter of sheet music spread out on the floor around her. What the hell do you think you're doing? She stomped to her feet. Whoa. Kaminari held up his hands in surrender. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. I was just listening at the door and you sounded good and You were spying on me. Jiro's eyes narrowed into a menacing glare. Kaminari gulped. Well, when you put it that way, it makes me sound creepy. Does listening at someone's door fall into any category other than creepy? Look, it was an accident. Kaminari backed toward the doorway. I came here to talk to you and I was about to knock and I heard. Just a little bit, I swear. All at once, Jiro's furious glare melted into widened, fearful eyes. What did you hear? She asked slowly. I don't know, something about feelings. That's it. Kaminari didn't have it in him to lie. Not to her, at least. Too much stammering and blushing always gave him away, and he knew it. If he'd heard anything else, he would say so. Jiro's shoulders relaxed, finally deflating her anger and panic. Sorry. Her gaze shifted to the floor, a mixture of relief and embarrassment swirling in her chest. It's just, you know how protective I am of my music. Now that the tension had disappeared, Kaminari's broad grin returned. I'll say, what do you think I'm gonna do, eat it? Sneering, Jiro shook her head. It's not you. My original work just feels so, I can't explain it, because I love it, it's just, I don't know how I could possibly put it in front of people, you know. Why? He cocked his head. You're so talented, I can't imagine anything you write could be bad. Pink tinged her cheeks. That's sweet, but being an artist takes a lot more than raw talent. But your talent is super not raw, dog. Kaminari leaned against the doorframe. It's like, mad broiled. At that, Jiro couldn't help but let out a snorted laugh. Okay, give me your phone so I can uninstall TikTok, what was any of that? Actually, you can thank Mina for that one. Kaminari pointed at her with finger guns. I won't. Jiro rolled her eyes and grinned. But what did you want to talk to me about? So many things rushed through Kaminari's mind when she asked. Initially, he'd come to ask her why she seemed so afraid of being a team captain. Now that the subject of music had entered the chat, though, he found himself wanting to talk about her latest songs. Something about the Gala nagged at him, too, but that didn't feel like it would be a super fleshed out conversation. No matter what, he wanted to talk to her. That was all he knew. Well, earlier today, he cleared his throat. You seemed, anxious. And, you know, Tokiyami might have mentioned you were acting a little, not yourself. I just wanted to make sure everything was okay. Oh, Jiro settled down onto her bed, her mind rehashing the fears she'd been dealing with earlier. Yeah, everything's fine. Just super stressed about, you know, not letting my team down. Gotta be the fearless leader. Kaminari didn't hesitate to plop down beside her. Yeah, but come on, you can do that in your sleep. Choreograph a whole performance segment and take all the responsibility to make sure everyone can do their part. Jiro shook her head. No way, dude, I'm surprised Aizawa has any faith in me. What makes you say that? Kaminari wrinkled his brow in confusion. That literally sounds like band practice. And you were great at that. We'd never sound as good as we do if you weren't around whipping us into shape. Much as she hated to admit it, Kaminari did have a bit of a point. True, quirk demonstrations and band performances weren't exactly interchangeable, but it's not like she didn't have some experience wrangling her classmates on stage. And hey, you know it's not easy to get Bakugo to do something. Kaminari pointed out, him listening to you is pretty crazy, not gonna lie. Like, did you drug him or something? What's the secret there? Finally, she laughed, a small chuckle, but the smile returned to her face. Satisfied, Kaminari sat forward, nudging her. "Jiro, I know you." His tone shifted slightly, with just a touch of seriousness. "You always doubt yourself right before you do something amazing. Have you noticed that?" She frowned. "What do you mean?" "Well, just everything." He gestured around her room. "Every time we get up on stage, you're a nervous wreck in the wings. All the practicals we've taken over the years and you're always psyching yourself out, like you're so panicked something's gonna go wrong and then, you pass. You kill it every single time." Scooting closer, he slung an arm around her shoulders, ignoring her jolt of surprise. "Imagine the stuff you could do if you stopping yourself. You're already incredible, you don't need the doubt." Swallowing her embarrassment and praying her blush wasn't obvious, she looked up at him. "Do you really think that?" "Duh." He reached up and ruffled her hair. "I know that. Why would I be saying it if I didn't believe it, huh?" Relief washed through Jiro as she playfully pushed him off of her. Something about the self-doubt talk got too intense for her, and it felt nice to return to goofing off. "I don't know, man, you talk about a lot of things you know nothing about." "Hey, what do you mean by that?" He narrowed his eyes. Shaking her head, Jiro fluffed his hair similarly to how he'd messed with hers earlier. "Nothing, dude." Desperate for a subject change, she reached for her phone. "Hey, wanna hear a song I just found? I think it's one of my new favorites." Kaminari nodded enthusiastically. "Hell yeah, lay it on me." XX. Caution tape covered the area from top to bottom, and still these pesky reporters found a way to push themselves in. Tsukauchi withheld an irritated sigh. No matter how many pros he worked with, he'd never get used to all the paparazzi. Nor did he want to, frankly. Something about their job struck him as grossly inhumane. A young man possibly being kidnapped is the last situation that should involve a horde of cameras, especially when his horrified father sat right inside. "Don't accept any calls. Mr. Watanabe is not taking questions at this time." One of Thunderstrike's interns pressed a silver phone against her ear, pacing back and forth purposefully. Despite the circumstances, her tone remained businesslike and professional, albeit clearly cold. Of course, her sternness did nothing to deter the mob of journalists outside waving their microphones at anyone who happened by. Since Tsukauchi's arrival, the mass nearly doubled in size and even a couple of news outlets streamed their report live from the scene. The officers not investigating inside the building took over crowd control, essentially becoming human caution tape in an attempt to keep people from pushing past them and breaking through the glass doors. So far, they'd succeeded in keeping everyone at bay. Tsukauchi worried, though, if this went on into the night, the situation had a lot of reason to turn unsafe quickly. Shaking his head, he rested a hand on Thunderstrike's shoulder. "Mr. Watanabe, I don't know if this is the best place for you right now." He kept his voice as quiet as possible. "Is there a back exit or somewhere you can?" "No." The pro, dressed in a disheveled button-down and jeans, jumped to his feet. His imposing frame towered over Tsukauchi, causing him to take an involuntary step back. "I don't care how many people corral outside, I'm not leaving until we figure out what happened to my son." The surrounding officers kept their focus on their jobs, though a few exchanged surprised or concerned glances. Tsukauchi exhaled dejectedly. "That's not going to happen overnight, sir." He kept his tone unwavering. "You know that. You've seen this before." "No, I haven't. I've never seen my son go missing in the blink of an eye." Thunderstrike's entire face puffed up, drenched and swollen from the painful sobbing he'd sustained since his arrival, probably even before then. "Stop acting like this is a routine case. My son could have been murdered." "We don't know that." Tsukauchi raised his hands, somewhat in surrender to Thunderstrike. "The reports so far don't have much." "I don't give a damn." His voice broke, raw and hoarse with emotion. "They're wrong. They're all wrong." Squeezing his fists in his dark blonde hair, he dropped back down onto the bench, a few guttural sobs ripping from his throat. Tsukauchi tried not to let emotions sway him. No matter how upset anybody grew, he had a job to do, and crying didn't make it any easier. He'd seen his fair share of hysterical relatives grieving loved ones, insisting the situation couldn't possibly be what it seemed, urging him to dig deeper. Thunderstrike, however, wasn't just some relative they'd called in. Besides being Ryo's father, he'd been a colleague and confidant for the police for several years. Tsukauchi never knew him to break down or cry over anything. In fact, he'd always stood tall in the face of danger. Watching him lose it like this disturbed Tsukauchi. "I'll see what I can do, sir." Solemnly, he patted Thunderstrike's tool. "Take care of yourself. And give your wife a call, I'm sure she's worried sick." Down in the basement, the same general scene awaited him. Tape, muttering officers, detectives rummaging around. Nothing new. That is, until one of the junior detectives tapped Tamakawa and pointed out Tsukauchi's presence. Quickly, the cat officer scurried to him, a Ziploc bag in his hands. "Sir." He extended the bag toward Tsukauchi. Detective Kato found this stuck in the walking track. A shard of pink glimmered against the light of the gym. Tsukauchi took the bag and inspected the piece closer. Definitely glass, stained pink, and slightly fused like rubber on one end. Panic struck his chest. No, this couldn't be right. Without giving it too much thought, he whipped out his pocketknife. Sliced it across the tip of his index finger, making sure to drip just a little of his blood onto the blade. His fingers felt numb breaking the strip of glass, but he persisted, dipping the corner he'd taken off into the blood. The shard instantly broke down, drooping like the rubber-looking end, parts of it dissolving entirely. He'd left enough of it to still constitute evidence. He just needed a sliver to conduct this test, which confirmed his fears. "How did a shard of erythroglass get in here?" "I did it." Electra's amber eyes glared up at her companion. "I've done what you asked. And then did it again. And I'll do it a third time. Have I proven that much?" Mirror met her intensity. "You were sloppy. Do you have any idea what this may cost us?" "Not nearly as much as it would if you lose me now." Desperation fueled Electra's outburst, pushing her to her feet. "A fragment is a microscopic price to pay considering what we've accomplished so far. And if you have any intentions of seeing this through all the way, you need me. You know you do." In heels, Mirror stood a good 6 feet tall, Electra's eye level only meeting her shoulder. Height was intimidating, and Electra knew it. Being petite meant you needed to be big in other ways. Corralling men didn't challenge her that much. In fact, manipulating them became somewhat of a pastime for Electra. But one thing she'd learned in her time is anyone will listen if you're loud enough. Loud and commanding weren't interchangeable, but volume caught attention. It conveyed your point. Sometimes, it subdued people who mistook it for confidence. Mirror wasn't that stupid. Quit with the theatrics. She leaned forward, lowering her gaze to match Electra's. "You're on thin ice. But I'll overlook this for now. Get me where I need to be, and we won't have any more problems." "Understood." Unblinking, Electra nodded. "All right, today, we're gonna make some headway and get some dates." Mineta rubbed his hands together with a determined expression. "You with me, guys?" "Hell yeah." Kaminari cheered through a mouthful of egg. "So, what's the plan?" Shiro asked excitedly. Jiro let out a small snort. She didn't mean to eavesdrop, but since everyone at the breakfast table sat in earshot of them, she also didn't feel the need to be discreet. This caught Mineta's attention, who narrowed his eyes at her. "What are you laughing at, huh?" he pressed indignantly. "Well, how do you expect to make any headway without a plan?" Jiro kept her focus on her food. "Yeah, that's like, priority number one." Hagakure chimed in. "I didn't say we didn't have a plan." Mineta snapped defensively. "Well, do we?" Shiro raised an eyebrow. "Yeah." Awkwardly, Mineta scanned the table, taking note of all the girls sitting near them. "We're just, not gonna talk about it in front of the girls. You know, so they don't go gossiping to their friends or something." That's why." Jiro mumbled sarcastically, making Mina and Hagakure giggle. Mineta seemed to be on one today, once again casting Jiro a look of anger. "At least we have prospects, earphone jack. When's the last time anybody asked you out, huh?" "Hey, lay off, you sticky little grape, it's not like anyone's ever asked you out, either." Hagakure snapped. Ojiro inconspicuously slid an arm around her waist to calm her down. Unbothered, Jiro took another bite of rice. Unlike you, Mineta, I have better things to do than worry about getting a date. Yeah, right, Mineta crossed his arms. You're just saying that because you know no guy would pick you over any of the other girls. Hey, man, that's enough. Kaminari cut in. You don't need to go there. Dude, this isn't personal. Yeah, seriously, chill out, bro. Zero backed him up, washing relief through Kaminari. Whatever, Mineta conceded, respecting the words of his bros. Kaminari guessed. I'm gonna go get ready. You guys meet up with me when you're done here. While he made himself scarce, Jiro remained nonchalant, continuing to eat with a blank expression. Jiro, Yaoyorozu nudged her gently. That wasn't the kindest comment. Are you alright? Jiro lowered her chopsticks and shrugged. Oh, I'm fine. It's not like I care what he thinks. Besides, I'm not here to get a boyfriend or anything. I'm here to become a hero. Kaminari listened to her, a content smile pulling at his lips. It made him happy knowing Mineta's words didn't faze her. He certainly would have been torn up if someone directed a remark like that at him. Speaking of which, who's excited for performance practice later? Hagakure squealed. Training officially screeched to a halt once the gala was announced. Now, all time blocks were devoted to brainstorming, choreographing, and practicing. Today's afternoon saw a split up amongst the students, every group assigned to different locations to work on their segments. It's going to be interesting seeing what all the different groups come up with. Ojiro responded to her. Have you guys got anything for your segments so far? Todoroki and I devised a plan last night that I think is the most optimal for our team members. Yaoyorozu pulled her notebook from her bag. I've been making some notes and tweaks on it, but for the most part, everything's worked out with my team. I just need to teach it to them. Whoa, that looks intense. Hagakure leaned forward slightly. How do you plan to choreograph it? Not sure, Yaoyorozu admitted. I'm hoping to pick Todoroki's brain about that before this afternoon. Mina tilted her head. Is he like your co-captain or something? It did appear that way, didn't it? Never mind the fact that the two of them hadn't spoken since the night before. Yaoyorozu briefly recalled his abrupt exit from their planning session, suddenly feeling self-conscious about asking anything else of him. Well, not exactly. He's just really smart and helpful, and ooh. Someone's getting flustered. Mina's face broke into a mischievous grin. Why so embarrassed, Yaomomo? Yaoyorozu's face flushed. Well, it's just, last night, Wait, did something happen? Hagakure slammed her elbows on the table, seeming to be leaning forward all the way. No way, are my dreams finally coming true? Dreams. Yaoyorozu's nervousness melted into confusion. What are you talking about? Across from her, Mina covered her mouth in a giggle echoed by Hagakure. Even Jiro suppressed a grin, Yaoyorozu briefly noticed. The only other person who looked lost was Ojiro, who gave Yaoyorozu a shrug. Everyone, it is now 8:15 a.m. Breakfast dishes should be cleared and all schoolwork should be completed. Please report to the classroom immediately. Ida's commanding tone blared throughout the room. Today, he'd clearly pressed an iron over every inch of his school uniform, crisping the edges and flattening any wrinkles. Not a hair on his head stuck out of place, his shoes gleamed with fresh polish, even his glasses practically sparkled in the morning sunlight. Geez, what's with him? Zero muttered, gulping down his last bite. Don't know, he looks sharp as heck, though. If only he'd dropped the military act. Kaminari said to no one in particular. Maybe he just really wants us to get to class on time. Jiro noted, falling in step with Kaminari towards the kitchen. That's not super out of the ordinary. Kaminari sneered. He's always been a stickler, Jiro. This is different, don't you think? Jiro slid her plate into the sink with a shrug. I don't know, maybe a little, but I'm not the best person to ask. That was true, Kaminari conceded. Shouldering his bag, he followed her out the doors of Heights Alliance. So hey, after last night, you think you're ready for practice today? Jiro's demeanor brightened, her face lighting up at the mention of it. Yeah, actually, after you left, I thought about how you compared me being frontwoman of the band to me being a captain and, well, I mean, it's not totally fleshed out but, I think I've got something. Really? Sharing in her excitement, Kaminari beamed. I knew it. What did you come up with? At that, Jiro held up a finger and shook her head. I can't have you poaching my genius ideas. You'll have to wait until the gala to see. What? His expression melted from happy to mockingly outraged. Chuckling, Jiro nudged his arm. I'm just teasing you, you goof. But seriously, I think I want to gather my thoughts and structure this a little bit more before I talk about it with somebody. That's cool, dude. Kaminari patted her head, emphasizing how much taller than her he'd grown over the past couple years. I'm just glad you got your spark back. I was worried I'd have to electrocute you or something. Hey, she knocked his hand away. You electrocute me and I'll zap you, don't test me. He knew she would, but teasing her was still fun regardless. Deku pressed his lips into Uraraka's neck, eliciting a small yelp from her. Once she settled into the sensation, she giggled, prompting him to plant more little pecks across her jaw. She'd fallen asleep in nothing but his t-shirt the night before, a sight he absolutely adored waking up to. Pair that with her messy hair and sleepy eyes and he crumbled, helpless to do anything but kiss her. You're so beautiful, Ochako. He whispered sweetly. She rolled over and slung her leg around his waist, drawing him closer. Can we just stay like this for the rest of the day? His arms tightened around her waist. I'd love to. Aizawa would totally expel us if we missed gala practice, though. Don't care. Uraraka's fingers tangled themselves in his hair. 5 more minutes. Screw my career. Deku snorted against her shoulder. Your priorities are so messed up. So's my hair. Grinning, she kissed the top of his head. What's your point? He adjusted his chin to turn and look at her. She stared back at him, those big, brown eyes drooping ever so slightly, and his heart melted. Unable to resist, he leaned down and brushed their lips together. She kissed him back, bringing her hand up to his jaw. Briefly, he wondered if it really would be so bad to miss just one day of school. BZZT. BZZT. Startled, the two jumped apart, Deku's phone interrupting their moment. Though a bit disgruntled, he grabbed it from Uraraka's nightstand, wondering who the heck possibly needed to talk to him this early in the morning. Iida, he frowned at the caller ID. What does he want? Answer it. Uraraka nodded at him encouragingly. Hey, Iida. He cleared his throat. What's? Do you have any idea what time it is? Iida's voice pierced through the phone loud enough that Uraraka jumped back. I've knocked on your door 3 different times with no answer. If you're not downstairs in 15 minutes, you'll officially be late to homeroom. Oh, crap, I'm sorry, Iida. Instinctively, Deku leapt out of bed. I'm just, I went to training a little early and I lost track of time. As Uraraka with you. Both of them froze. She hasn't been downstairs either, and she won't even answer her phone. What on earth is going on here? Suddenly, Deku felt as if he were being scolded by the father he didn't have. In the background, Uraraka flipped open her phone, showing her parents hadn't paid for more minutes yet. Deku made a mental note to buy her a phone from this decade for whatever the next holiday turned out to be and switched back to his conversation. I don't think her phone, works right now. On the other end, he heard Iida sigh impatiently through his nose. Funny, he'd never been the target of his friend's irritation before. It felt disconcerting. Both of you had better be in class at 8:45, and if I have to have this discussion with either of you again, I'll take more drastic disciplinary measures. Deku raised his eyebrows, taken aback. Whoa, Iida, I know you mean well, but please understand that includes Aizawa's expulsion practice. Absolutely nobody is above that rule. What? The line beeped. Iida hung up on him. Is it just me, or is he a little high-strung these days? Uraraka asked somewhat hesitantly. It's definitely not you. Deku shook his head, baffled. I just want to know why he's getting onto us like this. I know he's the class rep, but we're also his friends. You'd think he, I don't know, wouldn't be so harsh, at least. Deflating a little, Uraraka rose to her feet. Well, he is right about one thing. We really shouldn't be late if we can help it. Yeah, I know. However, the sight of her thighs poking out from the hem of his shirt distracted him. While she reached into her closet for her school uniform, he looped his arms around her waist, drawing her in for another passionate kiss. She reciprocated, resting her hands on his bare chest and rising to her toes with enthusiasm. His hands trailed down to her hips, then her thighs, his fingers rubbing her bare skin gently. Stop that. Uraraka pulled away a little. We're gonna be late. 5 more minutes. His eyes twinkled down at hers. 8:45 a.m. saw Deku and Uraraka scrambling through the classroom door, greeted by knowing snickers and grins from their classmates. Shiro and Kaminari threw Deku some high fives, and Tsuyu poked Uraraka teasingly as she sat down. Despite the praise, both of them felt nothing but the burning, disapproving gaze of their best friend glaring at them, and when Deku made eye contact with him, he pointedly turned away. Wow, Yaoyorozu, this plan is absolutely amazing. Seriously, how do you come up with this stuff? Todoroki stared off into the distance, only returning to reality at the sound of Awase's voice. That had to be the 5th time he'd given her a compliment on their performance rough draft since practice started. Of course, Yaoyorozu more than earned the praise. It just felt a tad excessive, to the point of coming off disingenuous. Todoroki held his tongue, though. He didn't imagine Awase was making fun of Yaoyorozu. He couldn't otherwise place why all the flowery words bothered him, though. Oh, thank you. Yaoyorozu gave him a grateful smile. But Todoroki thought of a lot of it, too. Really, I should be thanking him for all his work. Oh, yeah. Awase briefly turned to Todoroki, nodding slightly. Nice work, man. Thanks. Todoroki kept his tone clipped. Call him crazy, but Awase's compliment for him didn't sound nearly as warm as the ones he'd been giving Yaoyorozu. Which, of course, Todoroki didn't necessarily want, but, damn, why did this annoy him? Yaoyorozu eyed Todoroki concernedly, much as she needed to get this performance rolling, watching him struggle ate at her. Ever since that phone call, he'd been acting off. Granted, she hadn't seen him since last night when he so abruptly rejected his father's approach, but the fact that his mood didn't seem to have improved at all worried her. Okay, so I think I see it now. Saburaba skimmed the papers she'd given him. You want me to trap the fireworks in cubes, then? As soon as they're lit. Yaoyorozu confirmed enthusiastically. So, the order goes that I create them. Kodai shrinks everything in varying sizes. Saburaba, you trap the fireworks in according-sized cubes, and Awase welds everything together, all before the fireworks explode. I'm hoping that the explosions will create a dazzling display rather than shatter glass everywhere. That's the part I'll need to go over with you, Saburaba. My air cubes have a time limit, so that should actually work out perfectly. Saburaba kept his eyes on the document, fascinated by it. I will say, though, we might want to work out some sort of backup in case it doesn't work for whatever reason. Of course, if you guys have any other ideas, feel free to contribute. Yaoyorozu beamed, excited to hear what other people had to say. I certainly don't wish to dominate the entire process. No, this is actually really helpful, Yaoyorozu. Kodai read over a little bit of her pages. I mean, there's a reason you're our captain. Hell yeah, because she's brilliant. Awase held up his copy of the notes excitedly. With her as our captain, we're gonna have the best set in the performance, I know it. Blushing, Yaoyorozu bowed her head in thanks. You're too kind, Awase. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Todoroki turning away, his pages abandoned on one of the nearby benches in the training gym. Yaoyorozu wasn't too concerned about him not knowing what to do. After all, he'd come up with key parts of the choreography and sat beside her throughout the entire planning process. But if he didn't participate, their team energy suffered, something that could cost them an otherwise great performance. Plus, she couldn't stand to see him upset. Right, she turned to Saburaba, Awase, and Kodai. The three of you review the proposal in detail and let me know about any additions or questions you might have. I'm going to convene with Todoroki for a moment. Sounds good. Saburaba held the documents up. Thanks again, Yaoyorozu. Of course, she waved slightly. Todoroki stood off to the side, keeping his gaze fixed on the wall, seemingly lost in thought. Yaoyorozu hesitated. What if he didn't want to be asked any questions about it? It's not like she knew why he'd been avoiding his dad. Maybe this wasn't something he felt safe enough to talk about. Todoroki. He turned to her, not startled by her approach. Everything okay? Oh, yes. She gestured to their teammates, who huddled around the document proposal. I think they like what we put together. Awase's pretty impressed, it seems. Awase. Todoroki clenched his jaw. Yeah, looks like it. Now his eyes bore down towards the floor. Why did she think approaching him was a good idea? She internally lamented. Somehow, she got the sense that she'd just upset him further. I apologize, Todoroki. She bowed slightly at him. It seems I've upset you twice now, and that isn't my intention. Apologize. Todoroki fully turned his body to face her. Her eyes were downcast, half closed, her head bowed in an attempt to show her regret. No, she has nothing to be sorry for. How dare he brush her off and act like she'd done something wrong? Whatever, he could reprimand himself later. Shaking his head, he rested a hand on her shoulder, prompting her to look up at him. You haven't upset me, he explained gently. There's no need for you to apologize. I'm the one who's been acting awfully. I've allowed my emotions to affect you negatively. That's not fair. I'm so sorry, Yaomomo. Her lips curved into a small smile. You're allowed your emotions, Todoroki. Don't feel like you have to answer for them. He knew she meant that. Even when he'd been callous and rude, she still found a way to understand him. Swallowing, he forced himself to make eye contact with her, finding himself getting lost as he did. The compassion behind her smile, the gleam in her deep, dark eyes, how smooth her skin looked up close. By the way, about last night, heat rose in her cheeks. Should she continue? What if he hadn't been trying to ask her to the gala? Was she about to make a fool of herself? Yes, Todoroki's chest welled with hope. For what? He wasn't entirely sure, but he hung on her every word. Well, it sounded like you wanted to, maybe ask me something. His heart began pounding, so she had noticed, and if she thought about it enough to bring it up again a full almost 24 hours later, that had to mean she cared to a certain extent. Did she want him to ask her? The idea paralyzed him, his mouth running dry with anxiety. Well, hey, Yaoyorozu. Todoroki didn't remember taking his hand off her shoulder. He never would have done so voluntarily, anyway. Suddenly, Awase stood between them, his back to Todoroki, leaning in to point something out to Yaoyorozu on the document. Leaning a tad too closely. I've just got a question here. Awase began talking about whatever he'd managed to scrounge up as confusing in the plan, which was none of it, as far as Todoroki could tell. Of course, Yaoyorozu kindly explained everything to him, somehow making Todoroki's blood boil even more. Shaking it off, he made his way over to Kodai and Saburaba. No point in dwelling on whatever seemed to be pissing him off. If he did, he'd just get more pissed off, and while that did sound appealing in some sick way, he wasn't about to make life difficult for Yaoyorozu by being a dick throughout practice. You good, man? Saburaba raised an eyebrow at him. Yeah, Todoroki gritted his teeth, trying not to look at Awase and Yaoyorozu. I'm fine. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Already knowing who it was, he squeezed his eyes shut for a second. No, he really wasn't fine. Not in the slightest, and though he did his best to fight it, the fear that he could get worse dawned on him the second he saw Awase rest his hand on Yaoyorozu's shoulder. Uraraka paced back and forth, her brow furrowed in concentration. Shota opened up the floor for ideas, meaning she'd been given the freedom to present her power however she saw fit. This was her chance, find a way to show off her true potential. Prove to everyone how worthy she truly was of becoming a hero. She couldn't afford to screw it up. Okay, so I was thinking, she started, trying to project confidence despite the uncertainty gnawing at her. We could start by using my zero gravity to lift objects, and then Yanagi, you could control them with poltergeist to make it look like they're floating on their own. We can also dress it up however we want, like if we made a pretty design or presented it like a combat situation. And if Shota uses twin impact on whatever we float, then... Wait. Monoma interrupted, folding his arms across his chest and raising an eyebrow. Just so I'm perfectly clear, your master plan is that you want to put on a little show where you just float things around. She stopped. Well, just like Class A, always trying to show off. He shook his head, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You think your power is just so much better than ours, it absolutely needs to be seen first. It's not like the rest of us are even here, right? Uraraka's face flushed, a mix of frustration and embarrassment bubbling up. How had she managed to start an argument with Monoma this early? Not 5 minutes had gone by since they started brainstorming. She couldn't help but concede that he made a bit of a point, though. Much as she wanted to show off her quirk, she hadn't given her team a particularly solid reason for why they should start with her specifically. Perhaps that came across as egotistical, something Monoma would pick up on in an instant. That's not what I meant, she insisted, hoping to backtrack and clarify her perspective. I just think that it makes sense to start with me and Yanagi since our powers are so similar. We can come up with something else. I'm not trying to steal the spotlight or anything, I just... Unconvinced, Monoma smirked. Sure, you weren't, but let's be real here. How impressive is it really, just making things float? Do you really think that's good enough to be our opener? Who in Class A lied to you about that, now? Shame washed over Uraraka, humiliated tears springing to her eyes. She forced them back. Not now. And definitely not in front of Monoma. What the hell kind of way is that to talk to your teammate? Shinso stepped in, standing protectively in front of Uraraka. In case you forgot, we're supposed to be working together here. At least she's trying to make something happen. What's your contribution, huh? Monoma sneered, making Shinso want to punch the smugness off his face. Oh, how noble of you, Shinso. Defending your Class A buddies as usual. Tell me, do they pay you to be their lapdog or does that come with the territory when you're Aizawa's special pet? Ouch. Uraraka's eyes widened. She shifted to look at Shinso, expecting him to look back at her and mirror her shocked expression. Instead, she saw him staring Monoma down threateningly, stone cold enough to rival even Aizawa's piercing glares. Who the hell are you calling a lapdog? Shinso's fists tightened. Releasing a small, teasing chuckle, Monoma flipped his hair, eyeing the voice changer around Shinso's neck intentionally. Well, if the collar fits. Monoma, that's enough. Shota cut in, though his tone commanded absolutely no authority. Vlad told you specifically to be on your best behavior. Don't make me call Kendo. That shut the blonde up almost immediately. However, the grin on his face didn't deflate so easily, and rage boiled up in Shinso's chest just looking at him. Nobody sees Shinso that way in our class. Uraraka defended him sternly. He's our friend, and if we keep arguing like this, we aren't gonna get anything done. Fair point. Monoma conceded behind a hair flip. I suppose I'm being a bit harsh. You can hardly blame me, though, after all the trouble Class A's caused. They just put me a little on edge. If anyone here stood on edge, it was Shinso. As much as he tried to maintain his composure, suppressing the anger Monoma awakened in him proved to be a struggle. Uraraka watched him nervously, wondering how to defuse the situation. We're all aware of your fight with Class A. Shinso sounded much calmer than everyone anticipated. But let's be adults and set personal grudges aside for the sake of our debut. Can we at least agree on that? Monoma grinned, slightly maniacally if anyone asked Shinso. Seriously, did this guy take crazy pills every day? Why was he so unsettling as a person? Something about that smile bothered Shinso in a way he couldn't quite place. Off-putting. That's a good word for it. But of course, the blonde bowed slightly. Whatever the mini Aizawa wants. Okay, are you allergic to chilling out or something? Shinso exploded. How hard is it to just not instigate? Seriously. Shinso, stop, you're only gonna egg him on. Uraraka grabbed his arm, trying to shake some sense into him. Shinso knew she was right. He knew he should just bite his tongue, fall in line, and focus on practice. But something about Monoma irked him in a way that no one else did. Probably because of that damned unhinged smile. Uraraka's right. Yanagi, who had been quiet up until now, nodded in agreement. Though soft-spoken, her voice carried a weight that made everyone listen. I mean, you're not gonna get anywhere fighting like this. You've both got some spooky quirks. Could we find a way to make them work together? Work with Monoma? No way. Maybe. Uraraka piggybacked off of her. Theirs are the hardest to navigate due to the nature of each of them. We can open the floor for more suggestions, though. Personally, I like your original idea, Uraraka. Yanagi continued. I think it's a good starting point. Thank goodness. So she didn't come across trying to take attention. Monoma was just being Monoma. I agree. Shota poked at his tablet, happy to change the subject. I think we can expand on it, too, like maybe floating some set pieces around, or maybe even float the whole team in for our entrance. Uraraka took a deep breath, grateful for the support. Shinso patted her hand, indicating that he'd calmed down, and she fully stepped forward to stand next to him. Monoma's words still stung, but thankfully, she'd already mostly recovered. At least, for the time being. Shinso, however, clearly hadn't. While Shota and Uraraka discussed logistics, he found himself subconsciously side-eyeing Monoma. Monoma seemed to share his contempt, glaring back at him whenever their eyes met. Well, at least they agreed on loathing one another, Shinso thought bitterly. And, go! Horns swarmed from Pony's hair the instant Kendo shouted the go-ahead. Tetsu, covered in steel, swung his arms back and forth against them, shattering the projectiles to pieces. Well, as many as he could. Most of them flew past him and into the forest behind the training field. Okay, time. Kendo waved her hand, signaling Pony to stop. How do you guys feel about that? Yeah, that was awesome. Tetsu pumped his fist out. Let's do it again. I'm not too sure. From the bleachers, Shishida rested his hand on his chin. I don't think that gave Tetsu a chance to show his full potential. I agree, Shoji echoed. He's a great strength powerhouse, but speed-wise, I think he lacked the ability to keep up with Tsunotori. Bakugo stared down at his phone, not even acknowledging anyone else. So much for this being a group effort, Shoji internally scoffed. Kendo scribbled across her clipboard, chewing her lip in thought. I definitely see what you guys are saying, and I have to agree. Sorry babe, I don't think this pair-off is gonna work out for you. Hey, it's all good. Tetsu screamed, or maybe that's just his voice, who knows. At least we had some fun, right Pony? MMHMM. Pony shot him a thumbs up with both her hands. Pony, having fun with a guy. Kamakiri sneered. That joke's coming too easy. Hey, he's not the easy one. Shishida knowingly wiggled his eyebrows at Kamakiri, who snorted. Offense and defense technically functioned like two separate groups, but Aizawa informed them that they both played to each other's strengths and would therefore be showcased simultaneously. Kendo composed their plan almost immediately upon hearing this. Her vision roughly entailed a battle scenario, partnering up with a member of the opposing team in a series of sparring matches. Of course, she strived to add all the bells and whistles Vlad asked of them, making it more of a performance and less of a combat session. I think I'd like to see the same attack against Kirishima, Kendo announced. If that doesn't work, we may have to come up with something different. Kirishima, you mind? Not at all. Kirishima smacked his hardened fists against each other excitedly. Ready to rock this, Tsunotori. Oh, she knows how to rock things, all right. Kamakiri nudged Shoji. While Shishida snickered, Shoji briefly side-eyed Kamakiri. Why did he seem so bitter? His jokes seemed to come from a fairly mean-spirited place. Let's do it. Pony, who definitely heard Kamakiri, exuberantly resumed her stance. At least she didn't seem bothered by the comment. And, go. Kendo restarted the timer. Pony started at a decreased speed this time. Maybe if Kirishima got warmed up, she could gradually turn the volume up without overwhelming him. That way, both of them would be able to keep up. Please work. She held her breath, silently pleading with Kirishima to rise to the occasion. Though perfectly cool on the outside, Pony's nerves heightened at the thought of having to cut this segment of their performance. After all, her flurry of horns definitely outweighed the rest of her attacks in power. If any one of her abilities had to be shown off, she was desperate for it to be that one. But that only worked out if Kendo paired her with a partner capable of matching her speed. To Kirishima's credit, he tried even harder than Tetsu. When they started, he did okay, missing a few here and there but otherwise no problems. The second she increased, however, the decline began. Once again, he didn't have the speed to keep up, forcing her to pull back. Even then, she'd already unleashed too many horns to slow the wave coming at Kirishima. Rather than being able to swat them down, he became overwhelmed, so much so that he stumbled backwards and fell just as the timer went off. Time. Kendo gazed down at her clipboard somewhat dismally. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Phew. Kirishima sat up shaking his head. That was intense. Oh, no, are you okay? Pony jogged across the field to help him up. Sorry about that, I thought I had better control. Nah, you're all good. It's awesome that you've got that much power. I'm impressed. Kirishima accepted her hand and jumped to his feet. Kamakiri clucked his tongue. Better watch out, Ashido. Mina shifted a little bit, taking a breath to say something, then sitting back and opting to ignore the comment. Hey, cool it. Shoji shot Kamakiri a stern look. What's your problem, anyway? Kamakiri met his eye and glared, but otherwise kept quiet. Shoji settled back, returning his attention to the field. Starting fights wasn't his style, but sometimes, people needed to be put in check. We might have to end up reworking this. Kendo drummed her pen on her clipboard, seeming perplexed. Sorry, Pony, we just can't find a good match for you. Of course, Pony tried not to let her disappointment show. After all, it's about what's best for the performance. Oh, that's all right, Kendo. The blonde smiled up at her friend. I'm sure we can figure something out. This is a waste of time. Bakugo growled from behind them, suddenly slamming his phone down. Come on, let me take a stab at her. I'll blast those unicorn horns to smithereens in a second. Terrifying, but at this point, Pony was willing to try anything. No, Bakugo, we're not doing that, either. Kendo pinched the bridge of her nose, preparing to explain this for probably the 10th time. You know that if we pair you two together, we put Pony in the line of fire. Oh, come on, you're telling me she can't dodge me. I'll try, damn it. She held her tongue. This is Kendo's decision, not hers. She probably could. The redhead looked ready to snap her clipboard in half. But this isn't about you attacking her so she can dodge you. We're showing off how we can use our quirks in a combat setting. It's not fair for her to unleash one attack just so you can suplex it and take her out completely. Shoji considered this. So far, they'd tentatively paired him with Shishida. To him, it made a fair amount of sense. Both of them held enough strength and endurance to face off successfully. However, Shoji couldn't help but think about the first time he'd met Pony back when they faced off during a battle against Class B. The two of them didn't interact one time since then, but it stuck in his brain even 2 years later. I have an idea. Shoji spoke up before Bakugo could scream some response at Kendo. Why don't I try facing off with Tsunotori? Kendo pursed her lips, processing what he said. What do you mean? She and I fought during the training battle during our first year. He explained. I think I might be able to keep up with her if I grow enough arms. Oh, yeah, Kirishima pointed to Shoji, realization in his voice. I remember that. I think it ended up being a draw, too, which means neither one of you overpowered the other. Yeah. Pony opened her mouth to say something else, then closed it and seemed to shrink back a bit. That's right. Let's give it a shot, then. Kendo rebooted the timer in her hand with newfound energy, excited at the prospect of finding a solution to this problem. You guys ready? Noticing her hesitance, Shoji approached Pony, catching her just before they took their starting positions. Hey, just making sure, are you okay with this? Straightening up, she nodded. Oh, of course, just spacing out, that's all. Something still felt off, but Shoji didn't have grounds to question it. He also didn't know Pony well at all, meaning he could be misreading her. No need to put much thought into it, he concluded and took his spot across from her on the field. Almost reflexively, his arms grew on themselves, multiplying until an army of hands displayed on either side of him. Maybe the extensions were unnecessary, but the last thing he wanted to do was underestimate Pony. Okay. Kendo waved her hand. Go. The instant the timer started, they pounced. Initially, Pony kept the speed down once more, hoping not to overdo it again. Shoji took down the first wave almost instantly, much to her delight. The next round, she increased the volume only a little, and once again, he smacked them down. They kept up this rhythm, Pony adding horns at higher speeds, and each time, Shoji's speed was able to match her blow for blow. Whoa, you're good, Tentacles. She called out, sending another wave at him. You're not making it easy. He shouted back, fiercely swinging his arms to crush said wave. Ooh, afraid of a challenge. Grinning, she knelt down, bowing her head forward. Another few hands grew on his body, determination flashing in his eyes. Not even a little bit. This time, she didn't just stop holding back, she pushed herself, releasing her horns at maximum power. Immediately, the doubt set in. Maybe she shouldn't go so hard during the initial trial. If Shoji wasn't able to handle it, her segment would get cut. Damn it, what was she thinking? She whipped her head up, watching the flurry she'd unleashed fearfully. Not only did this sabotage her, Shoji would likely get hurt in the process. But instead of seeing him get overwhelmed or injured, to her delight, she watched him punch down the remainder of the wave, panting, but standing. Absolutely no horns managed to slip by him. He'd clobbered every single one with seemingly no issues. He'd matched her. Whoa, nice. Kendo let out a triumphant laugh. I think that settles that, right, Hiroshima? Totally. Hiroshima ran up and high-fived Shoji. That was incredible, man. You didn't miss a single shot. I certainly came close to it. Shoji turned to Pony. Stunning work, Miss Tsunotori. You've come a long way. Squealing, she threw her arms around his torso. He was so tall, she couldn't reach any higher than that, and squeezed him tightly. Thank you, Tentacles. She peeked up at him gleefully. That's a damn good right hook ya got there. I can't wait to show off with you at the gala. No one saw, but underneath his mask, Shoji smiled. Realizing the position she'd put herself in, Pony quickly jumped back, smoothing out her hair and clearing her throat. I mean, thank you, Shoji. She awkwardly bit her lip. I reckon this means we're gonna be working together then, huh? Only if that's all right with you. He warmly extended his hand, prompting her to shake it. But I'm honored to be paired with such a worthy adversary, if you accept. At that, her face broke into an excited grin. Gingerly, she pressed her palm against his, accepting his hand in a soft, easy handshake. I do. Hey, is it hot in here, or is it just me? Kaminari leaned against the wall, smoldering his face, something he and Mineta had to Google 3 times. Shiozaki stared at him blankly. We're outside, Kaminari. Is the heat of your sins flushing your skin, perhaps? How did she manage to sound so sweet while saying something so sinister? Giggling awkwardly, Kaminari adjusted his jacket. You're right, it's actually you. He shot her finger guns. You're the hot one. The reason it's hot, get it? She looked around, puzzled. I don't have a heat quirk. You must have me confused with someone else. Shiozaki. Rin beckoned her over from the other side of the field. Come here, I want to run something by you. Yeah, go ahead, Kaminari called after her, retreating back. I'll be here, when you're done. So, yeah. Once she disappeared, Kaminari slumped. Not even a second later, he felt a gentle swat against his waist. You're getting fried out there, dude. Mineta's voice echoed his fears. I know. Kaminari threw up his hands in despair. Why is this so difficult? You good, Kaminari? Fukidashi joined the conversation. Kaminari turned to him dejectedly. I can't seem to land a single pickup line with Shiozaki. I haven't used all of them yet, but she's gonna have me running out of ideas soon at this rate. Shiozaki, really? Fukidashi half sneered. Good luck with her, man. Nobody's been able to get anywhere with her for 2 years. It's 'cause you're not using the right lines, bro. Mineta held up a disapproving finger. The first rule to picking up girls is knowing your audience. You think Shiozaki's gonna respond to cheesy pickup lines? Of course not, she's too literal. You gotta think of something that plays to her personality and likes. Kaminari blinked. Since when do you know anything about girls? When you spy on them as much as I do, you tend to learn a thing or two. Mineta shrugged. Try harping on religion. You'll get way further, I promise. Sorry, you're spying on them. Outraged, Fukidashi took a step back. Kaminari. Rin waved at him. I need to see something from you. Mind popping over here really quick? Rin clearly struggled coming up with choreography for this group, and nobody blamed him for that. After all, ranged attacks only went so far within the limitations of a ballroom. Thus, Rin decided to start them off by practicing outside, see what they can do, and find a way to rein it in by switching to an indoor gym. Probably solid reasoning. Kaminari didn't put too much thought into it, honestly. What he did put thought into, however, was the opportunity to demonstrate his power in front of Shiozaki. Sure thing, Captain. He gave Rin a respectful slight bow after jogging over. What's up? Okay, so I'm wondering about something here. Rin gestured to a web of vines Shiozaki spun. How would your electricity do against these? Are they gonna get fried away? Hard to say. Kaminari rested one of his hands at the back of his head. Honestly, every time I've used them against Shiozaki, I've never broken through. Those things are strong. Shiozaki, what do you put in them? Your thoughts and prayers. He tried. Damn it. Try electrocuting this pile right here and see how that goes. Rin instructed, ignoring Kaminari's last comment. Not too much, we just need to see what the effects are. No problem, Captain. Kaminari cracked his knuckles and flipped his hair a bit. Shiozaki, of course, didn't notice. Rather, she bowed her head before her vine pile solemnly. Grant them strength, O heavenly provider. She murmured wistfully. May my little saplings see a long and prosperous life. In the background, Mineta waved his hands at Kaminari, urging him to try something. Beside him, Fukidashi flashed a half-hearted thumbs up, at least attempting to be encouraging. Oh, yeah, Kaminari forgot. Harp on religion. That's what Shiozaki responds to. Turning, he extended his hand toward the vine pile, his own expression dropping. Yes, little saplings, let us pray my zap doth not smite thee. Amen. Shiozaki turned to him somewhat quizzically. Otherwise, though, she didn't comment, and a moment later, returned to her prayer stance. Hey, at least she finally looked at him of her own accord. That's progress. Okay, Kaminari, you ready? Rin urged him onward, slightly impatiently. Just about. Kaminari reached up in a stretch. Praying for the vines was one thing, but showing off his raw power. That always caught Chick's attention. Electric volts cascaded down the sleeves of his jacket. Once he felt charged up, he held his hands out, pressing his palms against the middle of the vine nest. Perfect. He had a handle on them. Now, let's do this. He cracked an excited smile. 1.2 million volts. Wait, what? Rin jumped back. Absolutely nothing about this situation warranted Kaminari operating at this level. He realized it a second too late, after the vines exploded underneath his hands. Now not only did he not have the best control, he'd overestimated the amount of power he needed. And pushed himself far enough for his brain to fry. He couldn't remember much after he tumbled to the ground. Rin shouted in the background. He briefly caught sight of Mineta's boots, and he was lifted up by the recovery bots a short while later. The surrounding volts died out easily, at least. And, after laughing like a moron in front of her, so did his chances with Shiozaki. Sue, your jump needs to be more precise. Iida called out sharply. If you're even a fraction of a second off, it will disrupt the entire sequence. Ribbit. I understand. Suyu adjusted her positioning, moving to perform the same flip for the umpteenth time. Deku heard the tired disdain in her voice. Somehow, no matter how many times she practiced, Iida never deemed it good enough. Ojiro, your tail sweep needs to be faster. Iida continued, his gaze shifting. It's not enough to simply go through the motions. You need to execute it with purpose, or you'll slow down the entire formation. Ojiro nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. Got it, Iida, I'll work on it. Work on it immediately. I want this perfected by the end of our session today. Geez, that's not realistic. Still, Ojiro bent to Iida's whim, swiveling around to practice. Man, we just learned this today. Kaibara muttered to Deku. You'd think he'd give us a little bit of a break. Deku eyed Iida nervously. Both Tsuyu and Ojiro picked up on the choreography just fine, yet Iida stood before them rigidly, watching their every move, immediately calling out to them at the slightest mistake. At this rate, not only would they never complete the routine, but everyone would be too exhausted to even try. No, Ojiro, you swing to the left first. How is Tsu supposed to land on your tail if you swing to the right? Iida's karate chop hand instinctively swung up, startling Ojiro. Well, I'll have Tokiyami to help direct me. Tsuyu pointed out, so if he swings right, it's really not a big deal. Are you the one directing, Tsu? Iida whirled on her with a glare. When I say left, that means left. That tone means Iida needs a nap. Or something, for goodness sake. Tsuyu shrank back a bit. Iida, there's no need to be this upset. It's our first day of practice. We're going to get better. Are you? Iida pulled his helmet off. Because if no one takes this seriously enough to practice to perfection, what good is any of this? It's all but a waste of time, and our time at this Hero Academy is limited as of now. Do you want to look back and? I think I'm gonna talk to him. Deku sighed as Iida carried on in the background. This can't go on if we plan on getting anything done. Kaibara sneered. Good luck with that, bro. Deku did know Iida better than anybody else there. That worked to his advantage. Kaibara's skepticism was justified, however, and to some degree, Deku agreed with him. Every day, Iida seemed to wind himself up tighter and tighter, getting worse by the hour. If Deku had a hope of helping his friend, he needed to intervene now. The question is whether or not he still did have that hope. Iida, Deku began hesitantly once Ojiro and Tsuyu got back to work. Are you okay? But of course, Iida answered robotically, not sparing Deku even a glance. Whatever makes you think otherwise. Well, you've been really strict with us today, and it's not like you to be so cold, I guess. Despite his concern, Deku admittedly didn't have the clearest idea on how to approach this. Mainly because he couldn't for the life of him discern what the root of the problem was. Iida still didn't look at Deku, instead fixing his gaze on the ground. Look, I understand the stress, really, it's just. Do you? Finally, Iida turned to him, stone-faced. You didn't seem all that concerned this morning. Yikes, I'm simply ensuring that we perform at our best. Iida continued while Deku's gaze shifted downward in embarrassment. We can't afford to be anything less than perfect for this demonstration. I understand that, Deku replied, his concern growing. But you still seem off. You're pushing us really hard, harder than usual, and it feels like, I don't know, like you're not really all there with us. Iida's jaw clenched. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing bad. Deku held his hands up in surrender. Just that, you know, you're not yourself. And I'm worried about you. This was nowhere near the first time one of them expressed concern for the other based on changed behavior. In fact, every time Deku acted even just a little off, Iida often caught it before anyone else did. He thought they'd established their relationship as such. But Iida's expression of pure disgruntlement, looking away to avoid eye contact, made Deku question himself. This is not the time to be discussing personal matters, Midoriya. Iida dropped to his knee in a stretch, readying himself to practice his own segment of the performance. We have a task to complete, and I expect everyone to focus on that. But, Iida, Deku pressed. We're a team, and if something's bothering you, it affects all of us. We can't go on working like this, and you know it. Iida's eyes flashed with frustration, and he whirled on Deku sharply. I told you, Midoriya, this is not the time. Iida, come on. Deku tried to make his voice sound as commanding as his friend's. I know something's going on with you, What's going on is I'm following instructions and behaving the way a hero should. Iida raised an eyebrow. Can you say the same about yourself lately, Deku? Around them, their team stopped practicing, shifting their focus toward the increasingly loud conversation. Great. Now the added layer of an audience grew the nervous pit in Deku's stomach. But if he didn't face this head-on, he'd never get anywhere. Squaring his shoulders, Deku took a deep breath and stepped in front of Iida. Iida took a slight step back, his eyes narrowing. Look, call me out on whatever you want, but there is some kind of issue, and you know it. He raised his voice a little, matching Iida's glare. The issue is nobody's on task. Iida cried back, his composure slipping. Especially not you. I'm the least of your problems, class representative. Deku, unfortunately, let his anger get the better of him. Now stop dodging the question and tell me why you're acting like someone shoved a stick up your ass. Whoa, where did that come from? Deku faltered, shocked by his own words. Across the field, he saw Ojiro clap a hand over his mouth in surprise. Shit, this wasn't the plan. Iida bristled, his fists tightening. Purposefully, he stepped forward, bending down to get right in Deku's face. Instinctively, Deku pulled back, sliding it once he realized he needed to keep his momentum. Remember that I know why you were late to your seat this morning before you talk to me like that again. Without another word, Iida jogged around him, continuing his stretches as if nothing happened. Deku remained in place, frozen, paralyzed by shock and fear. Would Iida really sell him out like that? What reasoning would he have for doing so? Was he angry with Deku? What the heck was going on? It's just really not like him, is all. Deku stared down at the bit of meat on his chopstick. I really don't know what to make of his behavior lately. I agree. Todoroki slumped into the couch beside him. I haven't tried confronting him about anything, but his actions indicate he's struggling with something major. Across the coffee table, All Might sat forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Young Iida is a tightly wound person. It's possible all the stress of graduation and the gala have worn him down to this point. I know it's pretty out of character, but it's also not unfathomable. Yeah, our class rep's a real stick in the ass, we get it. Bakugo grouched from Deku's other side, his phone in front of his face. Do you people have anything better to do than sit and worry about it? This has to be the third conversation I've heard about it in the span of a week. When's somebody gonna do something already? All Might shifted a bit uncomfortably, clearing his throat. I did try talking to him yesterday. Deku explained a bit defensively. That's when he blew me off and threatened to expose me to Aizawa. Which is, not terribly unlike him, I guess, just. Hold on, expose you for what? Todoroki's face grew concerned. Is he blackmailing you in some way? Deku tensed, breaking a sweat along his hairline. Crap, think of something. And think of it now, he urged himself. Young Midoriya, are you all right? All Might, seeing his reaction, sat up worriedly. If you're being threatened, we should know. No, it's not like that at all. Deku frantically waved his hands, hoping they'd back off. I broke a rule that I shouldn't have and, Iida knows. Well, he figured it out. Not that it was hard for him to, I guess, but I didn't exactly tell him. Although I think everybody kind of knows so. Oh my god, shut up. Finally tearing his gaze from his phone, Bakugo whipped his head up and glared down at Deku. Spit it out or quit yammering. At this rate, lunch will be over before we get to the goddamn point. Bakugo's outbursts used to affect Deku a lot more. It felt targeted, like he screamed and cursed as a means of belittling Deku specifically. And for a while, that's how it was. Now that they'd gotten older, and their friendship was more genuine than ever, he realized that's just how Bakugo communicated. Especially when he cared, which felt weird to acknowledge. Underneath all the brashness, a layer of concern flashed in his friend's bright red eyes. Well, what rule did you break? All Might asked, figuring it couldn't have been anything major. This was Deku, after all. I can issue discipline as a staff member. Maybe we could figure out some reduced sentence or something so this isn't hanging over your head. I don't think it's that big a deal, just a little, fumble yesterday, is all. Deku, still anxious, did his best to refocus the conversation. And this is way more about finding a way to confront Iida than it is about my record, anyway, I just... Oh, I get it. He and Uraraka were late to class yesterday morning. Bakugo's eyes stayed on his phone. Panic jolted through Deku's entire being. Oh, that's right. Todoroki looked up thoughtfully. I'd forgotten about that. Late to class. All Might chuckled. Kiddo, that's nothing. You're worried Aizawa's going to expel you over that. Well, no, it's just. They were together. Bakugo emphasized, still not looking up. Didn't sound like Nerd Boy over here slept in his room, either. Deku's face burned bright red. All Might's eyes widened, understanding Bakugo's implications. Young Midoriya, wait, where did you sleep then? Todoroki tilted his head. You weren't in the lounge that morning. Or did I just miss you? Oh, for F's sake. Bakugo jumped to his feet, whirling on Todoroki. The two of them ed before school. Iida figured it out, and he threw it in Deku's face when he tried to talk about why the stick up Iida's ass lodged itself into his brain. Are you up to speed now? Icy hot. Blood spewed from All Might's mouth in surprise. He snatched a tissue to clean his face off, though mostly, he needed to hide his shock from everything Bakugo just screamed. Deku couldn't figure out where to direct all his nervous energy, opting instead to continue staring at the floor. Yeah, I understand, Todoroki replied after a moment. Are you alright, Midoriya? Todoroki didn't fully know what he was asking. His friend appeared distressed, therefore he felt the need to inquire. Other than that, he had no idea what kind of answer to expect. Young Midoriya, please tell me you were safe. All Might finished wiping his face. Do you have everything you need to do so? Oh, please do not go there. What? Deku's entire body flushed crimson, his limbs suddenly feeling like jelly. What do you mean, All Might? The poor man felt frazzled to his core, torn between his duty as a staff member and his crippling concern for his mentee. No, he shouldn't be having this kind of conversation with a student, necessarily, but he was also the only truly responsible adult in the room. I mean, you're using protection, right? He pressed. You shouldn't make one move together without a safety net. Oh, yeah, that's a great idea. Todoroki turned to Deku, stoic as ever. You should install a ring alarm on your door to keep you and Uraraka safe. That way, no one can break in. Bakugo cackled. You're joking, right? Please tell me you aren't actually this stupid, half and half. Truly, honestly, if the ground just opened up and swallowed Deku whole this instant, that would be absolutely ideal. If you need anything, you know you can talk to me, right? All Might began talking a mile a minute. Seriously, don't keep quiet just because you're shy. You're almost 18 now, and that means you're almost officially a man. Which reminds me, man to man, I hope you're treating young Uraraka with the utmost respect. She's a person, not a... Oh, Jesus, if this is turning into a beep talk, I'm outta here. In his haste to storm towards the door, Bakugo's phone slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground at Deku's feet. Needing a reason to keep his face hidden, Deku stooped to grab it from the floor. Here, Kachan, you dropped. It all seemed to happen in slow motion. The screen lit up. A text notification popped up that Deku didn't mean to look at. However, his eyes were inherently drawn to the light, and his quick reading skills allowed him to at least skim some of the content. See, I miss you so much, I hope. That was all he got before the phone was snatched from his hand, the viciously angry face of Bakugo glaring nose to nose with him. What did you see, nerd? He seethed. Nothing. Deku yelped. That targeted feeling resurfaced. I swear, I just saw that you got a text, and I... Who's C? Todoroki asked candidly. Bro clearly has a death wish, Deku thought defeatedly. My mom, you nosy bastard. Bakugo's eyes widened ferociously. She's just got a lot going on lately. If I hear one word about this from anybody, I'll kill everyone in this room, you got that? Even All Might gulped. Of course, Kachan, we didn't mean to pry. Deku insisted shakily. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. A phone. Gah! All Might jumped, tearing his phone from his pocket. Upon reading the caller ID, he jumped to his feet. Excuse me, boys, let me step out for a moment. The call literally could have been coming from a telemarketer, and All Might still probably would have scrambled to leave this painful conversation behind. Despite the tension, the three of them blinked simultaneously, all thinking the same thing. Why is that still his ringtone? Hey, Tsukauchi. The door to the classroom closed behind All Might. All Might, good to speak with you again. Tsukauchi greeted him from the other end of the line. Gran Torino advised me to reach out and get you in the loop about something. Are you somewhere safe? All Might glanced around. He'd stepped into an empty classroom, unused for the whole of the school year. After peeking under the teacher's desk and behind the curtains, he deduced his surroundings to be secure. I am. Talk to me. He turned and leaned against the teacher's desk. I know you're on lunch break, so I won't waste too much time. Tsukauchi took a deep breath. What do you know about erythroglass? Erythroglass. All Might frowned. Sounds vaguely familiar. I think I've heard about it from Gran Torino. No idea what it is, though. I figured you wouldn't. There haven't been dealings with it in years, and we did our best to keep you out of it when it last resurfaced. Oh, why's that? Tsukauchi chuckled. You're a big name, All Might. If the #1 hero even mentions it by name, it'd become the highest in demand among criminals everywhere. This stuff is too dangerous for that. We needed to keep it from the public eye. Yeesh. All Might raised his eyebrows. How did something so concerning manage to elude his attention? Is this a drug of some sort? Why is it such a big deal? If only it were that insignificant. Tsukauchi sighed. So, as I'm sure you've heard, Watanabe's son went missing a few days ago. Sorrow pricked All Might at that reminder. Back in the day, Thunderstrike was a friend of his. He remembered Ryo from the age of 3 onward. It devastated him to hear something like this happen to that sweet little kid. I'm aware, he managed to confirm. Keep that in mind as I explain this. In the background, All Might heard the shuffling of different papers. Erythroglass, in essence, is some sort of glass material designed to evaporate upon contact with human blood. We don't have a clear idea how it's made or where it came from, and in fact, it took several years to determine that it even existed. Glass that evaporates in blood, All Might clarified, trying to wrap his head around it. What good is something like that to a criminal? You'd be surprised. It ended up being used for a lot of different things. Most notably, murder. All Might's blood ran cold, suddenly speculating on what Ryo Watanabe had to do with this. You're joking. A weapon that disappears into a victim's bloodstream. Come on, what killer wouldn't be all over that? Tsukauchi continued fiddling with papers. All Might wondered if half of this conversation derived from Tsukauchi's notes from previous cases. After all, if Gran Torino barely remembered the existence of this erythroglass, Tsukauchi certainly wouldn't have been around when it first appeared. Where did this stuff come from? I mean, who manufactures it? All Might took another glance around, ensuring no one could hear him. We don't know, Tsukauchi admitted dejectedly. Like I said, we know next to nothing about it other than that it exists. A string of murders from the 90s made more sense once it got figured out, but other than that, we don't have a clue regarding its origins. So how did you take it off the market? All Might wondered. We didn't, Tsukauchi sighed. One day, it just stopped being used. Or, at least, we never saw another strange instance that might have connected us to it. Not until now. The hand gripping his phone grew slick with sweat. What's happened to Ryo Watanabe? We don't know for sure. These non-answers frustrated All Might, but he continued to listen. But a single shard of erythroglass was left at the crime scene, and so far, it's our only lead. They're running it through some tests down in forensics, so maybe we can finally break through this mystery. Hopefully, this will lead us to Ryo Watanabe before anything dangerous happens. I'd hate to think this was an attempt on the young man's life, but given the nature of this material, I can't decipher what else it might have been. Tsukauchi kept his voice level. Having done this for many years, he knew how to prevent his emotions from getting the better of him. All Might sounded like he was wavering, on the verge of tears, and he didn't want to upset him further. "We're doing everything we can, but you might be able to assist in some way," Tsukauchi continued. "If we can narrow down any enemies of any sort, anyone who might have wanted to harm Thunderstrike, Eclipsa, or Ryo, we need that information. Is there anyone you can think of who might have some sort of motivation for this attack?" "Villains, mainly, but nobody stuck out to All Might immediately." He tried to recall fights he'd been beside Thunderstrike on, wondering if maybe anybody they'd dealt with bore enough resentment to pull a stunt like this. As far as he knew, everyone they'd encountered had been a run-of-the-mill criminal, nothing special enough to warrant this kind of attention. He wasn't privy to all the enemies Thunderstrike might have made, though. "No idea," he concluded after a moment. "I'll do some digging and make some calls, though. I'm sure something's bound to come up." "Sure. That'd be great." Tsukauchi clicked a pen. "I'll circle back in about a week and update you if anything else comes up. And if you find something, feel free to give me a call, okay?" "You know I will," All Might assured him. "Thank you, Tsukauchi. And tell Gran Torino I said hello." "You bet. Talk to you later, number 1. Bye." Nothing but dread filled him as he hung up. Erythroglass, what did that have to do with all this? Why was it resurfacing now? And where the hell did it come from to begin with? A thump against the wall cut off his thoughts. Funny, it sounded like it came from the lounge he'd been having lunch with the boys in. Oh no. Wrenching open the door revealed Bakugo and Deku somehow holding each other in headlocks. Todoroki pushed his way between them, attempting to break them up to obviously no avail. "Why do you always have to act like this?" Deku's strained voice screamed. "All you had to do was shut the hell up, you damn nerd." Bakugo shot back. "You're both being too loud." Todoroki's monotone voice somehow cut through both of their struggling. "What's going on here?" All three boys froze at the sound of All Might's voice. Instantly, they dropped their holds on one another, clasping their hands behind their backs and standing in a single file line. "Sorry, All Might." Deku was the first to speak. "Things got a little heated after you left." "He started it," Bakugo cried, his finger pointing to Deku. "He just had to go reminding half and half of my mom's name, and..." Todoroki asked the question. He wasn't trying to. I still didn't get an answer. Todoroki, once again, somehow could be heard despite all the loudness around him. "Kachan, you can't just lose it whenever. And if you'd just stayed out of my business, you..." "Alright, that's enough." All Might cut Bakugo off, silencing them. "Boys, what's gotten into you? This fighting and carrying on made sense when you were first years, but you're the big three of Uwa now. Tell me that means something to you guys." Expressions of shame washed over each of the boys' faces, all corresponding with their respective personalities, of course. Deku's shoulders slumped sadly, Todoroki looked stoic, and Bakugo's brows crumpled in embarrassed anger. All Might softened a bit. While technically legal adult age, they're still just high school boys, at their core. "I know you just started your 3rd year, and I get that old habits die hard." He spoke more gently this time. "All I'm saying is you have to take this year seriously, especially with the gala around the corner. If I can't leave you alone together for 5 minutes to take an important phone call then..." Wait, what was so important? Deku already forgot they were being scolded. His curiosity outweighed his survival instincts, All Might thought amusedly. "What? Oh, Tsukauchi called. He's working a case and just needed me to help." All Might explained half-heartedly. "Now, the 3 of you. Is it about the missing person case?" Todoroki chimed in. "Thunderstrike's son, right?" All Might blinked. Well, yes. But anyway, my dad worked with Thunderstrike not too long ago on a jewelry heist case." Todoroki went on, unbothered. "He said Watanabe was pretty helpful. He's got a powerful shockwave quirk that subdued a bank robbery once." This caught All Might's attention. "Wait, your dad knew them? Knows them?" "More or less." Todoroki shrugged. "They aren't particularly close, but they worked together a year or 2 ago." "Interesting." All Might pulled out his phone. "Is there anything else you can tell me?" Todoroki pondered for a second. Not really. I didn't ask my dad too much about him. To be honest, I'd rather not engage with. We get it, you've got daddy issues. Bakugo snapped, shoving his hands in his pockets. All Might elected to gloss over Bakugo's comment, far more interested in Todoroki's connection to Thunderstrike. Young Todoroki, with your permission, I'd like us to reach out to Endeavor and discuss his relationship with Thunderstrike a little more thoroughly. Even if it was just a working one, it could still give us some kind of lead. That's no problem at all. Todoroki nodded. I'll give Burnin a call and see what she can set up. Thank you, that'd be much appreciated. What do they think happened? Deku's voice wavered a bit with concern. All Might locked eyes with his protege. Deku never inquired about these things simply to get the goods on a case. He wanted to help. Plain and simple. Typically, All Might didn't have a problem making him privy to classified information. Maybe he was wrong for that, but Deku had yet to betray his trust. Still, this didn't feel like information he should have. Not yet, anyway. They don't know. All Might finished defeatedly. That's why we're getting in touch with former colleagues of Thunderstrike's to find out if someone had motivation to endanger Ryo. Thunderstrike was pretty well liked. Deku stroked his chin. It's hard to imagine someone having it out for him. Heroes make a lot of enemies. Todoroki explained, a slight bitterness to his tone. And you never know what they're like behind closed doors. Exactly right, which is why I'm hunting for any information available. All Might looked at the boys sternly. Which means whatever you can find is helpful, but not required. I know I can't stop you, so all I ask is that you keep your involvement to a minimum. Relay information to me and then step back. And don't tell anybody what you know about the investigation. Got it? Sure thing, All Might. Deku nodded vigorously. Yeah, Bakugo growled. We appreciate you trusting us. Todoroki bowed respectfully. Bakugo's phone lit up again, drawing his attention towards it immediately. This time, however, he shielded his screen with his other hand, and All Might noticed that both Deku and Todoroki pointedly looked away. Midoriya doesn't appear to be the only one sneaking around. All Might thought, a small smile tugging at his lips. They'd come a long way since their freshman year. Now these kids had grown into young adults, ready to tackle bigger things in life, including embarking on their own romantic journeys. How time flies. Todoroki took a deep breath. He didn't want to do this. And frankly, he didn't need to do this. All Might offered to initiate contact. No reason for Todoroki to even be in the mix. But hiding behind All Might was a coward's move. Like he'd said, Todoroki had grown up now. He wasn't a child. He needed to fight his own battles. That's what compelled him to step outside and hit the call button. Shoto. Endeavor answered on the first ring, sounding frazzled. It's been too long since I've heard from you. How? What do you know about Ryo Watanabe? A taken aback pause. Watanabe. Shoto. You worked with Thunderstrike a couple years back. Todoroki continued. I must have been in first year or so. Not a long time ago. Quote. Yes, that sounds correct. Endeavor cleared his throat. Would you like me to set up a meeting with him? Or something of the sort? No, even if that's what Todoroki did want, he'd never go through his father for that. I want to know any intel you have on them. Enemies they've made, people they were close to, what kinds of criminals got away from fights with Thunderstrike in particular. Shoto. Why all the questions about this? Endeavor sounded like he was starting to get suspicious. Todoroki didn't care. He had no motivation for talking to his father other than gaining information. Whether or not his father knew had no bearing on his continuing this conversation. I'm doing All Might a favor. It's regarding Watanabe's disappearance case. He stated simply, if you don't have anything helpful, then fine. I have homework too. I only have one piece of information that might help. Finally, Endeavor seemed to understand what he wanted and stopped beating around the bush. All right, let's hear it, then. I know Watanabe had a girlfriend. Endeavor spoke slowly. I think she somehow got involved with his agency, might have been a hero course student herself. I didn't ask him anything about her. Of course you didn't. Todoroki rolled his eyes. But he seemed distressed about it. I don't know why. Endeavor sighed. I'm sorry. Shoto, but that's all I really have. I wasn't close to Watanabe or his son, we simply did a few jobs together. I can't recall any significant enemies he might have made or criminals he let slip by. That's good enough, Todoroki confirmed. Thanks for the help. Of course, Shoto. His tone picked up in enthusiasm. Anytime. And while I have you, the Sidekick Awards are coming up and... Click. Maybe hanging up was rude. And unnecessary, considering Endeavor did just help them. But frankly, his intel didn't sound incredibly useful, and Todoroki was not about to stay on the line to chit-chat about anything with this man. He had to swallow enough bile just to stomach calling him in the first place. Whoa, you okay, Roki? The smell of cologne hit Todoroki's nose when Zero stepped outside, shutting the door to Heights Alliance behind him. Todoroki turned, giving his friend a small nod of acknowledgement. Oh, hey, he kept his expression deadpan. I just got off the phone with my dad. Oh, yikes. Zero didn't like to pry into Todoroki's issues regarding his father, but he knew enough to be concerned. How'd that go? It was fine. Todoroki half shrugged, mostly doing it as a favor for All Might. He's working a case right now. Zero frowned. All Might still does that. I thought after he retired, he just kinda resigned himself to teaching, I guess. Never expected him to keep up with police work. To be honest, I'm not sure what his role is in all this. Todoroki looked down at his phone, seeing more texts from Endeavor pop up. Internally, he groaned. Well, it sounds like you've done your part. Zero patted his shoulder. And hey, that's a big move for you, to call your dad like that. I'm impressed. Somehow, Todoroki needed to hear that. Shoulders relaxing, he let his face ease into a small smile. Thank you, Zero. He needed to shift the subject before this got emotional. What brings you out here, anyway? Oh, I'm heading out for a study session. Zero explained brightly. Todoroki noted that no one had followed Zero out. With who? Hey, Zero. From the end of the pathway, a girl in a blue sundress waved at him, a huge smile on her face. She looked familiar, but from this far away, Todoroki couldn't quite place her. Zero waved back, his demeanor growing a bit nervous. Quickly, he turned to Todoroki, urgency in his tone. If anyone asks, I'm studying by myself. Okay. Sure. Puzzled, Todoroki nodded. Thanks. I'll catch you later. Zero slid Todoroki's hand in a quick high five to fist bump, a universal handshake between all boys, or so Todoroki had been taught, and jogged down the path. Todoroki watched Zero and this girl greet each other, hesitate, then exchange a quick hug before making their way down the path together. Though typically a bit slow with these things, Todoroki developed some social skills over his time at UA that helped him decipher exactly what was going on here. Zero was on a date. Janky glove. The offending piece dangled from Deku's wrist, a mess of metal and wires. According to Aizawa, an accidental gust of too much power imploded his left glove practically to pieces at the end of training. Apparently, Deku stayed behind to run a few things by All Might before returning to the locker room. Uraraka heard the commotion and pounced, racing down to the clearing to find Deku mostly unharmed save for some strains in his hand. Still, she now refused to let him out of her sight, accompanying him all the way to Hatsume's lab to get his broken items fixed. Here, I can hold it, she offered, reaching for his hand. Rather than let her take the glove, he pulled it off himself and carried it in his right hand. With his left, he swept her palm against his, intertwining their fingers together. Actually, would you mind holding this, instead? He gave her a shy smile. Giggling, she nuzzled her forehead into his shoulder, squeezing his hand even tighter. That's fine with me. These moments, Uraraka lived for these dorky, adorable little exchanges between the two of them. Times like these reminded her just how much she cared for Deku. Liking him for years beforehand built up to sheer and utter glee that finally, she'd been given the freedom to express her feelings for him. And when he looked at her, with his eyelids half closed and that sweet, content smile, she almost couldn't keep herself grounded. Boom! The ground rocked beneath them, jumbling them back and forth for a second. A moment later, They spotted the smoke emanating from the opening where the door to the support lab once stood. Deku immediately pulled Uraraka behind him, both of their eyes roaming wildly for signs of a threat. It only took a second before the cause of said explosion was located. By tackling Deku to the ground. Ah! Midoriya, Hatsume's shrill voice cut through the sound of the smoke alarms. Long time, no see. I trust you've been taking good care of my babies. Uraraka begrudgingly resisted the urge to float Hatsume into the stratosphere. Seriously, did she have to land on top of Deku every single time? Thankfully, Deku had acquired much better navigation skills since their first year and immediately rolled out from under the pink-haired inventor. Hey, Hatsume. He rose to his feet and dusted himself off. What's all that about? Hatsume. Power loader bellowed from inside the lab. Somebody call Smentos. Oh, just a little hiccup on my latest test drive. She waved her hand as if to say, it's nothing. Well, to her, it probably was. Wanna see it? Come on in. Deku exchanged a glance with Uraraka. Is that safe? Right this way. Hatsume snatched both of their wrists before a single sentence was finished. You're just in time to see Ingenium suited up in my latest little babies. Calling her handiwork, babies, would never not ring as weird to Uraraka. Wait, Ida's here. Deku tilted his head as Hatsume dragged them around the corner. Sure enough, there he stood on the modeling platform, decked out in a bronzer, bulkier version of his original costume. As soon as he came into sight, Hatsume abandoned Deku and Uraraka, scurrying up to him. Hold still, this one's falling off track. Quickly, she plopped to her knees and began screwing something into his leg. Ah, Iida shrieked. Hatsume, this isn't optimal for. These babies are working overtime. Hatsume jumped back to her feet to stroke the contraption on Iida's wrist, practically foaming at the mouth. Try not to overdo it on this run, okay? They're still so delicate. Grumbling, Iida adjusted the wrist armor. Neither he nor Deku made eye contact. Obviously, words from the previous day still held some weight for both of them. Uraraka glanced between them, unsure how to approach the situation. Right now, it didn't feel like anything would get resolved, so she instead focused on the upgrades. Oh, wow, that looks incredible, Hatsume. Uraraka exclaimed. The new armpiece resembled the contraptions on his legs, mostly identical to his original armor just adorned with bronze engines. What do they do? I'm so glad you asked. With a wicked grin, the pink-haired girl snatched Ida's hand, extending his arm to model her invention and ignoring his grunt of pain. Ingenium over here wanted to increase his overall body's speed to match his legs, so I remodeled his armor after the engines on his legs. Now his punching and upper body combat matches the level on his legs almost identically. Oh, and look at this. Darting behind Iida, she grabbed his hips and spun him around, once again not acknowledging his yelps of protest. On his waist, I've engineered custom motors that sync to the output of his legs. They're button activated so he won't go haywire at the drop of a hat, but this is a forward propellant that'll make him unstoppable in battle. All of these upgrades looked and sounded phenomenal, but left Deku questioning their necessity. After all, Ida's quirk set him up to be off the charts in speed. What use did he have for extra engines? Hatsume's done a superb job, as expected. Iida turned to face them somewhat stiffly. Today's going to be the first test drive of the arm pieces, but I have faith that nothing should go wrong. Squealing, Hatsume squeezed his metal-clad arm. That's the spirit, Twinkle Toes. You know, you're the biggest supporter of my babies in the whole hero course. You've claimed so many of them, it's like you're their unofficial dad. Ida's face burned bright red. Deku and Uraraka exchanged a horrified glance, subtly ensuring that they'd heard her correctly. Hatsume, of course, didn't bat an eye, gleefully tinkering with the armpiece for probably the 50th time. So, what are all these upgrades for, Iida? Uraraka asked casually. Iida gave her a slightly tense smile. Well, with the gala and our graduation coming up, I'd say it's time I kicked it into high gear as much as possible. With these support items, I can enhance my performance to a whole new level, which I've deemed necessary for my effectiveness as a hero. Uraraka raised her eyebrows. Wow, That's a lot to upgrade at once, though. You sure all these drastic changes are such a good idea? Of course. Iida stood straighter, which neither one of them thought possible until now. What better time to push your own limits than now? Quote. Maybe a time that doesn't involve a showcase in less than a month. Uraraka supplied carefully. Hatsume scoffed. You guys worry too much. If anyone's got this, Ingenium over here does. After all, I wouldn't trust my babies with some random schmuck out in the field. That statement didn't feel entirely true. Hatsume took on just about every commission thrown her way as far as Deku knew. Even if nobody came to her with requests, she'd dream up something to work on of her own volition before passing it off to the first person who asked for it. Her babies, both functional and discarded, littered the halls of Ua High School, used and abused by one and all. Out of all of them, however, Iida definitely took the best care of his equipment. His costume always gleamed from fresh polish, he cleaned his vents practically daily, and the second something malfunctioned, he reported to Hatsume's lab within the hour. Someone paying such close attention to detail deserved the extra trust, Deku concluded with a smile. After a moment, Hatsume wiped the sweat from her brow with a small huff. So, what brings you in here today, Midoriya? Oh, right. He held out the combusted remains of his glove that hung barely strung together with a series of wires. Sorry to spring this on you, but I put a little too much power behind a move and... No problem. Eagerly, Hatsume snatched the fragments up and zeroed in on them. A hungry smile broke across her face the closer she examined the glove, making Deku gradually more uneasy. He definitely understood passion, but did Hatsume need to lick her lips during her assessment of his equipment? I was hoping you could reinforce it while we're here. He haltingly continued when she turned and placed the glove on her workstation. After all, we can't have a repeat of this. Oh, don't you worry, Midoriya. Hatsume didn't look up from her repairs. By the time I'm through, this baby will be indestructible. I believe that. Deku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. While Hatsume got to work, an uncomfortable silence fell over the three friends. Iida kept himself focused on his gear, observing it closely. More closely than necessary. Deku awkwardly stared down at his shoes, contemplating making small talk with Uraraka. It felt rude to have a side conversation right in front of Iida, though. Even if things were tense, Deku didn't want to outright exclude him, or at least make it seem that way. Both boys kept their gaze to the floor, not making eye contact. That's it. Uraraka could take it no more. With one hand, she grabbed Deku's chin, the other she used to grab the back of Iida's head, jerking both of their faces upwards. Ochako, why, both of you, talk. Iida recoiled, nudging his hair out of her grasp. Uraraka, this is ridiculous. You're a third year, conduct yourself with more dignity. Dignity, she whirled on him. You're the one who's avoiding your best friends because you want to be a jerkwad. He narrowed his eyes at her. Ochako, I don't think this is necessary. Deku put a hand on her shoulder. What do you mean? She turned to him, a somewhat sad look on her face. Clearly, there's something wrong. Why can't we just... Iida will talk to us when he's ready. Deku directed his words toward Iida. And when he's ready, we'll be right here. No matter what's been said or threatened. The slightest glimmer of emotion flickered through Iida's eyes. Quickly, he cleared his throat and focused on adjusting his helmet in his hands. Otherwise, he didn't acknowledge his words, which Deku expected. He didn't care. As mad as he was, he meant what he'd said. And he knew Iida knew that. OHP, one more thing. Hatsume jumped toward the shelf above her workstation, snatching a tool before returning to her work. Uraraka looped her arm through Deku's. How long do you think it'll... Okay. Done. Hatsume whirled around, panting and slightly sweatier than before, triumphantly presenting the perfectly intact glove. Once again, both Deku and Uraraka exchanged an awestruck glance. I reconstructed the fabric with Kevlar this time. Hatsume's fingertips grazed the back of the glove. That should reinforce the inner workings of everything. Here, give her a spin. Whoa. Deku nearly fumbled the tossed glove. You guys don't mess around in here, do you? Hatsume let out a hearty cackle. Mess around. In this economy, ha. Whatever that meant, sure. Brushing it off, Deku strapped on his new equipment. The upgraded version immediately felt different, sturdier, but not flexible like before. Presumably a hindrance, but possibly an advantage. If I use this glove for speed and agile attacks. He extended his right hand, flexing it as he talked. Then I can use my left for offense. How would that work, though? Uraraka tilted her head. By your hands doing two different things at once. Deku looked from his left glove to his right, mildly perplexed. Yeah, I suppose that would take some getting used to, wouldn't it? It's best to train yourself with both. Iida stepped in, stiff but intrigued. You'll never know which hand will need to do what. You need to get used to using speed and agility even with a glove that weighs more. Good point. Deku smiled. Thanks, Iida. Iida faltered, jerking his gaze away. Just doing my job as class representative. Helpful, as always. Hatsume didn't seem to sense the tension, thankfully making her the perfect person to break it. Both of you are gonna do amazing work with these babies equipped, I just know it. Now, if you don't mind, Midoriya, run along and test those out. I've gotta whip my babies with Iida into tip-top shape. Seriously, this analogy started to have horrific implications. Sounds good. Deku stole a glance at Iida, whose face burned brighter than Hagakuri's warp refraction. Thanks again, Hatsume. Yeah, and we'll see you later, Iida. Uraraka waved at both of them. Iida mustered a small wave back. She took one last backward glance at him before following Deku. Something must really be getting to him, she worried. And she could tell from a mile away it had nothing to do with her or Deku. BZZT. BZZT. No, he called one stupid time, and now Endeavor takes it as an open invitation to bombard him even more than before. No, this does not mean they're on speaking terms. He just needed some, frankly, probably useless information. Todoroki closed his eyes. If giving his father the silent treatment hadn't worked by now, maybe it would be better to send him a direct, perfectly clear message stating he didn't wish to have contact. That would hopefully get the point across. He didn't want to. God, he really didn't. He never pinpointed why exactly he'd never told his father off, nor why he didn't just block him, but somehow, neither of those felt like an option. He could still put a stop to these calls, though. Sighing, he opened all 73 unread texts from his dad, ready to put a "stop calling me" message in their thread when something caught his eye. Endeavor. Shoto, I got more information on Watanabe's girlfriend. Call me back. That rested in between a slew of other texts about the gala or the Sidekick Awards or something, but none of that interested him. Quickly, Todoroki moved to press the call button, only to find his father already calling him. Rolling his eyes, he answered. What do you have? No point in starting with pleasantries. Shoto. Endeavor sounded less enthusiastic this time. I managed to talk with Burnin about the situation, and she gave me some more intel. The girl's name was Megumi Nagase. She'd been a student at Shiketsu High School and did her third-year internship under Watanabe's agency. After she graduated, she became one of their interns, and I'm assuming that's when she and Ryo Watanabe started dating. Nagase. Todoroki repeated. Good to know. Anything else? Not much. Just the two seemed to be in a bit of a strained relationship. According to Burnin, there was some sort of ongoing fight between the two of them. No idea what it could be about, though. Is that everything? Todoroki really wanted to get off this phone call. Talking to his dad twice in one day seriously weighed on his psyche. For now, yes. I'll let you know if Burnin comes to me with anything else. Great. Todoroki pulled the phone from his ear. Thanks. Shoto, if I may. No. Click. You may not anything. Stop. Shoto tossed his phone onto his bed for good measure. Absolutely no more conversations for the rest of the day. BZZT. BZZT. Really? A double call. Sighing, Todoroki moved to reject the call, only stopping when he saw Yaoyorozu's name lighting up his screen. Hello. His voice cracked when he answered. Hello, she replied, bright as ever. I'm, putting together a last-minute study session for tonight. I know it's short notice, So if you're busy that's perfectly fine, but I was wondering if you'd like to join. Sure, of course. He cleared his throat, his voice threatening to break again. What time were you, thinking? Probably in about an hour. She sounded apprehensive. I know that's pretty soon, I'll be there. He jumped to his feet. Are you hosting in the lounge? I can come help you set up, if you'd like. Really? Sure, that'd be great. Her voice jumped up a pitch. Yeah, we're in the lounge, just swing by whenever you're ready. Sounds good. Thank you, Yaoyorozu. Thank you, I'm excited to see you. I mean, all of you, everyone who agreed to come, it'll be fun. See you in a bit. Later. That hopeful feeling in his chest returned. He did his best to suppress it. Somehow, the hope was always followed by a surge of unconcentrated anxiety. The way his heart pounded at the feeling didn't seem healthy, but try as he might, he never got it to stop. Mistress. Chaotic stumbled into the room, twitching and hissing. We have a problem. Mirror set her nail file on the coffee table. Whatever do you mean? They know. About the glass. It's the police, and they. Really? Mirror cocked an eyebrow. Interesting. Took them much longer to figure it out than I anticipated. Electra, who lounged on the opposite couch, turned towards Mirror in surprise. You sound as if you wanted them to figure it out. Well, of course I don't want them to. Mirror clarified, examining her nails. I'm just surprised they took this long. Usually, they're more on top of things. I suppose their money sources are drying up. At that, Chaotic perked up. Ooh, does that mean we're winning? Mirror scoffed. Not by a long shot, dearie. This does mean we're sending the correct message, though. Won't be long until this little piece of intel makes its way through the grapevine. And, then what? Electra hadn't been briefed on Mirror's entire plan, something that was beginning to irritate her. Patience. That's what. Okay. Mirror hadn't quite forgiven her for the broken glass. Message received. Anything else you picked up on, Chaotic? They know about the girlfriend. The snake-skinned girl spat out the last word, cringing. They might ask her questions. Oh, glorious. Mirror grinned. They're even framing someone for us. I thought we'd certainly have to intervene on that one. Doesn't this just get better and better? But don't you remember who she is? Chaotic's eyes widened. Mistress, didn't you say? I know everything already. Mirror cut her off sharply, nodding briefly at Electra. Keep it to yourself. Let's watch and see how this plays out before we make our next move. Understood. Electra diverted her attention from their conversation, uninterested in watching Chaotic struggle to comprehend Mirror's obvious signals. Honestly, she'd never understand what compelled Mirror to keep this henchwoman of hers around. All she'd proven herself to be capable of was listening to the speakers for the phone lines that Electra had tapped into and relaying everything she heard to Mirror, a job that even an injured baboon could pull off. But Mirror had her reasons for everything, and Electra hadn't become enough of a somebody on this operation to question her. Instead, she scrolled through her phone, opening up one of her secret gallery folders. For the first time in a while, his blonde hair lit up her screen again. His hand at her back, her favorite polka dot two-piece, the hot sun reflecting off the sand in the background. One of the first photos they'd taken together, she recalled sadly. It didn't matter what they kept from her, she reminded herself. Promises were made, and while nobody in this room fully trusted anybody else, Electra knew she'd get what she wanted as long as she played along. She needed to see this through. For him. Somersault. Backflip. Glide through the air and land. The trick itself didn't seem impossible once Suyu broke it down. Tokiyami suggested as much, insistent that they didn't try anything too strenuous right off the bat. The previous day, Vlad went over the absolute basics, ensuring that they understood the mechanics of their assignment. From there, he requested they block out time to practice one-on-one and figure out a rhythm based on where they stood athletically. He expressed high hopes surrounding Suyu's abilities, in particular. You're so agile, I'll bet we can get some air tricks in there, too. Which put an inherent pressure on her to push herself further than normal. Phew, okay. Suyu stretched her leg behind her. I think I'm ready. Today was their first time actually attempting tricks. If they could come up with some sort of routine, they'd add it to their aerial display, something Tokiyami knew Vlad was pulling for. Suyu's enthusiasm was apparent to him the moment she walked into the gym. Seemed she'd already hyped herself up to do something as daring as this. He, however, held significant reservations about the whole thing. He didn't like putting people in harm's way, and this routine really didn't lend itself to the playing it safe stance. Ultimately, though, it wasn't his choice, and as long as Suyu decided to participate in Vlad's antics, Tokiyami vowed to remain on board strictly to ensure her protection. Good. But remember, he turned to her as she stretched. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. We can always alter this insanity if we need to. Knowing he'd be behind her 100% gave her the confidence she needed to go all out. Still, the reassurance that she didn't ultimately have to do this helped her work through the anxiety she developed surrounding all the mechanics of the routine. Thank you, Tokiyami. She stood up straight. It means a lot knowing you feel that way. He bowed his head downward, focusing intensely on his shoes for a moment. Let's start with basic lifting. Suyu continued. I know you can pick me up, but full-on lifting me in midair seems pretty different. A small smirk twitched his beak as he shrugged off his PE shirt, leaving him in just a black tank top. I'm confident I can lift you, Asui. One look at his biceps should have told her that. In fact, Suyu theorized he could pick her up with one arm if he tried hard enough. He'd really bulked up since their first year. She realized now that she could actually see his arms. It struck her as a bit of a shame that his costume featured such a long, heavy cloak. Showing off his upper body would definitely score him some popularity points. I am, too, but we should still practice the basics. She averted her gaze up to his face, trying not to stare at his muscles. Right. As you wish. Whenever you're ready. Suddenly feeling incredibly out of shape, she made her way to the middle of the gym mat. Let's start with a simple, is it called bridal style? She held a finger up to her chin in thought. You know what I'm talking about, right? Tokiyami nodded. Yes, I can do that. Tentatively, he stepped forward. So, should I just grab you? Here, how about this? She strode up to him. Hold out your arms and I'll jump into them. He stopped. That doesn't sound safe. Well, I won't jump. She clarified. We'll go step by step. Here, stand next to me. After he obliged, she rested her hand on his shoulder, pulling herself against his chest. Involuntarily, he twitched, unused to such close physical contact. Thankfully, Suyu didn't seem to notice, continuing instructions completely unfazed. Now, put your arm around my waist. Slowly, he did, painstakingly focused on not grazing her anywhere inappropriate. As he did so, she slid her hand from his shoulder to around his neck, bringing her other hand up as well. She moved steadily, purposefully, clearly completely at ease with the prospect of touching another person. He internally chastised himself. Suyu was behaving maturely, handling all the work, like a professional should. Why did his brain need to make this so difficult? And then I'll jump, and you catch my legs with your other arm. That won't be necessary. He turned to look at her, bringing his head back slightly when he realized how close together their faces were. I have a better idea. What's that? With the arm wrapped around her waist, he hoisted her up towards his chest, pulling her feet off the ground. Now that she'd been brought to a higher level, he swept his free arm underneath her legs and hooked the bend of her knees over his forearm. Whoa, her eyes widened. Did you just lift me with one arm? Indeed. He adjusted his hands a bit, staring down at her slightly concernedly. Are you all right with that? I don't want to make you uncomfortable. Oh, I'm fine, I'm just impressed. She looked up at him, eyes gleaming admiringly. I guess I didn't realize how strong you were. Suddenly embarrassed, he broke eye contact, opting instead to focus downward. Thank goodness his complexion never gave away the times his face flushed. Well, it's really nothing. She giggled. It's okay to admit it. You don't need to be so humble. Especially when you can do something as cool as lift an entire person up with your hand. Thank you, Asui. That felt like a compliment. He should be polite about it. Come on, let's try it a few more times and get comfortable. She swung her feet back onto the mat and stood up. Ready. Finally meeting her gaze, he nodded. Of course. Normally, after a few reps in the gym, Tokiyami tired himself out. Lifting Tsuyu, however, didn't have the same effect on him. Mainly because she was an agile human being capable of carrying her own weight and not a rack of solid metal dumbbells, he rationalized. When they settled down for a break, he didn't feel particularly worn out. Phew. Tsuyu brought her water to her lips with an exhale. I never knew getting thrown around could be so tiring. Immediately, he sat up straighter, seemingly alarmed. Are you all right? Was I too careless? Oh, no, it's not your fault. She did appreciate his reflexive concern, though. I've just got to get more used to acrobatics is all. Tokiyami accepted this and leaned back a bit. So far, your skills are nothing short of remarkable. I have faith in you, Asui. Sue. He frowned. Sue, she repeated. You know you're allowed to call me that, right? He shifted slightly on the bench. Of course, I suppose I've simply gotten used to Asui, as all. No worries. She giggled a little. I'm fine with whatever makes you comfortable. Funny, he'd been struggling to stay comfortable since they started. Tsuyu hadn't done anything wrong, of course. He'd never been one for physical contact, especially in the proximity they'd been forced into. Well, not forced, but this training involved a lot of closeness he didn't prepare himself for. Having established that, however, he did note that Tsuyu made him feel better about the touching aspect than a lot of other people would have. Between her patience, gentleness, and encouragement, he found himself able to push through his feelings of unease. More so than he would have if he'd been paired with someone pushier or impatient like Mina or Hagakure. BZZT. BZZT. His phone jolted him out of his thoughts. The notification showed a preview of Minetta's text to the boys' group chat. Tokiyami held back a groan after he read it. Minetta. Get ready, guys, by the end of today, I'll have scored with Class B's resident blonde bombshell. Might even send pics if anyone asks nicely, P. Christ, everything all right? Tsuyu read the disdain on his face from a mile away. Possibly. He turned the screen towards her, allowing her to see Minetta's message. When she finished reading, her nose wrinkled up in disgust. She shook her head. Hasn't he been saying that for days? I hope Tsunotori has the good sense to turn him down. I imagine so. Tokiyami returned his gaze to his phone. The Gala's too prestigious of an affair to be tied down by someone as juvenile as he. Well, also, he's creepy. Tsuyu added. I feel like that's more than enough reason. Agreed. Tokiyami took a sip from his water. Tsuyu swung her legs back and forth, casting a curious glance at Tokiyami's side profile. What have the rest of the guys been saying about the Gala? She asked after a moment. He closed his water bottle. What do you mean? Well, about dates and such. She absent-mindedly twirled a stray lock of hair. Has anyone told you who they're planning to ask yet? Besides Minetta, of course. Tokiyami sneered. Well, he's been the most vocal, as you might have guessed. I do know Kaminari and Shiro have their sights set on some girls in Class B, but... Really? Tsuyu raised her eyebrows. Kaminari's not asking Jiro. At that, Tokiyami stopped. Neither one of them dared to confirm their feelings for the other one, but being close to both Kaminari and Jiro, he'd long since sussed out the chemistry between them. These suspicions led to a series of noted observations made over time, paired with the mildest amount of needling into both parties, all of which culminated in the secret conclusion that Kaminari and Jiro, to put it simply, had it bad for each other. Knowledge that, while seemingly obvious, he opted to keep to himself for his friend's sake. Discussing such speculations created a breeding ground for rumors he'd be ill-intentioned to start. Hearing that someone else shared his observations gave him a strange thrill. What makes you say that? He asked her somewhat testily. Tsuyu seemed to feel the opposite way he did. This information didn't shock or scare her at all. It absolutely didn't bother her to talk about this. Had she pieced this together before he had? Or even better, been made privy to confirmation he hadn't received yet? The way Kaminari's eyes light up when he sees Jiro. She replied. And how embarrassed Jiro looks whenever Kaminari gets close to her. I've thought they liked each other since our first year, but I could be wrong. I don't think so. Tokiyami shook his head. You should have seen how vigorously Kaminari practiced learning to play guitar when we started the band. He refused to let Jiro's passion project go down in flames. I think his fingers might have bled at one point. Really? Tsuyu perked up. I didn't know about that. Only I was there. He smirked at the memory. His determination gave him away, but I chose not to needle into him about it. In retrospect, that might have been a mistake. If I'd gotten him talking about it, he may have realized his feelings a lot sooner. Do you think he has now? Tsuyu wondered out loud. Not remotely, since he's so vehemently chasing Shiozaki. Honestly, that pursuit rendered Tokiyami nothing short of confused. What did Kaminari see in her? Not that she's a poor choice, but they had absolutely nothing in common. Tsuyu shook her head with a scoff. If he and Jiro lose out on each other, I think I'll have to fight both of them. I'll gladly assist you. Her hearty giggle echoed through the gym. That's funny. She tucked the strand of hair she twirled behind her ear. It feels good to talk to someone about this. Tokiyami's beak twitched. Agreed. The gym door opened, interrupting their moment. Poking his head through the crack was Kuwaro, whose eyes scanned the room before landing on Tokiyami. The time has come for training, my shadowy friend. He announced. Ah, good morning, Asui. Hello, Kuwaro. Tsuyu gave him a wave before turning to Tokiyami. I'll let you get to your practice, Tokiyami. Want to meet up same time tomorrow? Tokiyami nodded. Sounds perfect, Asu. Great. Without warning, she squeezed her arms around him. Briefly, nothing more than a quick, friendly hug strictly to say goodbye. Tokiyami's face burned at the contact. He had no idea how to react. Did he hug her back? Just as he started to, she pulled away, smiling and grabbing her water bottle. I'll see you later, then. Bye, Kuwaro. She disappeared. She'd hugged him, spun his brain around, and left in the span of a minute. But none of that bothered him nearly as much as the face Kuwaro gave him when he met him at the door. Ooh, it seems despite the dark, you've found your own little ray of sunshine there. His tone sounded teasing and mischievous. What are you implying? Tokiyami's eyes narrowed. Nothing. A sly shrug colored Kuwaro's voice. Nothing at all. Thankfully, he let it slide after that, the two of them shifting the subject towards music. Tokiyami's brain refused to let go of that interaction, though, and he certainly couldn't set aside Kuwaro's obvious assumption regarding it. Morning gym sessions always hit perfectly. Nobody pressured Shinso to have a conversation. Of course, his friends usually didn't push him to talk or hang out. They understood his introverted nature. Admittedly, Kaminari took a while too, though. But when getting in the zone, he deemed solitude absolutely necessary. And in the wee hours of the morning, the entire space belonged to him, since most people didn't wait train until the afternoon. That meant he never needed to hold back or feel self-conscious about his appearance or any mistakes he made. He trained, went as hard as necessary, and gave himself a good warm-up for the day. It felt cathartic, in a lot of ways. These days, he'd worked himself up to repping combos taught to him by Present Mike. Of all people, little-known fact, Mike spent a brief period of his life training to be a boxer. Anything to get famous, Shinso supposed. He did his best to switch things up, admittedly difficult to accomplish without a training partner, but Shinso couldn't complain. Getting the basics down made him good enough for hand-to-hand binding training with Aizawa 3 times a week. He didn't need anybody else for that. The silence and solitude soothed him enough to loosen him up, anyway. Another person would just throw him off at this point. Thankfully, he never had to worry about anyone else barging in. Until today. The door swinging open. Okay, that's happened once or twice. Both times the janitor passed through, greeted Shinso with a nod, and went about his day. Shinso tensed up only a bit for this reason. The assumption that he wasn't about to be bothered kept him grounded. Well, look what we have here. Oh, no, God, please, no. Shinso recognized that obnoxious, boisterous cackling the instant it plagued his ears. The door banged open just as it registered, leaving him no option but to stare blankly at the newcomer. The newcomer he absolutely despised. Class A once again, stopping at nothing to get ahead. Monoma leaned against the now closed door, crossing his arms with a smirk. What, is this your guy's secret? Hitting the gym at the crack of dawn so you're nice and warmed up for the day, huh? Our secret, I'm the only one in here. Shinso pointed out flatly. Oh, Monoma's tone shifted, this time a bit lower. So you're the special one, then? Shinso's fists tightened. No, he turned back to his sandbag with newfound determination. That's why I'm here, and if you're done being a pain in the ass, I'm going to carry on. Done, Monoma snorted. I'm just getting started, muscle man. One thing about Shinso, he hated working out in front of an audience. Some weird performance anxiety that Aizawa assured him was normal, to a degree. But he had no intention of falling behind in his training simply because Monoma felt like being a nuisance. Gripping the bandages on his hands, he attacked the practice bag once more, stumbling slightly, righting himself, punching again, and so on. Interesting. Much to Shinso's dismay, Monoma wasn't finished. You're working pretty hard, there. What are you trying to compensate for, anyway? That stopped Shinso for a split second. Compensate, is that how he came across? No, of course not. Monoma's just saying shit like he always does. Shaking himself, he returned to his training. Yup, that struck a nerve. God, how did he always know? Every time something that cracked out blonde said got to someone, not only did he see it, he drilled into it even harder, unwilling to back down until Kendo got wind of his nonsense and clobbered him. Well, if she wasn't around to do it, someone would have to. Shut up, Shinso panted between punches. I'm not interested in whatever you're trying to start here. That's unfortunate. Through the mirror, Shinso caught Monoma's sly grin out of the corner of his eye. I'm very interested in your observation. What makes you think you're not special, huh? A lot of things. In fact, almost everything. Shinso faltered, his attempted punch barely connecting with the sandbag. He took another deep breath. No, this is exactly what this crazy bastard wants, to throw him off his game so he won't train effectively. Keep him from succeeding. Push Class A down a peg, one member at a time. This wasn't personal, he realized. Don't take it that way. Someone telling you you're not a special snowflake. His words certainly didn't feel generic, all things considered. Let me guess. You don't feel you measure up to your flashy little classmates, so you have to do this. Is that it? Ignore him. He's nothing. Nothing but a jealous, loud-mouthed, petulant bug. That's all he'd been for 2.5 years. That's all he'd continue to be. Seeming to sense that he hadn't broken through to him, Monoma made his way towards Shinso's practice bag. Great. As if his mere presence wasn't annoying enough. No, he needed to be right in Shinso's ear with his bullshit. No possible exceptions. The impact of his next punch weakened, earning a small chuckle from Monoma. Angrily, Shinso doubled down in force, slamming his fist even harder than before. His hand slipped. Frustration fueled the next 3 punches, all of which didn't hit as well as they could have. That's it, isn't it? The blonde rocked back and forth on his heels. Poor you. A year behind in hero studies, shoehorned in because there happened to be an opening, and it's so hard for you to catch up, you have to resort to drastic measures like this just to have a hope of standing out. Standing out, he just wanted to do his job. That meant staying in shape. It meant teaching himself discipline. If Monoma didn't comprehend that, what business did he have training to become a hero? Just keep going, he ordered himself. I don't blame you, of course. Now Monoma made himself comfortable, leaning against the wall near the sandbag. When you're getting compared to students like Midoriya and Todoroki, having classmates like that has to make you wonder if becoming a hero is even possible for you, I'm sure. That smarmy little smirk of his officially started to get on Shinso's final nerves. Quickly, he circled around the punching bag, turning his back to the blonde and, somewhat subconsciously, started swinging even harder. Then again, it helps to have someone like the legendary Eraserhead in your back pocket. His tone grew testier. Shinso detected a hint of malice and possibly envy. Not surprising. I'm sure that played no part in the class you wound up in, of course. Monoma, is there some kind of problem? Shinso didn't look up from the spot he'd worn down in the fabric of the bag. Not for me. Monoma gave a nonchalant shrug. You're the one about to destroy valuable gym equipment. Which I suppose is perfectly excusable, since you're Aizawa's precious little pet. Without thinking, Shinso whirled on the blonde, slamming his fist into the wall right next to his head. Monoma's expression dropped from smug to horrified, eyes suddenly widening. Enough. Shinso's voice dropped to a growl. I'm here to be the best hero I'm capable of becoming. No, I'm not flashy like Midoriya or Bakugo, and yes, I have a world of catching up to do. But don't you dare act like I push myself like this every single goddamn day for street cred or vanity muscles, or because I'm trying to outshine my classmates. I'm here to work. He pointedly looked the blonde up and down, unable to resist throwing in a jab. You should try it sometime. What? Offended, Monoma straightened up his stance, squaring up to Shinso as best he could. You think I don't work my ass off, too? Only thing I've ever seen you run is your mouth. Shinso stood his ground, keeping his fist locked on the wall. Monoma's eyes narrowed. Then you obviously aren't paying attention. You're so self-absorbed like the rest of your class, you don't. One more word about my class and I'll steal Kendo's gig of knocking you senseless. You really want to take it there? The two stayed locked in their position, staring each other down with menacing glares, waiting for the other to budge. You can go now. I hate having an audience. Shinso finally dropped his fist. Ha, no way. Monoma crossed his arms. I'm staying and using the gym like I'm entitled to. Of course. Why stop at being verbally annoying when he also had the chance to be physically annoying? Fine. Shinso sighed. At this point, he'd rather resume silence even if it meant sharing the space with this lunatic. Take you and your entitlement as far away from me as you can get. No problem. Monoma gave him one last death stare, then pushed himself off the wall and sauntered across the gym. Shinso didn't watch him to see where he went. He truly couldn't have cared less at this point. Shaking himself, he resumed his position, bouncing back and forth on his legs. After a quick warm-up swing, he landed another punch squarely in the middle of the sandbag with the perfect amount of force. For it to break open and spill onto the floor. Monoma's laughter could be heard clear to the next building. Shinso's screaming, thankfully, remained silent, in his head, where loudness belonged. Alright, let's see you dodge this, Pinkie Pie. Slamming his arm forward, Bakugo yanked the pin from the gondola on his right arm, delivering a blast that would have sent most people to the infirmary. Pony's eyes widened with worry. There's no way Mina could dodge an explosion like that. Good thing she didn't need to. Acid Man. In a flash, Mina's hands moved swiftly, generating a thick, viscous shield of body shimmered as she encased herself in the protective, gelatinous armor. The explosion hit the acid barrier with a thunderous impact, flames and smoke swirling around them. She ducked a bit, holding her arms in the shape of an X in front of her face. Acid Man shielded her perfectly, but the sight of flames coming at her prompted her to instinctively protect herself. Yeah, that was awesome. Kirishima cheered from the sidelines. You go, babe. Ah, Pony cooed from a few yards away, where she and Shoji sparred. I love how proud of her he is. It's heartwarming to see, Shoji agreed. He's quite fond of her. A pang of sadness pricked Pony's chest. Watching Kirishima scream in support of his girlfriend to the entire field was sweet, make no mistake. And she felt happy for Mina. Devoted, kind-hearted men didn't come along every day. Mina was lucky to have found Kirishima. All the girls in the hero course had managed to snag incredible guys, now that she thought about it. It made her wish she could be one of them. Are you all right? Shoji snapped her out of her thoughts. Oh, yeah, sorry. She hid behind an embarrassed giggle. Just zoning out. Do you do that a lot? She tilted her head. What do you mean? I've noticed that's been your answer twice now, is all. Shoji pointed out gently. And, not that it's any of my business, it's just, I'm just checking in, is all. It seemed like he wanted to say more, but thought differently at the last second. Probably because he's trying to be nice and refrain from calling her something to the effect of a dumb blonde, Pony realized bitterly. I'm fine, she promised, a little distant. We should get back to practicing. Shoji started to speak, wondering if he should dig a little deeper. Pony certainly didn't seem fine, but again, he didn't know her well enough to question her. He also worried that if he bothered her too much, he'd come across as prying into her business, which he didn't want to do at all. Very well. He stepped back a bit. How do you want to start this? Pony thought for a second. How about we see what we can work with from different angles? If I use my horns to fly around you, you can grow some eyes to spot me and swat down any horns I shoot at you. That's a great idea. Shoji mused as he thought it over. It would create a natural progression, too. We could start with that and work our way towards increasing the speed and volume of the horns until we're in a full-on brawl. How does that sound to you? Ooh, I like that. Pony clapped her hands together excitedly. And if I land above you on some sort of platform, I can unleash flurry of blows, without injuring anyone. Flurry of blows. Shoji blinked. Is that what you call your horn storm? Pony shrank back, embarrassed. Oh, no, it's from D. That dorky thing she did in her off time that got her and her friends bullied back in middle school. Why in the hell did she bring that up so easily? She mentally kicked herself. Her reputation at this school already preceded itself. She didn't need to add fodder to it. D. Why did that sound familiar? Shoji racked his brain for a second. Dungeons and Dragons. It's just some game, it's not important. She tried her best to wave it off. Tamaki had mentioned something of that nature on Discord a few times when the guys spent their free nights playing League. From what Shoji remembered, it involved dice, miniature figures, and some sort of fantasy element. He didn't have much of a chance to look into it, but hearing Pony talk about it piqued his interest. I think I've heard of it. He continued. Is it a tabletop of some sort? Yeah. Pony nodded warily. I used to play it with my friends back in the US. I guess it's a lot more popular over there. Except amongst rowdy middle school boys. They'd been ruthless to her group of so-called nerds, ever since they discovered her friend Ava's player handbook and dice bag hanging in her locker. That's really cool. It sounded like Shoji meant that, at least. I don't know too much about it, but it sounds like fun. How do you play? There's a lot to it. Honestly, it's too much to explain. Pony shrugged. Most people lose interest once you get into the mechanics. I'm pretty patient. She couldn't quite place the look in his eyes, but he seemed genuine as he spoke to her. Where does it all start? For some reason, he wanted to know. The way Pony lit up at the briefest mention of it caught his attention. If something made someone that excited, he'd love to not only learn about it, but hear everything from their perspective. View it through their passionate, admiring eyes. She bit her lip. Well, that part's a little complicated. I mean, once you know how, it's really easy. You make up a character, and there's lots of different types to choose from. That's always the fun part, getting to make up a backstory and decide which class you're gonna be. Oh, and you have to roll stats, too. Roll stats. Yeah, so you take some dice, and you. Hey, Blondie. Kamakiri's voice cut through their conversation sharply. Both of them whipped their heads across the field, where Kamakiri and Tetsu sparred. Quit clowning around and do something useful. We don't have long until the gala. He snapped, glaring at both of them. We take orders from our captains, not you. Shoji shot back, keeping his voice steady. He is right, though. Pony looked downward, ashamed. Sorry I got you off task, Shoji. It's my fault. Don't apologize. He leaned down a bit, hoping to make eye contact with her. I'd actually like to hear more about this, D. Can we talk about it a little more in depth sometime? Her enthusiasm returning, Pony nodded vigorously. I'd love to, yeah. We can hang back after training, if you're not busy. You've got a deal. He extended his hand. She shook it, a little rougher than the last time. All right. She released a couple horns. They swept themselves underneath her arms, lifting her slightly off the ground. Let's do this, tentacles. Finally, training came to an end. Jiro nearly collapsed beside her locker, heavy from the strain of stress surrounding her team. Kuwaro devised a perform from the shadows Concept that Jiro absolutely loved, but it took a lot to coordinate. It didn't help that their practices needed to happen in broad daylight, which half her team didn't work well with. On the contrary, Hagakure and Koda's quirks thrived in the outdoors, where animals and light abound. Balancing everything left Jiro pretty spent, never mind choreographing it all. As she kicked off her costume boots, she noticed a few Class B girls approaching Shiozaki out of the corner of her eye. At first, she didn't think too much of it until they started talking. "So, Shiozaki," Tokage buttoned her uniform up with a mischievous grin. "I'm hearing a lot from Shiro about how Kaminari's been hitting on you." Pony and Kodai giggled from Pony's locker. Shiozaki, however, seemed to be oblivious, merely blinking at Tokage. Jiro turned her head. She shouldn't be watching this. Or listening. Honestly, she should leave. "She will in a minute." Hitting. Shiozaki gasped. "Well, that certainly isn't permissible by our provider. I shall have to pray for his spirit." "Oh, for actual God sake." Jiro's fingers twitched into fists. Closing her eyes, she bent her head into her locker, hoping to hide her frustration. No, not literally. To be fair, Tokage's patience also sounded worn down. Unsurprising. It must be challenging to stay friends with someone so dense. Then again, Jiro managed to hold down a pretty close friendship with Kaminari for 2 years now. Contrastingly, she'd never been this annoyed, so, damn it, now even her thoughts confused her. "She means that Kaminari likes you." Pony offered up hopefully. "He likes her. Kaminari likes Shiozaki." That wasn't totally new information. He'd talked up how pretty she was about a week ago in the lounge when he and Mineta were staking those stupid claims. There's no reason hearing that should trigger any sort of reaction in Jiro. Yet, her fists remained balled up, trembling slightly. Quickly, she thrust her wrists into her locker as well. Maybe if things got bad enough, she could shove her whole body in and disappear from this mortal coil. "Likes me." Shiozaki didn't seem to understand. "Honestly, what else is new? We heard he's planning to ask you to the gala." Jiro had to give Pony points for the effort. She was trying pretty hard to hype Shiozaki up, from the sounds of it. "As if he were my date." Huzzah, it finally clicked. Jiro held back an irritated groan. Yeah, she could hear the excitement in Kodai's voice. "How do you feel about that?" "Oh." Shiozaki seemed to be pondering this. "I suppose that is a form of flattery." "What do you think you're gonna say to him?" Tokage pressed. Why didn't Jiro just leave? Some big part of her wanted this conversation to end so badly it hurt. But if she tried to move her hands, they just kept shaking. She had to figure something out, though. Eventually, one of the girls would notice she'd just been standing around and realize she was eavesdropping. "Hey, you just about ready?" Yaoyorozu grabbing her shoulder snapped her out of her daze. "Huh, oh, yeah." Her brain desperately wanted to hear what Shiozaki had to say. Almost to the point of brushing Yaoyorozu off, if she were being honest. But she knew it didn't matter how Shiozaki felt. It had been made clear to her how Kaminari felt, and that's the answer she needed. "I heard them, too," Yaoyorozu quietly explained once they were out of earshot. Jiro blinked. "Talking about Kaminari." Her friend bowed her head. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Jiro slung her bag over her shoulder. Why wouldn't I be?" "Because you're ridiculously in love with the boy, maybe." Yaoyorozu held her tongue. Speculations, observations, and conclusions ultimately held no solid basis for her theory, though she maintained it nonetheless. She'd hoped one day Jiro would finally break from her stubbornness and admit how she felt about their electricity-prone classmate, but alas, their third year had managed to roll around without a single confession. Still, she held out hope. "Don't worry." Yaoyorozu patted her shoulder. "I think things will work out for the best." Jiro clenched her jaw. She knew. She had to. Why was it so hard for her to just say it? "Well, hello there, ladies." Jiro jumped. As they rounded the corner, her nose collided into someone's chest. The stench of their cologne drowned her nose a second later, causing her to clamp her hand over her mouth and nose as she stumbled back. Holy crap, who? Speaking of the devil, Kaminari himself propped his arm on the wall of the building they stood next to, flashing his stupid, admittedly kind of charming, smolder, as he and Mineta called it. Jiro took another step back, her face boiling. What the, hey, he flashed a finger gun at her. How's it hanging? She only just now noticed Mineta stood beside Kaminari, also waving a finger gun at her waist. Man, that kid really hadn't grown at all since she'd met him. What brings you gentlemen to this side of campus? Yaoyorozu, the only person who knew how to think clearly in this situation, stepped forward and gave the boys a polite smile. Isn't it obvious? Mineta examined his nails nonchalantly. We're waiting on a pair of lovely ladies to happen by. Oh, man, they'd better be joking. Now that Jiro had managed to collect herself, she took the opportunity to look Kaminari up and down. He'd assembled his uniform pristinely after practice, his shirt perfectly tucked in, and he'd actually buttoned his blazer. Whatever body wash he'd drowned his skin in mixed with the overwhelming stench of cologne, creating a stink bomb of man smell that honestly wouldn't have been bad if it were subdued. Adding to the fragrance overload, though, had to be the most ridiculous part of this display. What's wrong with your hair? Jiro suppressed a laugh. What? Kaminari self-consciously smoothed it back a bit. It's the style, no. In the 50s, maybe. He'd slicked it down so flat against his head, Jiro briefly wondered if he'd cut it or something. It's a style. Yaoyorozu tried to be helpful, at least. Never mind them, Kaminari. Mineta waved them off. We have our sights set on girls who will actually appreciate such efforts. Indeed. Kaminari stuck his nose in the air, feeding off of Mineta's aloof energy. Carry on, my dears. We're waiting on our future gala dates. Future gala dates. Yaoyorozu tilted her head. Shiozaki and Tsunotori, Mineta clarified, rolling his eyes. They should be coming out of the locker room any second. And we definitely don't want them seeing us talking to other girls, so. Wait, how are you waiting for them? They left like 15 minutes ago. Jiro pointed to the door of the locker room, praying neither girl would emerge. Both boys froze. Wait, what? Kaminari's eyes bulged. Yeah, Jiro continued. They've been gone for a while. No wonder you morons have been out here for so long. They're not going to happen by any time soon. How could you have missed them? Mineta turned on Kaminari, furious. I don't know, I thought we picked the perfect vantage point. Kaminari crumpled his hand in his hair. Jiro detected a faint crunching sound and cringed. Jiro, are you sure they've already left? Why would I lie to you about that? Jiro let a faint chuckle color her tone. I wouldn't stick around the girls' locker room too much longer, though. You don't want to be labeled as creeps. Acting like Mineta's reputation didn't scream creepy from every corner of the school. You're right. Kaminari beckoned Mineta along. Come on, man, maybe we can catch them in the B-dorm lounge. Great idea. The pair jogged off, not even sparing the girls a passing glance. During the last part of the conversation, Yaoyorozu got the sense that she should remain quiet. Once the boys ran out of earshot, however, she turned to her friend. What did you lie to them for? She tried to keep her tone gentle, avoiding the impression that she was prying. Mostly for Tsunotori's sake. Jiro exhaled as if relieved. Poor girl shouldn't have to deal with Mineta if anybody can help it. Is that the only reason? Jiro bit her lip. Yeah. They both knew it wasn't. But Jiro didn't seem comfortable talking about it anymore. So, as usual, Yaoyorozu dropped it. Megumi, Nagase. Deku typed her name into the Instagram search bar. A few results popped up, but no one profile jumped out at him. Well, that much should have been expected. After all, other than her name and the school she went to, they didn't have a whole lot to go off of. How are we supposed to know who she even is? Deku pondered after a moment. My suggestion is to look for a picture with Watanabe. Todoroki replied from behind the couch. He might have needed to keep their relationship private, but there's nothing saying Nagase was under the same obligation. That wouldn't make a lot of sense, though. Deku pointed out. I mean, you can't have one high-profile person staying private and the other not. Not if the relationship is going to stay a secret, anyway. I suppose you're right, Todoroki conceded. What are you two nerds doing? Bakugo plopped down beside Deku on the couch, immediately craning his head to see what Deku had on his screen. "We're looking for..." "Hey." Bakugo snatched the phone, eyes narrowed at Deku. "What are you doing going through other girls' Instagrams, you creep?" A few people turned their heads. "Kachan, stop." Deku dove for his phone. "It's not what you think. You guys good over there?" Sato called. Looking up from the game of Cards Against Humanity he and the Baku squad were playing. "We're fine, Sato." Deku waved and chuckled nervously, then glared at Bakugo. "Would you please listen to me for 1 second?" Bakugo jerked his hand back, gripping Deku's phone tightly. "You'd better explain yourself fast then, lover boy, before I tell Uraraka." "We're trying to find Ryo Watanabe's girlfriend." Todoroki cut him off casually. "My dad told me who she was. We want to have a solid face to the name before we bring the info to All Might." Bakugo's face relaxed a bit, though he still glared down at Deku. "Is this true?" "Of course it's true," Deku stammered. "I would never betray Uraraka. I love her so much, and now that I finally get to date her, I'm..." He stopped. What did he just say? Did he just use the L word? Whoa. Bakugo scooted back a bit. "You haven't told her that, have you?" Not exactly." Sweat dripped down Deku's temples. These conversations gave him way too much anxiety. "I mean, we've only been together for a little while. I know we've been friends for years, but I don't want to mess anything up, and I'd hate to lose her because I told her something like that too soon, and I don't know." Todoroki blinked. "Damn, that's a lot. See, can we keep this just between us?" Deku asked meekly. "We can." Bakugo gave Deku a pointed stare. "But you shouldn't keep that to yourself too much longer." I won't," Deku promised. "It's just, well, I need a little time to process this and figure out what to say in." Holy shit. Bakugo stopped, staring down at the screen of Deku's phone. For a second, his eyes went wide. Then, as soon as it happened, he stopped, blinked, and shook himself. I gotta head out, actually." Todoroki tilted his head, confused. "What do you mean? You just got here." "None of your business." That didn't have the same bite Bakugo's usual dismissals gave. He didn't seem angry, more like he was in a hurry to leave the conversation. Deku blinked. That was weird. In his haste, Bakugo had left whatever he saw on Deku's screen open. Curious, Deku glanced over, frowning in confusion at the sight before them. 2 girls in swimsuits, flashing peace signs and grinning at the camera. At first, it didn't look like anything significant. The more he processed who he was looking at, however, the more he recognized that post. He picked up the phone. "I know that girl. The one with the light brown hair." Todoroki took a closer look. "Oh, yeah, she was in the remedial courses with me and Bakugo. Her name's Kami Yutsushimi. She's one of that pro Wisteria's sidekicks now, I think." "Oh, yeah, Mabaromikami. This is her and someone named Megumi Nagase." Deku explained. "As this may be who we're looking for. She looks familiar, too." Todoroki squinted at Nagase. Jet black hair and legs that stood her statuesque frame a good few inches taller than Kami. "I feel like I may have seen her." "Yeah, I get what you mean." Deku nodded in agreement. "Something about her. I can't quite place it. Is she a pro's daughter or something?" "My dad just said she went to Shiketsu." Todoroki shrugged. "I don't remember her being connected to anyone prominent, though. Not according to him." "Hey, guys." At the sound of Yaoyorozu's voice, Deku immediately locked his phone. After Bakugo's accusation, the last thing he needed was one of Uraraka's friends turning around and telling her that he'd been staring so intently at a picture of 2 girls in bikinis. "Oh, hey, Yaomomo." Todoroki smiled. "I made some tea, if either one of you are interested." She offered brightly. "Gold tips Imperial. Just something to pep up our moods after training today." "Wow, that's incredibly sweet, thanks." Deku's face lit up. "Of course." With that, she turned and sauntered back to the kitchen. Todoroki watched her go with a gentle expression. How did someone who grew up so privileged turn out so unbelievably kind? It took him years to realize what a brat he'd grown into, and even still, he didn't feel totally confident in his own emotions or expressions. All the more reason to admire her, he thought absently. Todoroki. He turned to find Deku staring up at him quizzically. You, look a little lost. Are you okay? Todoroki shook himself. I'm fine. Guess I just need some tea to wake me up. Understanding. Deku nodded at him. Sounds good. Let's take a quick break. Finally, all the groveling, seducing, and fighting paid off. The fruits of her labor lay typed up and printed in her trembling hands. Elektra's eyes scanned the documents hungrily, newfound energy radiating through her. This was it, everything she'd been working so hard for. The puzzle piece Mirror absolutely demanded of her. Her ticket to guaranteed success. And you're sure this is all of it? Elektra pressed. I wouldn't submit anything less than perfection, darling. Yonji pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Of course, you understand this is only as good as it gets. I'll never truly be able to accomplish everything you want. But this template should be enough to bridge the gap you've led me to believe you're facing. Thus, as far as I'm concerned, perfection sits in your hands courtesy of myself and my underlings. Relaxing into a smile, Elektra gripped the file a little tighter. I'm glad. After all, I demanded nothing less than perfection from you. Understandable, given your predicament. Yonji leaned on the nearest table. Now, run along before you get me in trouble. She reached out and briefly squeezed his hand, then turned and scurried out of the lab, slipping the documents into her purse. Inklings of anxiety formed in her thoughts, urging her to trash the papers and reject every word Yonji said. Nothing that bastard did would ever be in good faith, and even being indebted to him wouldn't be enough motivation for him not to double-cross her. Squeezing her eyes, she shut out the intrusive emotions. No, typical Yonji didn't have a scrap of a soul to make him care for her or her problems. He'd made that clear by sending her jumping through elaborate hoops just to reach him so she even had the opportunity to ask for his help. Her fate lay in his hands, a dangerous position to put her in. Her only comfort was the reassurance that, despite the circumstances, they both played for the same endgame. He wanted what she wanted. And as long as both of them clung to that, they'd prolong their death match. Right now, she was safe. She hoped. Guys, did you hear? Everyone looked up from their breakfast, confused. Hear what? Mina, Hagakure asked after a moment. The nominees for the Sidekick Awards just came out. Mina excitedly extended her phone for everyone to see. And Hado and Amajiki both got nominated. What? No way. Hiroshima craned his neck forward to see the screen. Which categories? Yaoyorozu asked excitedly. Hiroshima skimmed the article purposefully, his face lighting up once he pinpointed his friends' names. Looks like she's up for Strongest Female Sidekick, and, whoa, Tamaki's nominated for Rising Star. What, really? Mina popped her head around to see. No way. Go Amajiki. That's the award where someone always goes pro immediately after winning, right? Kaminari clarified. Yeah, it's a huge honor to even be nominated for it. Ojiro replied. They only ever pick, 3 contenders. Pride swelled up in Kirishima's chest once he digested Ojiro's words. The Rising Star Award got chosen not only by the Heroes Committee, but with the agreement of all the mentors of the nominees. They only consider sidekicks whom they've labeled as experienced and powerful enough to make it as pros on their own. That's why normally there aren't more than 2 or 3 sidekicks up for it, meaning if you won it, you were all but guaranteed to go pro. And Tamaki was one of those 3 nominees. He'd done it. Within the next few months, he'd no doubt start his agency and enter the full scope of his career. The thought brought a thrill to Kirishima. Look at his unrelated brother go. When are they broadcasting the awards? Suyu asked. I think it's next week, or something. Mina scrolled through the article. Yeah, on the 15th, so in a week and a half. Oh my gosh, guys. Hagakure sat forward in her seat. You know what we should do. Get it together so we'll be the ones nominated next year. Hiroshima pumped his fist in the air. Well, sure, but also. Hagakure pulled out her phone. We should invite Class B to our lounge and watch the awards together. That's a fabulous idea, Hagakure. Yaoyorozu immediately whipped out a notebook. We could make a whole day of it and buy up some snacks, maybe play some games together beforehand. Ooh, maybe we could even get Vlad and Aizawa to sign off on making it a sleepover, too. That sounds amazing. Mineta drooled from the other side of the table. We should even assign sleeping partners. Yaoyorozu. Dude, dial it back. Kaminari sliced his hand back and forth in front of his neck, signaling Mineta to cut it out. Yaomomo, do you always carry empty notebooks with you? Ojiro, the only one who seemed to notice the new book, eyed her a little confusedly. Oh, no, I just made this one. She replied brightly. That made more sense, but still left him baffled. Hey, isn't our dress shopping day for the gala a couple days later? Mina put in excitedly. Girls, we should totally take notes on what we see for some outfit inspo. Hagakure snapped her fingers. Yes. Oh my gosh, yes. Did they do a red carpet walk for these awards? Oh, absolutely. Yaoyorozu jotted something down. For both the pros and the sidekicks. Ooh, that means double the options. Hagakure wrapped her arms around Jiro's neck. Maybe even you'll see something you like, Jiro. Jiro stuttered. Yeah, maybe. Hey, Sue, Uraraka. Hiroshima beckoned the two girls over to his side amidst the rest of their class chattering. What's up? Uraraka asked once they'd congregated at his table. We should surprise Tamaki and Hato with a video call tonight, he suggested, rising to meet them at eye level. You know, let them know how proud we are and stuff. Their work studies got put on hold for the first quarter of their third year initially to get all written tests and academics out of the way, but fell even more to the wayside at the addition of the gala. That meant the three of them hadn't gotten to see very much of their sidekick friends, though they kept in touch as best they could via social media. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Uraraka nodded excitedly. How do we know they won't be working tonight, though? Suyu lifted a finger to her chin. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Uraraka's shoulders slumped a little. Maybe we could give Yukio a call and... Oh, don't worry, I've been messaging Tamaki like, every day this week. Hiroshima explained. He's definitely free tonight, at least. And if he's free, Hato usually takes the night off, too. She worked the last couple nights, so that shouldn't be too hard. Uraraka raised an eyebrow. How do you know so much about their schedules? Oh, Hiroshima's face tinged pink. Well, like I said, I talk to Tamaki a lot. Mostly on Discord, you know. Just gaming things. Well, as long as we aren't intruding, I'd love to give them a call. Suyu nodded. Uraraka squeezed Suyu's arm excitedly. Wouldn't it be so cute if they both won? Right, and they got to put their awards in a joint display case or something. Suyu swooned. The first of their many awards, that's adorable. Wait, sorry to interrupt, but did they move in together? Mina turned to Suyu from her spot beside Kirishima. Yeah, a few months ago. Suyu confirmed. They haven't been super open about it for privacy reasons, but Ochako and I have been to their place a couple times. It's cozy. You can tell Najire decorated it. She has the cutest kitchen with all this cosmic-themed cookware and it's so pretty. Uraraka cooed. That sounds super like her. Hiroshima grinned. Oh man, Tamaki's really got it made. Cool new house, about to go pro, a gorgeous girlfriend, what else does a man need? Hey, now, Mina rose from her seat, pinching Kirishima's ear gently. Don't go calling other women gorgeous when your girlfriend is sitting right here. Immediately, he turned to her with panic in his eyes. Come on, babe, I don't mean anything by it. He took both her hands in his. You're my forever queen, no girl could ever measure up to that. You know that, right? I'm just teasing you, babes. She stood on her toes and kissed his nose lovingly. I know Hato's a knockout. Just reminding you of what you have is all. He snaked an arm around her waist, bringing their faces together. Oh, I know what I have. And I'm not gonna be dumb enough to lose it, ever. He pressed a kiss against her lips. Suyu and Uraraka exchanged a heartfelt glance, happy to see their friends so in love with each other. Boo! Mineta launched a strawberry at the couple, interrupting the moment. No coupley stuff at the breakfast table. Some of us are trying to eat here. Yeah, Kaminari echoed him. Let us single guys wallow in peace, right, Ciro? Ciro kept his gaze glued to his phone, not even hearing Kaminari. Ciro, huh, said boy jumped. Sorry, what happened? You guys are so immature. Mina turned on them, fists resting on her hips. You know, maybe if you didn't act like this, you'd have actually found girlfriends for yourselves by now. Ooh, get him, Mina. Hagakure exclaimed proudly. Oh, please. Mineta rolled his eyes. Maturity has nothing to do with it. It's all about being smooth, something you guys clearly don't understand. Yeah, and neither do you. Jiro sipped her coffee nonchalantly. Mineta's eye twitched. What did you say? Jiro cocked an eyebrow. You heard me. Calm down, you guys. Kaminari held up a hand, nervously glancing back and forth between his friends. After the last few Jiro and Mineta interactions, he knew this was likely about to get nasty. Not something he or anyone else wanted to deal with early in the morning. Mineta paid him no mind, leaning forward and gripping the table angrily. You've got some crazy nerve, earphones, especially since. Hey, Jiro, I'm ready to head out if you are. Shoji stood beside her chair, seemingly appearing out of nowhere to cut Mineta off. She looked up at him, relief flashing through her eyes. Oh, yeah, actually, let me just clear my dishes. I've got it. Shoji grew a couple hands, seamlessly lifting the empty plate and silverware from in front of her. Come on. Wow, thanks. She followed him to the kitchen, smiling up at him in gratitude. Kaminari tried to keep his eyes on his plate, fighting the pout threatening to form on his face. He totally had that situation handled before it started. Why did Shoji need to intervene? Hey, you good, bro? Ciro nudged his foot under the table. Kaminari did his best to shake himself out of his sulk. Oh, yeah, totally. The narrator states that he was not, in fact, good. Yaoyorozu skimmed her texts, raising an eyebrow. You good, Yaomomo? Hagakure asked from her locker. Everything's fine. Mother wants me to attend a dress fitting for the gala. Yaoyorozu kept her eyes on her phone. I suppose I neglected to tell her that I'll be shopping with you girls instead. No matter, I can let her know. She typed out a quick text while Jiro and Uraraka exchanged puzzled glances. Wait, how does she know you're going? I thought we were supposed to keep it a secret. Mina joined the conversation, echoing her friend's confusion. Oh, my parents will already be in attendance. Yaoyorozu nonchalantly pulled her PE clothes from her locker. They go every year. I think I even attended when I was much younger, maybe in elementary school. Yes, that sounds correct. What? Uraraka perked up. Are your parents like undercover pros or something? No, nothing like that. Yaoyorozu stayed focused on her belongings. They mostly deal in the business side of things. Their main source of income is through sponsoring agencies with startup money and investments. They like to attend galas and events to network and strike up deals with up-and-coming heroes. They invited me to the Sidekick Awards, but I've got too much on my plate with the gala presentations and schoolwork. Whoa, Jiro raised her eyebrows. They're rich enough to just hand out startup money. They're certainly not generous with it. Yaoyorozu pointed out. They only invest in what they know will deal a payout. And they've got strong noses for it. I haven't seen a single one of their deals fall through yet. Well, if Yaoyorozu's money habits were any sort of testament, she definitely wasn't lying. That girl always found cash to throw up in the air and then some. She'd drop a casual several hundreds on herself or her friends like it was nothing. Jiro smiled a little at that realization. Yaoyorozu's parents may not be generous with their money, but she'd somehow learn to be. Jiro didn't necessarily care about having a rich friend. Knowing Yaoyorozu valued her friends more than her wealth, though, meant a lot to her. Are they scouting anybody in particular? Suyu asked, curiosity getting the better of her. They've got a few people in mind. Yaoyorozu admitted. As far as current up-and-comers go, they're pretty interested in Imajiki, from what I've gathered. He's the one they've asked me the most about, at least. That makes total sense. He's the favorite for the Rising Star Award. Uraraka chuckled. I doubt he'd like it if he found out just how much attention he's getting. According to Eijiro, the poor guy's been locking himself in his room as much as possible. Mina shook her head. He's so introverted, I feel horrible for him. On the flip side, Nejire is boosting him non-stop. Uraraka held up her phone, showing an Instagram reel of that morning's street interview with Tamaki and Nejire. Multiple reporters swarmed the couple from all sides, effectively trapping them in a crowd that Fatgum did his best to mitigate in the background. We just know he's gonna do amazing. He's been so ready for this for months, and we just can't wait to see him on that stage holding his trophy. Nejire met the reporter's gaze excitedly. Beside her, Tamaki's face turned green, his eyes staying locked on the concrete. Nobody says I'm for sure going to win. He mumbled to no one in particular. Oh, man, this is a lot of pressure. One would think the media had gotten used to Tamaki's avoidance of the spotlight. Since his debut, he'd shied away from every interview he possibly could, sticking mainly to Fatgum's side and letting him do all the talking. Once his relationship with Nejire was made public, he gained another pseudo-social bodyguard, essentially never leaving the house without her. That way, if they got recognized, she could handle all the people while he snuck away. Still, the reporters exchanged confused glances, unsure how to quote his jittery response. Ah, my little kitten. Nejire rose to her toes and planted a kiss on his cheek. He's just so excited to be nominated, he doesn't even know what to say. He's got so much faith in everyone else, it's hard for him to imagine winning. Isn't he such a sweetheart? Contrastingly, the journalists hung on Nejire's every word, jotting down and recording every second of her spiel. How about you, Fatgum? Someone barked from the crowd. How's it feel knowing your faithful sidekick's gonna go pro soon? Oh, I couldn't be prouder. Fatgum, whose years of media training showed, stepped forward and slung an arm around Tamaki's trembling shoulders. You know, this kid's come a long way since I met him. This award's kind of a symbol of his progress, and I can't wait to. While he sang more of his sidekick's praises, the camera zoomed in on Tamaki's face. His lips had curled into an anxious squiggle, eyes wide as saucers, full of absolute terror. Uraraka gave him credit for still standing, though, in his younger years, he totally would have covered his face and bolted the first chance he got. After a moment of lingering on Tamaki's expression, the video cut away, a different reel replacing it. Wow, he really doesn't like attention. Hagakure commented bleakly. He's doing his best. Mina sighed. Eijiro's been trying to coax him out of his shell more, and I thought it was working. But lately he's been more withdrawn than ever. That makes sense, though. Jiro put in. I mean, think about it. He's gearing up to win the award that always goes pro post-victory. He's only up against one other person, and he's apparently being scouted by the Yaoyorozus, all while still having to actually do his job as Fatgum's sidekick. I'd crack under those circumstances, too. Suyu tilted her head, a slight subject change brewing in her mind. Wait, Yaomomo, if your parents are scouting him, does that mean that he's not going to bounce off of Fatgum's agency like most sidekicks do? Maybe they'll stay affiliated. He can have more than one investor. Yaoyorozu clarified, and it actually bodes a lot better for him if he does, in case someone ever pulls out of the deal. That's of course, before he takes off and starts making real money as a pro. He'll no doubt skyrocket after he wins, which it's projected he's going to. Not to mention the possibility of him opening up a joint agency with Nejire. Uraraka pointed out, that'd increase their investors if Yukio is on board. Is that something they're planning on doing? Jiro asked. Don't know. Just bouncing around ideas. Uraraka shrugged. It would be a wise move, if they plan to stay together. Yaoyorozu sounded calculative. However, in the event of a breakup, that'd be the worst possible situation they could put themselves into, especially if they get married and divorced. The payout for that would be horrendous depending on the circumstances. Yeesh. Suyu winced. That's a great endorsement to not marry another pro. Don't worry. Wasn't planning on it. Jiro shuddered. Hey, don't say that. Hagakure protested, stomping her foot a little. Some of us happen to be in love with our fellow pro boyfriends. Jiro cocked an eyebrow. Hagakure, you're not pro yet, And neither is Ojiro. Yeah, there's still time to switch careers. Mina grabbed Hagakuri's shoulders. No way. Hagakuri crossed her arms huffily. I've come way too far for that. Guess Ojiro's gonna be looking into something else if we can't figure it out. Or you could become a spy or police officer or something. Uraraka suggested, half-jokingly. You'd be a lot better at that than Ojiro. Yeah, and then your future marriage won't get wrecked by conflicting business nonsense. Mina finalized. Sounds like a win-win. Oh, you're telling me you'd give up becoming a hero for Kirishima's sake? Hagakuri challenged Mina playfully. What? Mina gasped, outraged. Absolutely not. If we can't agree, he'd be banished to the kitchen, doomed to be my house husband forevermore. There would be absolutely no discussion about it. The one time Kirishima got put on cooking duty nearly resulted in Heights Alliance being burned to the ground, with said boy adamantly blaming the now demolished rice cooker. Of course, his cooking partners had been Todoroki, who couldn't cut chives, and Tokiyami, someone whose meals primarily consisted of black coffee and energy drinks, so that culinary experience never had a hope of being savable. All that is to say, casting Kirishima in the role of house husband did not sound feasible, and every girl snorted with laughter at the idea. From what I've gathered, most hero couples distance their relationships from their professional lives. Yaoyorozu explained once the laughter subsided. Throughout my life, I've seen enough marriages fall apart due to contract issues to know that that's the smartest move. Throughout your life, Suyu shrugged on her PE shirt. Wow, so your parents really have been doing this since you were a kid. Before, Yaoyorozu shook her head, correcting Suyu. In fact, it's something of a family business. It's fairly new since heroes have only been a profession for a few generations, but my grandparents held just as many stocks as my parents do. Is that why you want to be a pro, Yaomomo? Hagakuri asked. Because you grew up around them. Yaoyorozu blinked. I suppose it could be. I guess I always just thought it was a good fit for my personality, but you raise a good point. Yaomomo, have you never thought about why you're training to be a hero? Uraraka sounded confused. I have, to a practical degree. Yaoyorozu looked down a bit. Most of my family went into business or diplomacy. The whole goal has always been to generate practical business ventures and keep our stocks up. So, do they look down on heroism? Mina asked carefully. Immediately, Yaoyorozu shook her head. Oh, no, they're actually quite encouraging of me. I have a cousin who's working on her internship in hero business as well, so I know they don't disapprove. I guess it's just a little unorthodox that I went down this path, and I don't really have an answer as to why. Heroism always felt right, I suppose. I never questioned that decision, so I never really felt the need to actually think about it. Well, it sounds like you're acting on instinct, which I think is reason enough. Mina put in, squeezing her friend's hand. After all, you're so kind-hearted and strong, you've already got the perfect traits for becoming a pro. Yaoyorozu smiled at her. Thank you, Mina. It's so sweet to hear you say that. Holy crap, guys. Hagakuri held up her phone, showing her friends the time. We'd better get out there or we're gonna be late for training. Shit, this always somehow ended up happening. They'd all end up talking, someone would realize the time, and they'd have to scramble before Aizawa made them do push-ups for running late. Not that any of the girls minded. At the end of the day, they were friends. Best friends. And talking about their lives sometimes provided a sense of therapy they couldn't get anywhere else. As Yaoyorozu threw on her PE shirt, though, she couldn't shake the questions from her mind. Why hadn't she thought about why she wanted to become a hero? How did she even start down this path? The part that bothered her the most, though, why couldn't she remember? Finally, his dad stopped. No more annoying double, triple, sometimes quadruple calls. Complete cease of texts. No trace of any communication from Endeavor. And 5 missed calls from Fuyumi. Once the school day ended, Todoroki found some time to step out onto the porch of Heights Alliance and call her back, concern striking him. Was there some sort of emergency he needed to be aware of? Did something happen with Natsuo or his mother? Hey, Shoto, Fuyumi answered exuberantly. Finally got you. Ah, are you always this difficult to reach? Not usually. I'm just busy lately. Todoroki rested a hand in his pocket. So, is everything okay? Yeah, sorry for all the calls, I didn't mean to scare you. Fuyumi sounded sheepish. To be honest, Dad's the one who insisted I try as much as I did. Oh, for F*******, S sake. Now Todoroki should be worried about getting a call from Endeavor through his sister. Absolutely not. He refused to let this man damage his relationship with his siblings like that. Well, I'll be speaking to him about that. Todoroki gritted his teeth. That's incredibly unfair. He should know by now that I don't want to talk to him. Now, is there anything you have to say to me? A brief pause. Fuyumi sighed. Okay, so technically, I am relaying a message from Dad. But it's something you need to know about, I promise. Endeavor was easy to hang up on. Fuyumi, not so much. In reality, he couldn't think of a family member he felt closer to than her, which made Endeavor speaking through her that much more knife-twisting. So Todoroki closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and nodded. Okay, let's hear it. He leaned back. So, to keep this short, Dad pulled some strings and got certain permissions and, well, he wants to bring the rest of us to the Heroes Gala coming up. Todoroki frowned. The rest of you, like, you and Natsuo are coming. Me, Natsuo, and, Mom. His heart stopped, freezing his whole body in place. Mom, she's coming. According to Dad, she already agreed to it. Fuyumi confirmed nervously. And he, wants us all to arrive together. He said he'll send a car to pick you up the night of and, you know, they'll bring you back, he just wants. What, first to walk in and greet the party like we're some big, happy family. Fury coursed through Todoroki, jerking him out of his paralysis. Pretend that none of this ever happened. What does he think this is going to accomplish? Shoto, I know it's a lot. Fuyumi cut in. Just think about it, okay. He doesn't expect an answer right now, he just. The answer is no, Fuyumi. Todoroki finalized coldly. I'm sorry, I'll still talk to you and everyone else at the gala, but I'm not separating away from my friends or any date I have just because. Wait, hold on, what? In a split second, Fuyumi's voice jumped about 3 octaves, screaming shrilly in Todoroki's ear. You're bringing a date. Why is this the first I'm hearing about it? Oh, shit. Fussing with the idea of asking Yaoyorozu to be his date seemed to have gotten the wires crossed in Todoroki's head. He knew on a conscious level that he hadn't asked her, and she was not his date, and he had no right to make such claims to anybody, even his sister. There appeared to be a subconscious element to his thought process, however, one that operated under the impression that Yaoyorozu should be going with him. That small part of his brain that kept nagging him to ask her out already, the one he'd vehemently silenced all throughout every gala practice and class and study session, had taken the reins and wasn't letting go. Because I can't ask anyone. Todoroki explained quietly. What do you mean? Of course you can. What's stopping you? Fuyumi argued. Dad is. Bitterness colored his tone. I mean, I'd love for her to be my date, and. Her. Fuyumi's voice heightened again. Oh, so it's someone specific. Tell me everything. Who is she? He didn't know where to start with all this energy, and truthfully, it somewhat overwhelmed him. Look, it's a classmate of mine. He took a deep breath. Someone I'm friends with. We connect well and, we make a great team, and I almost did make that move, but every time I want to, I just remember that Dad's gonna be there, breathing down my neck, drawing attention to both of us, and. As the words finished tumbling out of his mouth, his shoulders slumped. Explaining it out loud settled the reality of the situation in his mind. He can't take Yaoyorozu out and subject her to such nonsense. That small part of his brain, much as he wanted to listen to it, needed its hope extinguished, once and for all. And, what? Fuyumi prompted him to continue. I can't put her through that, Fuyumi. I can't subject her to Dad and his bullshit. She deserves so much better. Shoto, it doesn't sound like this girl is just someone you want to ask to a gala. He could hear Fuyumi treading lightly, handling this conversation delicately. What's that supposed to mean? He played along. He had a feeling he knew what she was getting at. It means that I think you care about her a little more than you're telling me. She explained hesitantly. And you don't have to tell me, that's fine. But I'm not fully sure what Dad has to do with that, if I'm being honest. I know he's loud about his opinion, but it doesn't matter. Todoroki's fist tightened. I don't care what he thinks. Are you sure about that? He paused. Was he? Honestly, he didn't know. He'd spent so much time spiting the bastard for personal reasons, it made it difficult for him to discern his genuine feelings from his previous convictions. He faltered, unsure what to say. Here, let me say this. Fuyumi saved him from his thoughts. Don't worry about Dad. Get him out of your head. Focus on you and however you're feeling about this girl, and move forward from there. We can deal with the rest later. Okay. Another deep breath. Okay. I'll try. Awesome. Fuyumi held her breath for a second, then outburst with, can you please tell me who it is? I have to go, Fuyumi. Oh, come on. Todoroki heard Fuyumi's hand thump against her pillow. I've met most of the girls in your class, I need to know which one you like. Is it the earphone girl? No, wait, the floating brunette, you hang out with her a lot. Oh, no, wait, isn't she dating your friend Midoriya? Okay. So it's not her, is it? I'll tell you later, Fuyumi. Todoroki promised her amusedly. For now, I really do have to go, okay. Fine. Fuyumi sighed dramatically. Take care, little browski. I'll call you soon, okay. Love you. Love you, too. Bye. Hearing, I love you, in any capacity still felt jarring for Todoroki. Fuyumi insisted he do his best to work it into his vocabulary when addressing family, and after 2 years he'd gotten somewhat used to it. Only somewhat, but that's progress, he guessed. Todoroki. He jumped. Oh, Yaoyorozu. She stepped forward from the shadows, a relaxed smile on her face. There you are. I was rounding up opinions for what people wanted for dinner tonight and realized I hadn't seen you to ask yours. Anything in particular strike your fancy? Oh, anything you guys want to make us fine, I'm not picky. Really? She approached the railing, leaning beside him on it. Thank goodness. I suggested a stewpot and Bakugo nearly blew up the building about it. Todoroki frowned. Why? He says it's too simple. She shook her head. I forgot his culinary skills are superior to many of our classmates. It doesn't seem reason enough to make something elaborate, but try telling him that. Is he helping you tonight? Todoroki asked. Yaoyorozu nodded. Him and Kaminari. Oh, that's not gonna go well. Todoroki stated matter-of-factly. I'm aware. Yaoyorozu giggled. The lull in the conversation created anxiety in Todoroki. He felt like he needed to say something, but any and all sentence starters exited his brain as he watched Yaoyorozu stare into the distance. Come on, what had they just been talking about? So, how did you learn how to cook so well? She turned back to him. Oh, I've known since I was a child. Todoroki raised his eyebrows. You didn't have any personal chefs or something working for your family? His self-awareness chastised him for how obnoxiously privileged he sounded asking something like that. No, we did. She turned her body to fully face him, her answer making him feel less self-conscious. But when I was about 7 until I was 10, I had a nanny who insisted on teaching me basic skills. The importance of independence, she'd always say. She had me in the kitchen every single day, at least once, going over chopping and temperatures and, well, everything necessary, I suppose. Really? You were chopping vegetables at 7 years old? Todoroki inherently questioned the safety of such an action. Nobody should have given him a knife at the age of 7, he knew that for a fact. Yaoyorozu chuckled. Well, not completely by myself. My nanny had a daughter she'd bring with her who helped supervise me. She was older, probably around 14. Something like that. She played with me a lot since I didn't have any siblings, and helped me with certain tasks here and there. You're an only child. Todoroki slumped on the railing next to her. What's that like? Pausing, Yaoyorozu bowed her head a bit. Her demeanor shifted from friendly to wistful, a slight melancholy to her tone as she spoke. Lonely, I guess, she said after a moment. Quiet, too, from what I can tell. I can't say I'm upset about the experience, but I also don't know that I'm happy about it. Does that make sense? He must have struck a nerve, he realized guiltily. Yaoyorozu didn't often share details about her home life. Being rich was just about the only thing most people knew about her family. Todoroki suddenly felt as if she'd let him in on some sort of secret, something she likely hadn't told other people. Well, I do know how that feels. He stammered after a moment, hoping relating would make her feel less alone. Even with my siblings, it always felt like I was miles away from them at all times. I never got to play or chill or even talk with any of them. It's a rough feeling. It is. Finally, she looked up at him again. You seem to have a better relationship with them now, though. That's good. I do. Todoroki relaxed a bit. It isn't perfect by any means, but I'm glad they support me. Yaoyorozu patted his arm. I am, too. You need each other. I can tell you've been much happier since they came back into your life. It warms my heart to see. He allowed the moment to sit, unsure what to do when she didn't pull her hand away. Her gaze darted from his arm back up to his face, locking eyes with him, meeting him with a serene expression. Comfort washed over him. Why he needed any comforting at all, he couldn't pinpoint. But Yaoyorozu stood before him, silently giving him reassurance, and all the turmoil from his previous phone call subsided. Grateful, he rested his palm over the back of her hand, their fingers interspersing ever so slightly. Thank you, he told her softly. She blinked. What for? For understanding me. Her face lit up in a warm smile. No, because the can opener is in your room, right? Kaminari's voice cut through the slightly open door. And what if it is? Bakugo snapped back. Then that doesn't make any sense. What are you doing with a can opener in your bedroom? Kaminari sounded unbearably stressed, fighting for his life to decipher Bakugo's logic. So I can make dorm meals when it's icy hot's turn to cook, you brain-fried loser. Todoroki stiffened. Well, he always knew he wasn't a stellar cook, but, damn. Hey. Yaoyorozu snapped at the crack in the door. Both of you, get back to work. You're not the boss of me, princess. Bakugo stuck his head out, glaring at the two of them. Stop holding hands with that hot and cold bastard and get in here. This dish was your idea, you know. Wait, holding hands. Kaminari's head poked out from underneath Bakugo's. Let me see, let me see. Immediately, the two jerked apart, Todoroki stuffing his fingers in his pockets while Yaoyorozu crossed her arms. There's nothing to see. Yaoyorozu kept her voice level. Let's go, you two. Kaminari's face fell. Ah, come on, Bakugo, why'd you ruin it? Would you two get back inside and do your job? Todoroki glared at them. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. I don't take orders from you, either, freezer burn. I'll deal with them. Yaoyorozu gave Todoroki a small smirk. Good luck. Let me know if you need my help. Todoroki meant that. He knew how hard wrangling Bakugo and Kaminari could be. I will. She giggled again. Once she disappeared inside, Todoroki instinctively lifted his hand, the one that held Yaoyorozu's, still tingling with the embers of a spark he'd never felt before. A spark that made him realize how right Fuyumi was. Yaoyorozu certainly wasn't just some girl he wanted to ask to the gala. Megumi Nagase. All Might stroked his chin. Why does that sound familiar? We think she's the girl in this photo. Deku showed All Might the Instagram post from the previous night. She looks like someone I've seen before, too. Anywhere you can place her. All Might studied the picture for a second, practically squinting with concentration. Had he attended some sort of school event at Shiketsu in the last few years? No, that didn't sound right. Why did this girl look so damn familiar? Handing Deku his phone back, All Might resigned himself from figuring anything out. Tsukauchi just needed her name and a full background check could tell them everything they'd need to know. And frankly, this didn't concern All Might in particular. This was about finding out what happened to Ryo Watanabe. This is good. All Might pulled out his phone and made some notes. This is a really solid lead, Midoriya. Good work, truly. I'll send this over to Tsukauchi and we'll see what comes of it. It was Todoroki who got us the name. Deku opened up his chat with Todoroki and Bakugo to let them know All Might had been given the intel. He asked his dad to figure something out and, well, he pulled through. Curious, All Might looked up from his phone. How is young Todoroki doing regarding his father? Oh, I don't really know. Deku looked at his beef stew, somewhat ashamed. To be honest, we haven't discussed it much lately. He doesn't seem to want to talk to or about Endeavor, so I try to keep away from the subject altogether. Understandable. All Might nodded slightly. I'd honestly prefer to avoid Endeavor these days, too. There's something a tad unsettling about his energy. He's always been a little off-putting. Deku agreed. Of course, the more you learn about what Todoroki's life has been like, the more that makes sense. Indeed, All Might settled back on the couch, ready to draw the conversation away from such heavy topics. In other news, how are you and Uraraka doing? Deku perked up at the sound of her name. Oh, we're doing great. We actually talked a little last night about practicing our dancing for the gala. She's pretty light on her feet, but I have no rhythm at all, so I'm a little worried about embarrassing her. Don't let that stop you. All Might dismissed Deku's fear with a wave of his hand. Truth be told, the younger heroes are probably going to wind up too drunk to pay attention to you guys, and they'll make big enough spectacles of themselves so no one else will, either. Imagining Hawks and Mirko getting drunk sounded surprisingly believable. For some reason, that made it dawn on Deku. This really wasn't some high school dance they were attending. And they weren't going to be treated like high school students. This was an adult gala, with alcohol, awards speeches, and career opportunities around every corner. Consciously, he knew all of that, but hearing about past experiences seemed to wake him up to reality. Anyway, how long have the two of you been together, again? All Might, sensing his trainee had gotten lost in his thoughts, brought him back down to earth. 2 months. Deku answered through a gulp of stew. Not too long, but we've been friends since the entrance exam. It's kind of weird, but it feels like we've sort of been together the entire time, you know. All Might smirked. Oh, I definitely could tell. The way you two looked at each other always gave you away. Deku hid his blush behind another bite of stew. Yeah, well, we tried really hard to deny it. Both of us were so focused on becoming heroes, I think the idea of a distraction scared us. You'll both make fine heroes, Midoriya. All Might patted his shoulder. You don't need to worry about distracting each other. Deku tried not to. Worrying took away from the relationship, which is exactly what he didn't want. Everything about dating Uraraka left him in sheer bliss so far. He never thought he'd be good enough to end up in any kind of relationship, much less with someone as perfect as her. However, that lover's high came with a new set of fears. Constantly worrying that something catastrophic could happen to either one of them in the numerous dangerous situations their careers put them through every day. Worse yet, every moment they spent away from training became increasingly more critical, imagining being unable to save someone because either one of them had fallen out of practice or didn't master a specific technique in time. If something like that happened, he knew he would never, ever forgive himself. Protect. Whether it be his girlfriend or some random citizen on the street, trained to protect. That duty came with sacrifices, time with Uraraka being one of them, unfortunately. How about the gala itself? All Might shifted subjects, sensing Deku's internal turmoil. You excited for that? Oh, yeah, he perked up. Kind of nervous, I won't lie. It's basically our debut, so everyone's gonna be watching our quirks super closely. I know I'm not supposed to know the guest list, but are you? Of course I'll be there. All Might chuckled a bit. They can't get rid of me that easily. Deku laughed. Great, that means you'll get to see our quirk performance. I'm not sure how that's gonna go yet, though. That part's a little tricky so far. All I know is that we're teaming up with Class B. Oh, All Might raised an eyebrow. Interesting. I haven't seen too much of them this past year. How are they doing? All right, from what I can tell. Deku took another big bite. We haven't gotten a chance to mingle too much. Monoma still hates us, but other than that, nothing definitive. At the mention of Monoma, All Might smirked. That one should focus more on his own potential. He could be a true powerhouse if he put his mind to it. Maybe, but I still haven't seen a lot of what he can do. Deku mused. I wonder how the rest of the pros are gonna react to him. Or all of us, for that matter. All Might's gaze shifted to the ceiling, lost in thought. It's interesting. Everyone in attendance has seen a lot of you in action already. It's not really you guys showing what you can do anymore. This is your time to step forward and announce to the world that you're here. The next generation of heroes is rising. Just your mere presence makes a statement. Huh. Deku stared down at his food. I hadn't thought of it that way, I guess. All Might patted his shoulder. Hey, you need to loosen up, kid. It's your debut, but it's also your first formal. And in the hero course, you don't get a lot of those. You should enjoy it. Dance with Uraraka, laugh with your friends, and don't take it too seriously. You'll have plenty of serious moments in your career, believe me. Smirking, Deku nodded. Inside, however, he couldn't shake the need to grab this chance with everything he had. Okay, you guys ready? Tsuyu pulled up Najire's contact on her phone. Hell yeah, Tetsu cheered. Let's do this. Hiroshima propped the phone up on Tsuyu's desk, then backed up to stand behind Tsuyu and Uraraka. Tsuyu reached forward to hit the call button, the four of them huddled together with anticipation. After a moment, Najire's face popped up on her screen. Hello, Tsu. Oh my gosh, hi you guys. It's been so long, I miss you all so much. What's been going on at UA? I need all the details right now. No one had taken a breath before Najire expelled at least 3 sentences shifting through 10 different subjects. Tsuyu grinned. Their hyper friend always kept them on their toes, at least. Najire, is Amajiki there with you? Tsuyu asked before she could continue. Oh, my little kitten Tamaki. He sure is. Come on out, babe. We've got some virtual visitors who want to say hi. Najire pulled her boyfriend out from what looked like the bathroom, toothbrush in hand, a bewildered expression on his face. Najire, what? Congratulations. All 4 of the UA students shot out little confetti toys, which made little celebratory popping sounds. They'd asked Yaoyorozu to whip these party favors up minutes before calling, deciding they wanted some cute little commemoration at the last second. Well, really, Hiroshima made that call, which Tetsu echoed, hyping Uraraka up for it until Tsuyu conceded and texted Yaoyorozu, who happily obliged. Ah, Tamaki jumped, his eyes widening in fear. What the heck was that for? Yeah, what's with the confetti? Najire blinked. We're congratulating you, Uraraka explained brightly. Najire, we saw you got nominated for Strongest Female Sidekick, and Amajiki, you're a shoo-in for the Rising Star Award. Those are both huge honors, and we just wanted to let you know we're proud of you. So proud, Hiroshima echoed. Like, the proudest. Tetsu roared, both of his fists pumped into the air. Really? Najire rested a hand over her heart, a wide smile spreading across her face. Ah, you guys, that's so sweet of you, thank you. We're honestly so super excited right now, aren't we, Tamaki? Wow. Tamaki rubbed his head a little in the background. That's a lot of praise at once. It's overwhelming, but I can appreciate it. Thank you, guys. We hoped you might. Tsuyu waved the leftovers of her confetti toy around. And don't worry, we won't keep you too long on the phone. We just wanted to let you know how much we care is all. How are you guys feeling? Uraraka asked. Amazing. Najire gushed. Terrified. Tamaki simultaneously muttered in the background. Come on, Sunniator. You've got nothing to be scared of. You're the baddest sidekick of them all. Tetsu roared, making Tsuyu briefly worry about her phone's speaker. He's actually the goodest sidekick of them all, but thank you. Najire pinched Tamaki's cheek. Fatgum says he's really pushing for Tamaki to win. He thinks it's about time for him to leave the nest, which is kinda funny since he's a kitten, not really a bird, but it still works I guess. Oh, isn't this so exciting, babe? All those people. Tamaki's eyes widened as he stared downward. So many, and the pressure to become an actual pro is unbearable. Oh, man, I don't think I'm gonna get through this, babe. I should call in sick. Call in sick, Uraraka frowned. To an awards show. Giggling, Nejire pressed a kiss on his cheek. You're gonna do great, love, don't worry so much. And Nejire, we saw you're the fan favorite to win for strongest female, too. Kirishima put in, recognizing that Tamaki needed a subject change. Oof, I hope so. Nejire followed up, returning her gaze toward them. I'm up against a lot of amazing gals. What does Yukio think? Suyu asked. Sighing, Nejire brushed a strand of hair from her face. She's mixed on it. She'd be really excited if I won, but she also wants me to keep training with her for a little while. I think she's right, and a win doesn't mean I automatically get to be a pro, but it'd be a pretty seamless transition if I did. So, it's a little back and forth, but I'll be happy either way, when all is said and done. Yeah, I think that's gonna be a super memorable night for you, alright. Kirishima grinned at the camera. You too, Tamaki. Kirishima's right, it's your first big awards show. Uraraka added, everyone can't wait to see both of you up there on stage. Wait, are you guys gonna watch the awards when they're live? Nejire perked up. Oh, you know it. Uraraka pumped her fist in the air. All of Class A and B are getting together for a watch party the night it's broadcast. Shut up. That's so much fun. Nejire gasped, shaking Tamaki's arm a little. Did you hear that, babe? All the UA Hero Course third years are gonna be watching us. That's even more pressure. Tamaki turned towards the wall, resting his head against the frame of the bathroom door. I don't know if I can deal with that. Why not? You're the rising star, Tamaki. Kirishima leaned forward, as if getting closer to the phone would somehow help convince him. And hey, I know that night's gonna be a lot, but you're gonna do amazing. Tamaki turned from the door frame, making eye contact with Kirishima as best they could over FaceTime, anyway. Suyu made some small talk with Nejire, but Uraraka took note of the pointed looks the boys shared. Between the way Kirishima stuttered when she asked about him knowing their schedules and the brief, nonverbal exchange they'd just had, she got the feeling they were talking about something completely different. Hey, did you, Tamaki sounded scared, his voice barely above a whisper. Did you get it? I did, Kirishima confirmed, pressing the phone to his ear to make sure nobody else could hear through his door or something. Everything's gonna be ready in a few days, and I'll let you know once I've picked it up. You're really saving me, man. Tamaki let out a terrified breath. And you're sure no one knows? Not even Mina? Of course not, dude. Kirishima looked around, suddenly paranoid that someone might be able to hear him. No one knows, and no one's gonna know. Ya boy knows how to keep a secret, bro. That's why I trusted you with this. Tamaki reminded him. You're the one I know won't go spilling to anyone. Cross my heart, Kirishima promised. Oh, and I figured out a drop spot. Is it cool if I leave it in your mailbox? I won't do it till the night before, obviously, and I'll text you immediately so you can grab it. Yeah, that sounds perfect. Now I gotta go, Nejire's coming back. Text me, okay. You got it. Kirishima knew to keep it brief once Nejire approached the call. Tamaki often had to hang up at a moment's notice so she wouldn't catch on to anything, resulting in a lot of calls cut short and not quite all the info being gathered. But they'd finally managed to pull this off, at least. The hard part was over with. Now if Kirishima could just shake that itching feeling that he was being watched, that'd be great. Post-training gym time. No, Deku probably didn't have to work this hard. But what kind of successor to All Might would he be if he didn't push himself to be in top form at all times? Slacking off was simply out of the question. And thankfully, he had Todoroki and Bakugo behind him to push him far beyond his limits. You're sure you're up for this, Midoriya? Todoroki asked. Sure nothing, he's gotta be up for it. Bakugo snapped before Deku answered. If he's not gonna fight against the limit every single day, then what's the point in even getting out of bed? Deku frowned. Kachan, you seem a little on edge. Are you okay? I'm perfectly calm, you broccoli-headed loser. Broccoli-headed, his insults were usually better than that. In fact, he hadn't said anything that uncharacteristically childish in a while. Yep, something's definitely going on here. Normally, Deku would have sensed the disconcerted mood his friend was in and decided against pushing Bakugo to join him and Todoroki in the gym. But Uraraka and Tsuyu scheduled their video call with Nejire and Tamaki for that evening, which obviously took precedence over yet another training session. Besides, Bakugo usually provided solid training obstacles for Deku, given his unrelenting bloodlust and extreme desire to win. On top of that, working out usually helped Bakugo work through personal issues, or distract him at the very least. Hopefully, this turned out to be a positive move for all of them. The moment they entered the equipment gym, something felt off. Danger sense tingled at the back of Deku's chest, kicking him into high alert. Todoroki sensed Deku's shift in demeanor and also set his guard up, eyes wandering the room for signs of trouble. Moments after heightening their senses, Todoroki heard it, deafening, untimed punches hammering into the plastic of a sandbag echoing throughout the room. Sniffling and small sobs filled the space between each punch, followed by panting and grunts of pain. Horrified, Deku and Todoroki exchanged glances. They both knew that voice. "Iida!" Deku cried out. Bakugo located him first, to the left, around the corner, behind the dumbbells. All of them corralled around him, Todoroki and Bakugo helping pull him off the withering sandbag. "Iida, are you okay?" Deku placed himself in front of Iida, between him and the gym equipment. Now that he saw his friend's face, a small gasp left him. Heavy tears streamed down his cheeks and appeared to have been for a while. Puffy, red eyes widened back at Deku, registering who stood before him, and Iida stumbled back a bit, attempting to break free from Todoroki and Bakugo. "Let me go. Sit down, man, you're not in any condition to be near heavy equipment." Bakugo ignored his outburst and began ushering him toward the bench. "I'm fine. This is no way to talk to your class representative." More tears brimmed over Iida's lower eyelids. He squeezed his eyes shut in an attempt to hide the fact that he was crying. Not that anyone doubted it at this point, but Deku respected his dignity enough to know not to point it out once they got to talking. "But you're not our class representative." Todoroki stopped Iida, forcing him to look him in the face. "You're our friend, and if I see my friend in trouble, I'm not leaving them alone. I signed up to be a hero, not a coward." That finally got Iida to relax, his struggling ceasing completely. Todoroki loosened his grip on him, while Bakugo let go completely, already favoring his phone over whatever issues Iida was having. Deku figured he'd still be listening, but this definitely was territory that he and Todoroki should be handling, which Bakugo understood. "Iida, I think this has gone far enough." Deku stepped forward cautiously, resting his hands gingerly on either of Iida's shoulders. "You need to tell us what's wrong. Maybe we can help." "You can't." Iida dropped to his knees, sobs breaking through his throat. "No one can help me, I'm a lost cause." Todoroki sat down in front of him. "Lost on what? What are you talking about?" Iida referring to himself as a lost cause felt too jarring for Deku to deal with. Since when did their class representative get this down on himself? He'd had self-esteem issues in the past, sure, but not outside the realm of normal teenage awkwardness. Unless he'd truly been hiding these feelings their entire friendship, in which case, a prick of shame wilted Deku's shoulders. Had he been a lousy friend? "We can help, Iida, I know we can." Deku settled down next to Todoroki, determined to fix whatever the problem turned out to be. "You have to talk to us, though. You guys do the talking, I'll be outside." Bakugo stayed glued to his phone, his statement sounding like an afterthought. Deku watched him go, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. This did not feel like the time to be scrolling through IG reels. Bakugo's emotional avoidance needed to be addressed, but Deku figured he'd get to that later. He's never been one for heavy conversations. He shook his head, then returned his attention to Iida. "But we can do the talking. What's up, Iida?" Iida crumpled his hands in his hair, beeping in a few deep breaths. It seemed more that he needed to catch his breath than calm himself down, though the regulation seemed to help steady him a bit. "It was never supposed to go this far," he said after a moment. Everything piled up so much. Suddenly, I'm to be the next Ingenium, taking over my family's agency, while representing our class and leading them as well as I can. Then the gala, and my instatement as captain, between that and homework, I felt like I couldn't focus, and then. So All Might had been right. The pressure finally got to him. Todoroki and Deku exchanged knowing looks, both of them thinking the same thing. And then what happened? Deku prompted Iida gently. Iida stared down at his hand, breathing heavily. His eyes widened, a contemplative, terrified expression crossing his face. Deku knew that look. Whatever he wanted to tell them, some part of him insisted that he shouldn't. That held him back. It told him not to be honest with his friends. This thing he was hiding clearly would change the tide of their friendship, at least in Iida's mind. Iida, whatever it is, we won't judge you or be mad. Deku promised before he could stop himself. You're one of our best friends. Nothing's gonna change that. We promise it won't. Todoroki continued for Deku. Relief flashed through Iida's eyes for a second. It gave him the strength to lift his head and look his friends in the eye, at least. At the sight of him, Deku's fist tightened. So much pain and guilt riddled Iida's body language, as if he'd committed some sort of criminal offense that rendered him unable to face them. It stirred up worry in Deku. Had he really done something so wrong? You have to swear this stays between us. Iida insisted breathlessly. Deku, you can't even tell Uraraka. Not until I figure things out. Promise. Of course. Deku nodded vigorously. Whatever you need, Iida. We're here for you. Seconded. Todoroki leaned forward. Not a soul needs to know. Iida's shoulders slumped. He seemed more or less relieved, though anxious about revealing his secret. Fresh tears sprang from his eyes and his hand rested on his chest, desperately trying to stabilize himself. I kissed Hatsume. Breaking. Sidekick Mabaromikami reported missing early this morning. The hero community is reeling today after the sudden and unexplained disappearance of rising sidekick Kami Utsushimi, known by her hero name Mabaromikami, during her routine night patrol. Utsushimi, a 19-year-old hero in training underneath pro-hero Wisteria, was last seen 2 nights ago in the Asakusa district, where she had been patrolling local neighborhoods. Authorities are still on the hunt for any and all leads. If you have any information, please report it to police immediately. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.